right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I have Councilwoman Ebert on the phone. So we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Damian Cole, please lead us in the pledge. I feel like I'm tall. I'm tall this morning. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Calling roll for the special Reno City Council meeting on Monday, June 1st. Councilmember Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Dorr?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez? Councilmember Ebert?
No.
Here.
Councilmember Reese?
Here.
Councilmember Anderson?
Here.
Mayor Sheevy?
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, I want to be really clear on process this morning because I know we have a lot of public comment. So what I would like to do is to take general public comment. So we're going to do that first. If you are here to speak on item C1, then I'm going to ask that you do not speak in general public comment so we can get right to the item that's agendized. So that would be really helpful. So Madam Clerk, that will be the process this morning. And then for those of you that have not been in chamber before, what we like to do, everyone gets 3 minutes. And I will have to cut you off because we want to make sure everyone can get their comments on the record as well. So I'm not trying to disregard you. I just want to make sure that all of you have an opportunity to get your comments on the record because some of you also have to leave. And so that way you get the ability to give your comment. So I think that that's important. Then I would also ask, I think we have people still outside. Once you comment, if you could give up your seat for someone else that would like to come in and comment, that would be really helpful too. And then we also typically have chairs up here. So the clerk will call your name and then she'll call the next speaker and the next speaker. So then you realize that it's your turn. And then we just kind of keep going and it circles pretty quickly. If we call your name and you are not here, what I like to do is I like to skip you and then you'll still be in the queue, but you do go on the back side. So you still get to be able to give your public comment. But so I would just ask, listen for your name because sometimes it can be hard to hear and I don't want you to miss your opportunity. But you still will be in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, if we could get a chair up here. So the second public commenter, do we have one? Oh, we do. I think we do.
It's for staff, but they probably aren't coming up till C1.
Yeah, so we have 2 seats up here. They're identified, so just come sit right here, and then everyone will be ready to go. So at this time, Madam Clerk, we're going to go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We're going to go to general public comment. And if you are here for item C1, which is our moratorium on data centers, I would ask hold off until item C1. And then if you have kiddos, like I see you do, I know it can be long for them, so I would just ask Madam Clerk that we move up the moms and some of our folks that are, they get tired. So I want to make sure that you get your comments on the record. Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Madam Clerk. Take it away.
Madam Mayor, our first item today is opening public comment. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments under this item are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make general public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter is Ron Bell, followed by George Eddie Lorton.
Okay, Ron, you're up. Good morning.
Is that facing the right direction for you guys?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. My name is Ron Bell, and I am here to speak, and I don't mean to take up the data center time, but this is a timely topic because we're wrapping up Arlington Bridge ahead of schedule, actually, so congratulations, everybody.
Yeah.
I've brought this up before, not necessarily here, but to search and rescue, fire department over the years. Every summer, if you've ever had kids or down there, we've witnessed this concrete tomb that this goes through and these kids flailing for their life. Years ago, a kid drowned out here. We really need throwable life rings. Ideally, kitty corner on the bridges. The bridges that you can walk down to the river would be perfect, right? Arlington being one of them. Do we really want these things on brand new bridges? Probably not. But RTC seems to be on board. Josh had a wonderful conversation with him, thought it was a great idea. Norm built a bridge out here, God bless his soul, actually had made brackets to put these on and then didn't really get any much further with that. These could also be placed on the arch, the beautiful arch coverings as well, with maybe the back painted brown or something so they don't interfere with the flowers and things like that. And it would just really frankly save lives. And we also want to maintain the life jacket program. Let's get that up and running. And everybody's like, oh, geez, they're going to steal this stuff. What's a human life worth? You know, these life jackets are $3 each at Walmart. So really, we'd like to get the life jacket program going. But these life rings save lives. We had the same excuses with TRPA when we put these up in Tahoe years ago. And we finally got them in there. So this is what they look like on the inside. You can detach the rope. I would suggest in this case, carabiner, so in case you do need to throw them without the rope. So saving lives is where we're at. If anybody wants to help me with this project, or any people here from the fire department want to discuss this further, there's my email, everything like that. Got a minute left, great. So I'm looking at my notes here. Again, the theft I just don't think is a good excuse. And if I could just change tacks really quick and sneak in something about the data center. I had a wonderful conversation with Sergi Brin out at the Burning Man project. We had an AI brainstorm. And I discussed AI should not be the default. I don't need an AI search to find out what time the meeting started today, right? Yeah. So as you move on with your political careers, please push politicians to not have that be the default search. I don't need to waste a liter of water, you know, including the power plants, just to find out what time Roundtable is open and waste a bunch of water and find the whole history of Roundtable, right? So they're going about it all along, kind of like banner ads back in the day. We don't see banner ads anymore, do we? So that should not be the default search. And thank you, all you guys, as you move on your next careers.
All right, Ron, just so you know, our city manager is going to reach out to you. She has your number, and she's connecting you with our fire department.
Yes.
And we think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Good job.
And in case I don't get here again, thanks for all your years of radiance, charm, wonderful service.
That's not what my email says.
Well, I know that, but I'm a big supporter
But
of
thank
all
you for your
guys.
kindness. Thank you for your
Thanks, Stephanie.
kindness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
George Eddie Lorton.
Hi, nice seeing you, Miss Mayor. For the record, my name's George Eddie Lorton, runner for Reno Mayor. So I ended up today we're considering a moratorium on not only data centers, I wish you had thinking about it for development. I mean, this development's getting out of control lately, where I don't think the developers are paying their fair share for what they're supposed to be doing. So I hope people look into this and consider this for the future. It's just the development's out of control. It's not the same city. I've been here 64 years and the traffic's terrible. And so on the data center thing, so I'm combining two things here. I would say no on the data centers in town, where I think on the outskirts of town are fine, just so maybe they come up with a closed loop glycol system for cooling. and they have their own power grid and supply their own power, that's fine, but I don't want it to be the detriment of our own power bills and stuff, so I'm not happy about that. And sometimes too, people have to look at, this is kind of the definition of political pandering, to where here we're in an election cycle, now all of a sudden out of nowhere, this is a concern. So I hope the public thinks about this. So I won't want data centers in Reno, and on the outskirts is fine. And I think we need to look at the overdevelopment too. So thank you very
Okay,
much for your
did you skip
time.
the line?
Huh?
Did you skip the line, sir?
No, because I talked about overdevelopment too. Because
Okay.
overdevelopment is kind of a bigger concern.
All right, thanks so
All
much.
right, thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional opening public comment. For the record, we did receive 32 comments, which were general in nature, not directly associated with today's agenda, that has been distributed to the Reno City Council and is a part of the record. So we're on item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like a motion.
Madam Mayor, can we make sure that we open items B1 and C1 contemporaneously?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'll
Okay.
move to approve.
All right, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, with that being said, we're going to open items B1 and C1 together.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now open the public hearing. Has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given for item C1, and we did receive correspondence on item C1. There were 22 comments associated with item C1 received prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, Friday, May 29th, 18 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 1 neutral that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, one other item. We have an attorney-client meeting during the lunch hour, so I don't know when you want to notify the public
That
about it
is a
happening.
great idea. Okay, so we do have an attorney-client meeting this afternoon, so I'm going to let everyone know at noon, we are going to break for that, and that would be a good time for everyone to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat, and then come back. What are you thinking, Shipman? 45 minutes? Okay, so we'll come back at 12:45. So we'll break at 12, and then we'll be back at 12:45, okay? All right, and then we will probably, depending on how long the meeting goes, just to let my council know, we will probably have to take intermittent breaks. I want you guys to get up. I want you guys to get up, get some fresh air. That's going to be important for a long day. Okay. Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, so we're moving into public comment for item C1. Just for the audience, there are about 70 people who have registered at this time, so I would just like to say if you're participating in accordance with Council Rule 6.3.11 while in this room, please be respectful. Clapping, yelling, whistling, which impede the meeting, will result in a warning issued, and if the behavior continues, you may be removed. We do have 2 seats at the front of the room. I will call you 3 at a time, so the speaker and then the 2 upcoming speakers will sit in the 2 seats that are listed at the front of the room.
Right, thank you so much. I wonder if it's beneficial to, because typically we do it that way, I wonder if it's beneficial to hear presentation,
First?
have discussion, have public comment, and then have a vote. But I just worry because if it goes very long, then it might be hard to follow. So
Well,
what is the,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So we combined B1 and C1. So is the public comment on both items? And is there a staff report separate on B1 and C1? Or are they the same staff report? I guess I'm directing this to Madam Manager.
They're 2 different issues. They're 2 different items that are connected by circumstance, but with respect to process are different. So there should be 2 different staff reports. Whether or not you can have public comment for both at the same time, our attorney Shipman is saying, yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay, so is B1, this is work you've done already to start drafting a text amendment? Is that
No.
it? No.
So as a reminder, whenever we do a text amendment, we generally have three different steps to the
Right.
text amendment. The first is initiation, then there is the first reading and the second reading. This is initiation based on the last meeting where council said, we do not want to wait, we want to move along the text amendment process.
Right.
So based on that feedback, what you're going to hear today from Ms. Knox is, hey, council, this is what we've heard from each of you, this is what we've heard from the public, this is the status of regional. Tell us, do you want us to, yes, go forward, or no, do not with a text amendment? Then they will initiate, that would be the initiation. They will go forward with the process, and they can explain what that process is, and then bring back a first reading in the future.
Okay.
Item C1 is part 2 of the moratorium conversation. So council has initiated a pending moratorium for 30 days. This says, council, do you want to continue with that moratorium after the 30 days, and if so, for how long?
Right.
So they are connected, but not
I understand.
interrelated.
So my question to you is it best to, when is the best time to do the staff report for B1?
Now,
Before we get into C1?
yes. Because they're separate items.
I understand.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, for the whole audience and everyone,
They're connected, and if I were a member of the public interested in a moratorium, I'd be interested in what the council is thinking about text amendment as well.
all right, so I guess I'm asking
The
Madam
only
Mayor.
thing that I'm curious about, that means we would hear a presentation, we bring it back to the body, we would discuss, but we have to have
Public comment before you have a vote.
And so that could be
That's why-
hours until we vote, which is fine. I just want everyone to know why we didn't take action, because then we go back into public comment. And I want everyone to also remember the discussion.
Could they, is the item on the moratorium staff report relatively brief? Is it, because the staff report was very brief on C1.
Yes,
So is it possible to do the two staff reports and then hear all the public comment?
it is. Yes, you could do
that-
staff report and
Yes,
discussion
okay.
B1, staff report discussion C1, and then
Okay.
do public
That
comment.
might be the. simple-
Okay, so then that's
Madam
going.
Mayor?
Yes,
Madam Mayor?
go ahead.
I am not in support of that just because I think there might be some comments that come up from the public commenters that we might want to address with staff during the presentation.
But we could bring the staff back to address that before we vote.
That's also why I
That's
think
when we
it
ask
might be
questions.
beneficial. When you hear that, then you can also say, I would recommend, or after hearing the staff report, then you have a little more information of maybe what you want to bring forward. That's kind of my thought. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we already have the staff report. Like, I was just wondering if, it would be better to hear what the public has to say. And then that way we can address it with the staff report when we're hearing it. So we don't, it just seems out of order to me.
Okay, well, there's pros and cons.
I'm just trying to give everyone here in the audience more information so that they, and I don't know if
Yeah.
everyone can
It's also,
stay
it's
all
also
day.
difficult for people to come and wait too. So I also want to be respectful of their time. Like, our staff is there all day, whether we're in the meeting or not, but people have taken time out of their day to come and give comment as well.
And Madam Mayor, I'm going to present a little bit of a different point of view in that it sounds like both staff reports are quite brief, maybe 10 minutes in total, it sounds like. And I don't think we'll be delaying much anybody, but I would like to hear them, and I think it'd be helpful for the audience to hear what the staff are thinking before they weigh in.
Okay.
Just a thought.
So just so the public knows, what we'll do is we'll hear a staff report, and they sound like they're relatively brief. And then you guys will get the opportunity to come up and do public comment. And then also, when you hear that staff report, maybe there are things in there that you want to address or what have you. Maybe that gives you a little bit more background. So you will get your public comment. We just want the public to hear the staff report, and then the floor will be yours.
I see a lot of heads nodding on
Okay.
that, Madam Mayor. so-
And Madam Mayor, for your information, we do have 3 public commenters who have registered for item B1 specifically.
Okay. But then let me ask you this, and maybe this is a Jonathan question. After the staff report, I assume you don't want us to have any discussion up here? Because we need to hear your public comment before we take a vote. So what would you recommend?
So that's your option, whether you want to take them kind of serially or you want to save the discussion for the end. Our recommendation would be listen to the staff reports,
Discussion at the end?
public comment, and then discussion, and then
Perfect.
that gives the commenters the ability to make their comments.
Okay, perfect. Does that make sense? Perfect? Okay. All right. Then that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a staff report, then we're going to go into public comment, and then after all the public comment, later on, then we'll bring it back to the body, have discussion, and then vote. Okay? All right. Good morning. The floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Lauren Knox, Senior Planner with Development Services. So I do have two presentations. They are relatively short. It sounds like we want to kind of do them back to back, so I will make that work. And again, this specific item is on the text amendment. The next presentation is more specifically on the moratorium piece. All right, so we've had a lot of conversations about data centers. So just to ground us where we are and what this item intends to do, I'm going to walk us through some background. You've heard this item quite a few times, so I want to make sure everyone has all the same information. So first, in 2023, we had increased inquiries about data center development. In 2024, staff created an admin interpretation, and what that did was basically define the data center use and say this is a little bit different than anything we have right now in code. In 2025, that was codified into Title 18, so that's the Annexation and Land Development Code. And again, it just recognized that data centers are a different use. It has a conditional use permit requirement for any data center development. There are some additional use standards, and always any development has to be applicable to our standard development standards, things like parking, lighting, design standards, those kinds of pieces. Then in April of this year, the text amendment related to data centers in Title 18 was initiated. And then at the May 14th, 2026 pending moratorium discussion, council expressed a desire to discuss and provide some specific feedback on items related to the text amendment and the process. So this item intends to do that, give you that space to have the conversations and answer questions or whatever's needed in that realm. So again, that leads me to today and what this item intends to accomplish. First, I'm going to summarize what we've heard so far from the public and from the various stakeholder groups. Then I'm looking for feedback really from council to help understand and clarify council's expectations, particularly around process and timing. I heard a desire to fast track and move quickly in that last meeting, so trying to clarify what that means to council and what that process looks like. This item, again, it intends to give you the space to have the conversations you would like to have about that text amendment. So on the screen are some of the items that we heard in terms of community concerns and some possible policy options to look into. So things like water usage, energy uses, sustainability-related elements, fire and building safety, noise impacts, other impacts to nearby sensitive uses such as residential uses or parks or schools, daycares, building and site design standards, air quality, discussion about decommissioning plans or community benefit agreements. There's also fiscal impact concerns, and then who the reviewing body is for those data center developments. And I really want to make sure expectations here are set. Not all of these items can be addressed in Title 18. For example, fiscal impact and the abatements provided by the state are not something that we can necessarily regulate in zoning. So I just want to be clear, some of these things we can deal with in zoning in that Annexation and Land Development Code, and some of these items are going to be kind of outside of that purview. When an item comes forward with any specific regulations, I'll be sure to kind of point out what those pieces are and where we may address some of these other pieces. But not everything can be handled in zoning. So again, I just really want to note that staff has been at this for quite a while. We aren't brand new to this conversation. It's really a big topic. It's a big part of the planning profession right now, so there's constant information coming in about data centers that we have been taking in, looking at, analyzing. So that's kind of been an ongoing piece here. And this leads me to the suggested process and anticipated next steps. So I heard a desire at the last council meeting to move quickly, and I think the suggested path overhead can get us there if that is still the desire of this body, while still keeping us involved in that regional strategy and really allowing us to capitalize on that work that regional is doing in that kind of engagement and outreach effort. As well as the regional policy report that they are anticipating to come forward. So I'm going to walk us through each of these points up here on the slide. So first, that policy research and development. Again, this has been occurring for quite some time. Regulations and best practices seem to be shifting and evolving daily, so this is a continuous piece up here. For the regional engagement and outreach, so that is anticipated to occur through July. It's already been occurring. So again, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, that's our regional partner, they have been conducting one-on-one stakeholder interviews. They're also going to have large community input meetings. There's a survey. There's that really strong engagement and feedback loop in there. From there, they intend to draft the regional policy priorities report, and they anticipate having that done in the July to August timeframe. Again, that's going to be developed by TMRPA. It's going to include all of that engagement work that they're doing, as well as a best practices review, and coming up with more of that high level, here as a region is what we think we should be dealing with, here's what's important to people, here's what local jurisdictions can deal with, and here's maybe something that we have to tackle at a different front, say it be state or some other level. From there, I would anticipate bringing back draft regulations in the September timeframe if council desires to move relatively quickly. Again, it's going to incorporate those findings from that regional policy priority report. It'll have staff's review of best practices, and also a lot of the stakeholder input we've already heard, right? So we know that Sierra Club has come up with some policy recommendations, as well as SWEEP, and there's other various entities out there that have all provided policy recommendations, draft regulations that I intend to bring forward to you if this is the path we intend to go down. We'll incorporate all of those pieces and discuss and look at and analyze all of those kind of inputs in that piece there. Again, at that September meeting, that would be a point for council discussion and feedback. So I'd bring forward some draft ideas. Here's kind of your first blush, your first glance at them. What do you think, council? Yes, no. If council would like me to move forward, we can then do our standard ordinance adoption process, which would include planning commission review, and then the city council introduction of an ordinance and adoption. Again, I think if we have a desire to fast track, I can accomplish that in this time frame given on the slide overhead. And I do want to note too, just going back one more piece, the engagement and outreach strategy, if we go down this kind of more quick process, a lot of that engagement and outreach is occurring right now into that July timeframe through that regional process. So again, taking in all of the stakeholders and all of the community and looking at it from that perspective in terms of engagement and outreach. So again, I'm looking for feedback on this item. I've posed a couple questions up here to help guide council's conversation. First, are there any additional considerations or discussion on the topics of concern that I listed earlier? And then next, does the process I presented in the previous slide seem preferable to you? Or are there any desired changes to that timeline? There's a motion, but of course, we're going to go through public comment first. And Madam Mayor, I think you would like to hear the moratorium presentation directly after this.
Yes, go right ahead.
All right.
Madam Mayor,
So-
are we able to ask any questions at all, just while they're,
Jonathan, how do you, I'm trying to, I want to make sure that,
Yes, you can ask questions.
okay, all right, perfect.
Raising my hand.
Yeah, go right ahead. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the body. Go ahead,
thank you so
Councilwoman.
much, Lauren. The question that I have is, in the regional process, now that we are officially a part of it, every one of the public comments that happens here today, is that packaged and also brought up to the regional process? So it's also part of that document for the regional plan. I just want to make sure this is where most of the people have gathered and given their feedback on data centers. I haven't seen meetings around the region get this much attention. So I want to make sure that their time is well spent also, and that it's going to matter to that process as well.
Sure, I can absolutely send kind of that package of public comment up to that regional level. I converse with them very regularly, so they are aware of a lot of the conversations we're having here and what we're hearing. So I can absolutely ensure that, especially those written comments are sent there, and what we've heard during kind of these conversation pieces is also relayed, absolutely.
Okay, to my right, I don't see any more green lights. I'm going to head over here. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Knox, thank you for the presentation. The first question I really had was about what additional considerations or topics are concerned, and I did not see listed, but I had the opportunity to work over the last couple of weeks with Dr. Kingsley at the Health District. So as the chair of the Health District, I've asked them to put together a broad set of policy goals for data centers that focuses on public health preparedness, environmental health, so it's like solid waste, end-of-life product disposal plans, population health related to cooling towers, if those are being used, and then complaints. How are those complaints monitored? And so I will forward to you the Northern Nevada Public Health's current data management or data center management frequently asked questions, but I don't see that as included in the list, but I would like to make sure that it is. And then the earlier slide, it gave the timeline, and the timeline that you've identified for December. Look, one of the things I'm concerned about, and we've heard a lot about, is the legislative session and whether there ought to be legislative fixes that would be relevant to what we do. And so I suppose I'm worried about artificially constraining ourselves to a December 31st end date, and then having the legislature, which I hope and believe has got to come to bear on this topic, especially as it relates to tax abatements. Right, and so there are some concerns there. How do we square that? I assume that the legislature would set a floor, not a ceiling. Would we be able to come back and change what we have just done, or is it better for us to go out past the legislative cycle?
Sure, so there's a couple ways that council can handle that. One way would be to not look at this fast track version, right? And incorporate potentially kind of that legislative session into the timeline and keep this text amendment going through that piece. That is one way to do it. The second way would be, even if we do adopt in December, we can always come back to council and say, okay, here's the change that happened at the legislative session. We think we need to make some Title 18 amendments and then initiate another text amendment. There's nothing stopping us from doing that piece. So,
I suppose
2
my
ways.
concern is, Ms. Knox, though, one of the things that we have hoped to do, I think, or at least I have hoped to do, is that by initiating the moratorium process, it causes our partner agencies to have more heightened awareness or a sense of speed to do it. I want to make sure that we continue to keep the pressure on to get regional solutions, but not fail to lead. So if we are able to do kind of a hybrid between what you're suggesting, I think it may have to go beyond the legislative cycle, but also I suppose it could be extended past December if that was a necessary component of it. I don't want to slow anyone down because I do think the fast track is the right idea, but I don't want to go so fast that we aren't getting good policies, and I don't want to go so slow that we don't get policies. So how do we do that in your hybrid timeline?
Again, if either looking at adoption in that December timeframe or pushing out, maybe it is even that May timeframe, kind of in the middle of the session, knowing whether or not the legislature is going to move forward on any kind of data center specific pieces. That timeline can be pushed forward. Obviously, there's the moratorium discussion, which has a timeline incorporated. That can be a conversation for council to say, no, we don't think December's right. Maybe we want to push it out to March, April, May, whatever timeframe you may see as a piece there. On that moratorium piece, also, council is able to extend that moratorium. So you can always do an extension of that timeframe, whether it be you set a timeframe now or come December and we're saying, hey, wait a second, we still need to keep that pause on. We can bring that back to council to extend that timeframe. So again, options there.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep, thank you. Speaking first to the fast track issue, I like the schedule that you have. And one of the reasons I like it is, in addition to kind of putting this issue to bed more quickly, is that when the legislature does start to meet, they would have the benefit of all of the discussion in our Northern Nevada region, and they would be able to incorporate that. And I'm reminded of how we handled ADUs. We were ahead of the legislature, and we went through this whole process, and we came up with a regulation.
Yeah.
And then they were able to incorporate that. And also, it made sure that we had a seat at the table, because we were basically one of the first in Nevada to adopt the ADU. Not the first, but one of the first. And so we made sure we were part of that legislative conversation. On the other hand, they may switch it up. Like maybe we say, bring your own power, but they say a more complicated process for power. That could be kind of confusing to people. So there is a benefit, I believe, and I've thought about this too, about holding it till, it's June 1. June 1 is when the legislature gets over of the next year, doing a year. So I hope we discuss at least the different ideas. On the other issue on topics, so I had a chance to meet with you, but I want to make sure that a couple more topics are included. One of those topics is cogeneration. So a lot of people say, what happens to excess heat? Does it just go into the air from these data centers? And I'd like to propose a concept called cogeneration, where if you have excess heat, you have another process that can use that excess heat. And they do it, for example, at geothermal plants. They'll take the excess heat from a geothermal plant, they'll use it for a vegetable drying factory. Okay, so that creates more employment. It also utilizes the heat instead of having it be a waste product. It's kind of like the concept of water recycling, right? We're not just throwing the water away, but we're reusing it for another purpose. So I'd love to see that on your list. The second thing is I didn't see anything on your list about a new zoning category for data centers. I'd really like to explore the concept of siting data centers near each other so that we don't have power lines and power grids going all over Reno. That we have maybe main trunk lines coming into a particular area, and we're set up with water recycling, energy provision without having to do a massive infrastructure program everywhere. So rather than just being industrial, which we are in every ward, I would love to see maybe set areas. And then finally, I too had an issue about, I want to have built into here monitoring. It's great to have the greatest rule in the world, but if we don't have experts, if we don't require reports and we have experts to understand those reports and actually follow through, and this isn't just for this issue, I have pushed the same issue on stormwater. Every agency I've worked at before this one, if you get a stormwater permit, you have to get an as-built that certifies that you built the thing correctly, and then you have to have monitoring afterwards to make sure it's working. And then finally, related to that is what happens if you fail to comply? I think we should already understand what kind of penalties would be in place. So I'd love to see at least those 4 things, and if people have other categories or issues, I would love to hear those today, too. Thank you.
All right, good comments. All
Madam
right,
Mayor, would you like to take public comment on B1 before we open the presentation for C1?
I
No.
do have my hand raised.
Yes,
by the-
so, hold
Yeah.
on one second. I'm going to Councilwoman Ebert, and then I'm going back to Councilman Reese. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Ebert.
Yeah, just a couple of things to kind of build off what Councilmember Dewar said. I would really like it if we could also kind of keep data centers in a specific location. I think it would be really helpful with infrastructure costs in general. And I would really like to see if we can underground any kind of electrical connectivity, just due to the rising fire risk. I know I've had many people in my ward that lost their fire homeowners insurance in the last year because of fire risk. So I want to be really cognizant of that and make sure we do everything we can to mitigate fire where possible. So I'd love to have electricity underground. And I believe my ward has the most industrial space, so it makes sense for the data centers to be somewhere in the industrial area, away from residential. And as you know, the aesthetic guidelines I'd like to put on it would make it look more, blend in more with the environment, and also help with heat mitigation, and focus on diesel exhaust, that we reduce that as much as possible, or use battery backup storage as much as possible. And also, I think it would be a good opportunity to use effluent water because of the sewer treatment plant out here. If we could build that infrastructure out to that area and make sure we have a closed loop system. I know that the water coming out of that is pretty dirty, but I'm curious to see if the sewer treatment plant there would also be able to clean that water after it's been used, just due to the proximity. And I also wanted to share regarding Councilmember Reese's comments. There is a facility I've recently taken a tour of. It's called Redwood Facilities, and they specifically recycle all types of lithium batteries. So it's a really exciting prospect where they pretty much take any kind of lithium battery and take apart all the components. So there's no impact to the planet with additional mining. They extract all the essential components in there, and they're able to sell them back to battery manufacturers to reuse them. So there are a lot of exciting things out there for recycling. So I'd love to explore how we can incorporate that. Not necessarily, we're not going to force people to use a specific business. Obviously, we can't do that. But I do want to really look into ways to recycle that without shipping like to another country. That kind of, to me, negates the whole point. Like the amount of emissions that ships put into the ocean is ridiculous. So
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll come back to you. Okay,
thanks.
go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were just a couple of things I did not mention, Ms. Knox, that I'm also interested in understanding. One is we've been talking about co-management and consultation with our tribal partners and communities, so I think there has to be at least some kind of community advisory board that might be the way that we get that. It's sort of a strange thing. You know, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, for example, does not get to vote in our municipal elections, so it's very challenging. We're trying to work on that through the charter, but a community advisory board may be the answer for that. The second thing that I want to mention is I think there could be a resolution from this body to the legislature, right? I'm not sure that they are particularly responsive because they get in their lane and then they go in their 120 days. But maybe that's something that we can do at this body as a resolution of support for analyzing those things, which would include all the things that you're talking about. And then the last thing, well, I'll say two more things. One is co-location areas, I think, is interesting. I was thinking about an area that is outside of Reno because in trying to talk with some of our tribal communities, I know that Hungry Valley is an area that is technically inside of the boundaries of Washoe County, but also a sovereign nation, and their economic development plan calls for a massive investment in data centers. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think there's power transmission line areas, but I did speak with Autumn Harry about that earlier in the week and shared that report. But that's something I want to talk about too. How do we deal with that and in a co-location manner? We won't be able to control that area, but I think that that's worth conversation about it. And then the last thing I'll say is Ms. Ebert's comments were excellent about the recycling of lithium. I want to say that Ms. Ebert was the one who conditioned the North Valley's data center on recycling their computer hardware, not just their batteries. I think my point was more about that because that's where I learned about that is from Ms. Ebert's conditioning that. And so I think both the batteries and the hardware should be recycled in whatever way they were. I think they talked about those going to schools at the time, but I don't know if that could be a part of the fast tracking list of things that not only do they have to recycle whatever they can in the building, whether that's water or effluent, however it turns out to be, but also that the computer systems themselves, because as I understand it, that's the second wave, is that when they come back in every year to upgrade, or every 2 years to re-upgrade the computers, we don't want that stuff in landfills either. So that was part of it.
Okay. Kind of piggybacking on that, even though I know that that is not what we're looking at today, I would just put on staff's radar, looking at some of the same measurements on the substations and the lithium battery stations, the best facilities as well, so that we are not caught on the back end of that. Because I think similar process and regulations need to also be encompassing in that. So I'm going to go back to Councilwoman Dorr. Go ahead.
Right. Just real briefly, I stopped because the red light came on, but when I was talking about new zoning category, what I also wanted to bring up, make sure, is that we do talk about buffers between residential and even other types of use, commercial. I don't know that we want data centers right next to, let's say, a retail area. The other thing is that when we talk about location, siting, zoning, I want to make sure to build on something that Councilmember Ebert said, but I was going to also say, is that looking at co-location near either wastewater treatment plants or our advanced purified water facility. So I just don't want pipelines going everywhere. Like if we're already routing treated effluent somewhere, then maybe it needs to be along the line between the sewer plant and the APWF, or if they need purified water, drinking water for their process, they could be out there near there. And that, just so people know, that's 8 to 10 miles north of Swan Lake. Just, that's where the facility's located, so it's just I wanted to make sure we incorporated that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to go, I don't see green lights to the right. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I know we left off on the recycling piece of it, so I won't get back into that. I know Councilmember Reese got addressed it again, but I wanted to get back to the comments. I think it was Councilmember Anderson asked about what will happen once there's like a larger regional conversation, and I'm curious what. And maybe we won't know this till it happens, but if our city of Reno kind of requirements are more restrictive than the regional restrictions or statewide restrictions, will we continue to use ours unless there is some broader term that says that other regional restrictions trump municipalities? I just want to find out about that.
Sure. So what that regional policy priority report is going to be, it will be much more high level. Regional planning lives more of that high level kind of master plan level versus our Title 18 specific zoning requirements. So what we come up with will be more specific, and the intent is that that specificity basically implements what they're trying to put in the regional policy priority report. So it's always intended for us to be more specific. We have to be more specific than regional planning can allow. Ideally, though, the topics, right, they line up. You have this big picture topic, you need to regulate XYZ piece, and then we say in our Title 18, this is how we're going to do that.
Yeah, because each municipality is a little different, I imagine.
Yeah.
But do you think if something happens at the state level, because I know we've had to change some ordinances, regarding vendors, outdoor vendors, and proximity to casinos and things like that, due to state changes, do you think anything like that would they would require us to change our restrictions to match what they have implemented at the state level?
Yeah, it's very possible. Oftentimes in a legislative session, there will be some sort of new state law that requires us to change something within our Title 18 code, and we bring that to you at the end of the session and say, okay, the state has said we need to have these specific things by this specific timeline, and we ask that this body initiate a text amendment. So we do have a process like that in place that we would generally use, and it could be the same thing for data centers, yes.
Okay. Something else I'd like to maybe address is I know that we are not responsible in any way for tax abatements, but I would like to find out if we can include the potential tax abatements that development could receive if they applied for it, so that if we want to ask for some type of community benefit be given, during the development of a data center, that we would have some kind of idea of what tax benefit they've received. I think that might be helpful to us to know, what the tax income impact will be to our general fund.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, I'm gonna hand it over to my right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. I'm super interested in the fast tracking process. I was great comments by my colleagues and additions. I was hoping that we'd have something to be able to look at after the break. It doesn't look like that's going to be able to happen, understandably. But I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the stakeholder engagement process that we are doing and that Regional is doing. Obviously, from all the people here, we can see there's a lot of interest in this. What does that look like through your efforts and the regional efforts?
Sure. So at that regional level, they've already begun stakeholder one-on-one meetings. So they have a whole slew of different groups that they are reaching out to and having these one-on-one meetings. And basically, there's kind of a pre-survey you take to help guide the conversation. They have a conversation. They're doing that with, I think, about 30 to 35 entities that I saw on their list. From there, that will be culminated into a larger stakeholder meeting with bringing everyone together and say, okay, here's all of the things we heard. Let's talk about these things. Let's talk about it all together. There's also the community conversation side. So general public, stakeholders, everyone, right? Here are the things we're hearing. Let's get some feedback on those pieces. So that stakeholder and public engagement process through Regional is a large effort. They've hired a consultant. It's a pretty big effort. On my end, personally, I've had a ton of different groups reach out already. I've been meeting with them. it's something that it's kind of working in tandem of all of those pieces. So we'll be taking all of that in for anything we bring back to you. All of that information will be kind of included in the draft regulation or the discussion.
That was just my question, making sure that we got all the stakeholder input at regional and local level and bringing it back. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. I don't see any more green lights. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, I think we'll move on to the next presentation on the final moratorium resolution. All right, again, for the record, Lauren Knox, Senior Planner with Development Services, and this item is on the final moratorium resolution related to data centers. So in terms of hearing how we got here, again, the data center text amendment was initiated on April 22nd, 2026, and at that meeting, a moratorium was requested to be discussed by this body. Per RMC 1.07, to enact a moratorium, there is a two-stage process. So first, a pending moratorium resolution must be approved. That occurred on May 14th. That resolution is good for 30 days per the requirement defined in RMC. And the second step is the final moratorium resolution, which must be adopted within 30 days of that pending moratorium resolution. The timeframe associated with the final moratorium resolution can be longer. RMC states that it shall be in effect for a reasonable period of time and may be further extended by council. So with that in mind, the end date in the final moratorium resolution is based on that text amendment conversation we just had, that process piece. And staff is saying that we think is a reasonable period of time. So that suggested end date included in the final moratorium resolution that you all will be voting on and looking at is December 31st, 2026. The other component of that resolution is that it's applicable to data center conditional use permit applications. So as written in the draft before you, it won't impact existing entitlements. It won't impact active building permits or new building permits. It won't impact existing or active businesses or business licenses or new licenses that are already entitled for a data center. It will impact any new data center trying to come into the city of Reno because every new data center requires a conditional use permit. All right, so council has to make findings for a final moratorium resolution. The staff report provides a discussion on each of these points up here. I really just want to note that there are findings that council needs to make for a final moratorium resolution. And then council has a few options here, including approve, modify, or deny the final moratorium resolution. So I'm going to walk us through each of these items. So first, an approval means you approve the resolution as written. That would include no acceptance of applications for data center related conditional use permits through December 31st, 2026, or until new regulations are adopted. With that process, staff will continue developing that text amendment. There's the option to modify. So that would be modifying the particulars within that resolution. This could include things like the time frame, the applicability, any other items that you see fit in terms of that resolution before you. Again, staff will continue developing that text amendment. And then the final option is to deny the final moratorium resolution. In that case, a final moratorium will not be enacted. The pending moratorium that was already approved will cease on June 13th, 2026. Conditional use permit applications for data centers can then be processed after that point in time. And even in that denial realm, staff will continue developing that text amendment. So the text amendment will be occurring until this body says, don't do that, if you ever even say that. And so with that, there's a motion overhead. Happy to answer questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. So again, I'll just raise that I am concerned that the December 31st date may not take into account the issues that may be coming in the legislature. So for my part, I would prefer to see it extend through the legislative cycle. I'm open to hearing my colleagues' thoughts on it when we get to the motion process, but I'm just saying that for me, I do worry that we are one small player in a statewide ecosystem, and I have talked to at least several legislators who say, hey, some things are coming. Of course, we have maybe a governor who may not be supportive of those changes, so I'm not sure or certain how good that will be received. But I do think that there may be some benefit to us. Of course, you've posited, and I think correctly so, that we can extend the moratorium. We have a number of different moratoriums in the city that we have extended routinely over time. I suppose the cynic in most people is that somehow all this is political and that just after the election, we'd all race in to change it back. And I think that's not what the community is looking for. They're looking for certainty. I think this is the right time to be having this conversation, regardless of when elections or election cycles happen. So is there something that you can tell me about your conversations with regional folks? Meaning you are the professional and the planner, and you've had experience at both the regional planning and here. It seems like we're, even though it seems like a significant amount of time, perhaps it may not be in government time enough time. I'm also worried, I think Ms. Dewar and I had this conversation about whether or not we would then have to implement changes with the legislature put, which maybe come at the 120th day. And then that means we post-June of next summer would be making some changes. So I suppose in the end, the moratorium should be not longer than necessary to make the changes we need as appropriate, so that doesn't hurt our folks like in the trades or IBW. Layuna's here, I think. We're not trying to prevent those jobs from occurring, but we're trying to have reasonable guardrails in place. What is the position that your office has taken?
So I would say kind of the very most conservative approach would be to wait until that legislative kind of piece. We all know that there's conversation happening at the legislature right now. A lot of the joint interim committees have been meeting on data centers, all from infrastructure to natural resources. So
Most of it's been about the tax question, right? They really
well,
haven't
yes.
been having the substantive conversations about policy choices. I am worried about that.
So the most conservatives is waiting till that point in time, but I also hear wanting to have something in place and have some sort of direction and kind of move that needle a little bit beforehand. I do think certainly it's possible regional can take a little bit longer maybe than that August timeframe. They're trying to get there early. I can't guarantee that they will or they won't. I think at that point in time, we'll still have a good understanding of what everyone's concerned about, what everyone thinks that we can attempt to regulate, and kind of have a lot of those pieces in the puzzle together. So I think regardless, we can move forward with something in that time frame I posited before. Again, if we do have something adopted by December, the legislature comes back and says, okay, 6 months later, you have to have these specific things in here, we will always bring something back to you and say, we have this in code now, we need to amend these specific pieces. So there's a process in play. If council is not wanting to wait until the legislature's done to have something in place, if we want to move and get something in place, we can bring it back to you.
And we meet at regional next week? No, 2 weeks from now?
Yes.
Will this topic be on that agenda, do you know?
I don't know if it's going to be on that agenda. I'm sure there's probably some sort of update piece. I would venture to guess from Dr. Smith. He's pretty good about keeping you up to date. I know his anticipated time to bring that regional policy priority report to the governing board is in August. And he hopes to bring something to the Regional Planning Commission in July, so I think we will have something to work off of. Even if it's not a finalized report, it's still a really good idea of what it is we need to be looking at.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I want to speak to two issues that you mentioned. First of all, this timing issue. So on one hand, I'm supportive of keeping the moratorium in place until we have more definition from the legislature. But there is a danger, I think, in that path. And the danger is that, as my colleague said, the changes proposed by the legislature may not be adopted by the governor or supported. And we've seen that, 75 times? So it's not like a random theory, it's a possibility. And then we would have nothing. We would have nothing in place, and that is just unacceptable, I think. So number two, let's say they can't agree on a bill. You know, it's a complicated topic, and again, we would be left all the way at the end. A lot of times things don't get worked out till the very end, and at the very end, we may not have recommendations from the legislature, and again, we would be holding the short end of the stick. The moratorium would be stopping, and we wouldn't have something in place. So I guess right at the moment, till I hear from the public, what I'm leaning towards is going with your date, working quickly to adopt the things that you have identified, especially because you had a pretty comprehensive list. So I do want a comprehensive regulation. I don't want us to, let's say, address two things, water and power, and not address the other things like the co-location, the zoning issues, all the issues that you brought up. Like, we have to make an opinion, put it into our regulation as far as I'm concerned. Okay? So I think it's better to have something in place that's pretty comprehensive. I don't think it's good to have something that's pretty minimal. So just to be clear, I don't want to adopt a regulation that just touches really minimal issues. I want it as comprehensive as possible. On the other hand, and then stand ready to make changes if required by the legislature. I just don't want to find us in that situation where we have waited and we've studied, we've put stuff together, but we're still left, holding the bag and nothing's done. Okay, so just to be clear. And the second thing is, if you could go back to your third slide, I just want to address this. So you're talking about which applications and so on, and I totally agree, and I raised the question last time, so I just wanted to comment on it. It was never my intent or thought process that we would impact data centers that are already in process. To my knowledge, you have told us there have none been applied for, CUPs.
None in the application queue, no.
Right. I did assume that if we approved one, we would move forward with licensing it, building permits and all the things because they got a CUP. I didn't see it going any other way. On the other hand, this last point you make will impact new data centers. So a question for you, and I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to our attorneys, but let's say someone comes in for a clearing and grading permit to build a data center. They haven't applied for a CUP. Often grading permits come in advance of permits being applied for. Could they clear and grade for a data center? Don't know?
That's something, I don't know. I don't know the perfect
fine.
answer to that piece specifically. They are kind of two separate things. A lot of times, though, they're not going to want to grade and put that time, energy, money, resources into getting that grading permit without having the entitlement in place.
I'd be particularly concerned because what if we do adopt a new zoning category or a citing requirements and that grading is over somewhere else? And then they're telling us, well, we moved forward in anticipation this would be our site because this is the one we own. The same thing as if someone came in for an annexation and they want to annex land out of the county into the city. Same thing, they don't have to have a CUP in order to do an annexation. I would expect if they.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm cutting you off.
That's fine, but you get where I'm going.
Yes.
Okay, and if you guys can just think about that and address it, I appreciate it.
Sorry, I wasn't
No, that's
paying
okay.
attention. I want to make sure everyone gets their comments. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Anderson, and then Councilwoman Taylor, and then Councilwoman Ebert.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. I just wanted clarity from your perspective and from what I'm hearing in the community, from the stakeholders that I've talked to, really a discussion at the ledge is really around the financial piece of this. It has nothing to do with the regulatory and zoning process. And so my concern is that by extending this date, we're eliminating our goals. We're basically announcing to our community who's investing their time and their hearts and their research and their expectations and asking us to lead on this. And we're saying, we appreciate your input and energy and also the amount of work that you and your team and the team at Regional is doing with high expectations in a short timeline so that we can respond to our community's concerns. And so I think we do our work. We wrap it up by the end of this year. If the ledge makes a change that changes our zoning or forces something on us that we have to reconsider, we do that. But the people that are in this room today, the people that are expecting these jobs, the people that are expecting us to lead and hear their voices, they expect us to do the work, and you all expect us to use the work that you've provided to make a decision. So that's where I am on this, and I just want to make sure that that's on the record.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question that I heard from one of the stakeholders, and I believe it's here in the final resolution for consideration. Existing data centers, existing CUPs, things that are being built, the text amendment that is adopted will not be retroactive and we cannot apply it to them. Is that correct? There's no grandfathering going back.
Correct. They've received an entitlement, and that will stand.
So we would not take any of the things that we come up with and be able to take it to the Keystone Data Center?
No, since they've already gone through that process, they've received that entitlement. It's kind of a vesting right piece there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yes, thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, thank you, sorry. I really just, this is unfortunate to have to say, but I will as a representative. like it or not, the public perception of this is that the motivation for these discussions is solely tied to an election. And it might just be an unfortunate coincidence, but I know for my ward, perception is reality, and the perception is this is a campaign tactic. I'm just going to be frank about it. So I have a duty to provide assurance to my constituents, which also includes a lot of union members. So I'm really looking for something to get put in place as soon as possible, because the overwhelming response that I've had from community members is if we don't get something in code as quickly as possible, is the will of the council will change again just as quickly as data centers became important. They will fall off the radar. I need to have some kind of certainty in writing for my community. If the legislature makes some change, so be it. Let's pass an ordinance like we've done with other changes. But I have to have some assurances in code for my community. And it really bothers me to have to say that, but there's no perception of good faith in my community, especially considering every zone change in my ward to change residential to industrial to spot zone change has been approved by this board against the public comment of the community members, against my representation and my no vote on it. So my community does not have trust that this body will follow through on any promises. So I need to have something in code, and I need to show my community that they will be protected and that this isn't a political stunt. Maybe it's not, but the timing and proximity to the primary and the general election is not helping. So I just have to say that out loud and really push to get something in writing. And, if the body wants to continue a moratorium, I can't stop that, obviously, in one vote. But I absolutely need to have something in code as soon as possible. So I have to say that. And it makes me uncomfortable, but, as a representative of this community, you guys need to hear this. So those are my comments on this component. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and thank you for both of the presentations. I really appreciate you clarifying sort of where we're at with B1 and now C1. And I think I hear my colleagues and I agree that we need to have a comprehensive understanding of the different nuances that deal with data centers. I'll also add that if we can make sure that whatever we do adopt, as you've been discussing, is really stuff that is within the jurisdiction and the purview of our city. And it is great, I think, to ensure that we're taking sustainability measures, but if pervading water isn't something that the city of Reno has jurisdiction over, then we just have to make sure that we have a seat at the table with players like Tumwa and other water purveyors so we understand sort of where they're at and how they produce their will serve letters. And so I agree that we do need to look at the data centers. I've been supportive of looking at ways to create this text amendment and ensure that folks feel safe and we have a future for our children in Northern Nevada. And so I think that's the driving focus. And I just want to put on record that every 2 years we have an election cycle, and there's always going to be issues that come up. And I think that inflaming the issues that are currently before us, because we are in a standard 2-year cycle that comes up every single 2 years, is a little dissuading for me to engage in this conversation. And just puts a spin and a stain, I think, on the conversation where we're losing track of what the goal is, what we want to accomplish. I think all of us up on the dais, just based on the last vote that we took on the 14th last month, really demonstrated what we are here to do and that we're listening to our community members and want to make sure that that is taken into consideration. And so even though the conversation has taken a year and a half, 2 years since our planning commissioners made that decision, I think we're at a point now where we can finally figure that out and put all the pieces together. There's enough regional and statewide energy being put into moving this data center conversation forward and understanding it. And so I think for me, making sure that we have a seat at the table and that we have our own guidelines and we understand the policy and nuances within zoning and land use, that we have those in place before the legislative session, so we are our platform is set, and when those conversations do take place at the ledge, we know where we stand and where our community wants us to represent them when we are in Carson. And so I'll just leave it at those things for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm actually going to piggyback on some of your comments. Great comments, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. And first of all, I'm not running for office, so there's, yay! No. And so, there will always be that perception. It is just how that is. I think it's disingenuous because that sort of those talking points are things that feed into that narrative, what we just heard, and that's sort of the problem with it, is always saying, that's it, that's it, that's it. And quite honestly, it dissuades from doing really good work and really good policy. And so that narrative works for them, and, I just think that's not helpful, because again, that continues the narrative of sort of the political, it works for them. So I would just want everyone to know that. The other thing that I will tell you, the reason why I have always been a big proponent of regional approaches is because, and I will want to just stress this to you, this is super important, that oftentimes, whether it's our fire issues or issues like this, it doesn't matter what it is, we tend to not have the experts in the room. I want to hear from NV Energy. I want to hear from Tumwa. This is exactly what Vice Mayor Martinez was saying. We need to hear from them. Quite honestly, I was shocked when you see the story at Lake Tahoe, and from my knowledge, no one has reached out to us. What is that going to do to all of us? And so it's really surprising the lack of information that we're actually getting at this level. Now, typically we see that whenever a regional approach happens because everyone's kind of doing their own thing. They're over here saying, we're going to do this. We're over here doing this. This is why I like the regional approach. When we have I know you're disagreeing with me, but I'm not saying we're not doing a regional approach. We're going to do our own approach. But here's why I'm saying this. Typically, we don't see the experts at the table when everyone's doing different things, because they're like, oh, I'm going to go work on this. I'm going to go work on this. But I think here at the City of Reno, I want them here. I want to hear and ask them the questions, especially with wildfire mitigation. I have to tell you, so disappointing to hear, and I think we all want to know, do we have enough water if we have a catastrophic event for a wildfire? I never got that answer. And then you hear this, that, and the other, and so I get really frustrated when we don't have these stakeholders at the table, from DRI, the school district, the NV Energy, Tumwa, I think that's going to be really critical moving forward. So please, when we have presentations moving forward, they need to be at the table. Even our own fire departments got to be at the table. So thank you so much.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I have. I've called. So, okay, so here we go.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just my last
Go right
round. Two things. One is I want to make sure that my colleagues understand something. I'm not suggesting that we don't develop rules. The moratorium would be in place until the rules are in place. And the question is whether or not we will have the best set of rules in the absence of the legislature acting. I'm open to the conversation today. I also think that there will be likely a range of opinions in this room, because I know that there are people in this room who support an all-out ban. There are other people who believe a regulation is appropriate. There will be people who will say, let's wait until the state acts and operates so that we have a regional approach, but others will say, no, let's lead. There can be reasonable disagreements on policy, and still we all be trying to be appropriate about how we want to protect our region. So I'm interested to hear what the community has to say. I will say, Madam Mayor, we've just been in the meeting now for a little bit, an hour and a half. I want to make sure that as many public can speak as possible. So can we push out lunch maybe an hour and
Sure.
we'll just get off the dais? maybe just push an hour, because I know that attorney-client may cover this topic, but I'm just suggesting that I don't want people who sat here for the last hour and a half not to be able to get their comments in.
Agree. Agree. That was a little bit of my concern, is that we were going to go on and everyone is here to speak on the record. Okay. Anything else?
Madam Mayor, I'd like my second round as well.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Councilmember Martinez, I completely understand your comments. I, again, just representing the concerns of my community. It can be unpleasant, but that's the reality of the perception of my community. And a sudden 180 and an announcement on social media by somebody that has supported the data centers, and a sudden discussion at council by a person that is running for office. Congratulations on Mayor Sheevy and Councilmember Dewar graduating from City Council. But the person that proclaimed that we're going to do a moratorium is running for a citywide election. And again, my community does not feel like they have had a voice or any support. And I'm not going to get into everything again. Council is aware of the lack of representation of the North Valleys on various regional boards. So I don't like speaking about this, but again, you can check the meeting minutes from 2025. I requested a moratorium be agendized in January and February of 2025, and it was not brought to council. So I wasn't running for office then. There was council members running for office, but it was ward-wide. So we can agree that it's unpleasant and it shouldn't be that way. But again, this is a perception. And if you would like to come with me and knock doors and explain to people why that's not true, I'll invite you to come knock doors with me. But this is the fear of my community. And as a representative, it's my job to provide assurances for them that there will be protections in place, and not having anything in code does not give them security. A moratorium could technically end at any time, I believe, but we don't currently have anything in code. And there is a real fear that the will of the body will change and we will continue on with just a CUP process for data centers. So don't shoot the messenger. This isn't trying to be politicized. I'm just, again, representing the community that I was elected to represent. So just want to say that on the record. I know not everybody's running for office, but again, the person that announced the moratorium on social media is running a citywide race. So just have to be clear on that. So thank you for your time.
Nope. Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Are we moving into public comment, Madam Mayor?
Silence sometimes is a good thing, right? Peaceful. Okay, here we go. Madam Clerk, I'm going to now hand it over to you. We're actually going to extend it so an hour out, because I want to make sure we get comments on the record, because otherwise then we would be going into recess in about 20 minutes. So I don't want to do that. So we're gonna go for an hour, and then we'll go into attorney-client, and then we'll come back. Okay? So I'm going to hand it to you.
Okay, we're going to start with our B1 public commenters, Bree Casper, Krista George, and Robin Palmer.
Okay. B. Casper. Hi.
Hi.
She's got the heart glasses.
Yes.
They're great.
Well, I had a whole speech prepared for Agenda B1, but it seems that it's changed with the presentation. So I'd like to thank you all for putting that first. There's been many times that we have public comment and then they come up and present and it changes our entire thing. And last time we realized that we needed to even start adding comment to the conclusion to address that. So thank you for doing that today. I would like to briefly just show the map of the Keystone area. This is the data center right here. And my main point to item B is that people were not notified a year in advance. I live 300 yards away from the Keystone Data Center, and the first time that I was notified, me, the public, was notified, was this notice that I received from the city. Sorry. And you can see right here, September 17, 2025 was when I was first notified. So in item B1 in the agenda, in the background, it says January 2025, after a year-long public input process, the data centers were codified into Title 18 zoning code. I would like to just mention that that was never happened to the people that live around this specific data center in specific. And I appreciate you trying to make this effort now, but it goes to show that fast tracking is not really an option on the table here today. If the people around the data center didn't know about it and we had to find out on our own by reading the card outside of the construction site, then coming to these public comments and continuing to voice our opinion, and then now we're being told that we have been being and having public comment for over a year to be able to discuss this feels very like we're not being heard and we're not being seen and wanting to get more people here to do that. So I don't think that's really the focus. The focus is that you want to hear our concerns. And so realistically, I have a list here of where I think we should be putting our attention as far as building out jobs. It's going to be brought up today about jobs and union workers and all the people that will be losing their jobs. But realistically, for us to alleviate a moratorium, we need to hold data centers accountable to the regulations that you will be putting into place. That means that we would need to have enforcement in place, and I think it should be separated by all of the concerns here: water, noise, odor, power, climate control, site checking, that's zoning. I really do believe we need a community advisory board, as Devin Reese mentioned. I think there also needs to be attention to the fire crews. We need special fire equipment specialists on staff. We need disaster relief aid for every single one of those enforcement areas: water, noise, odor, power. For those people to be established, to be trained, for boards to be established, for us to have these things in place, this is more than a 9-month or a year process. This is what needed to be done on February 25th, 2025. And if we had done
Thank you,
that,
Ms. Casper.
we wouldn't be here where we are today. So thank you so much for hearing us.
Madam
Krista
Mayor.
George, followed by Robin Palmer.
Madam Mayor.
Hold on one second. Council,
Yeah, I just want to, for anybody who thinks they didn't get notice of something, I just want to really be clear. Ms. Casper said she lives 300 yards. That's 900 feet from the center. I want people to know that our requirement is to notify people 750 feet from a proposed activity. It has been in the rules for 12 years. We have talked about extending it. If that's your issue, I think you should bring up that issue separately, that you want to change that rule. I just wanted to be clear so that people understand. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
good.
Nice-
Also,
nice
the
to
good
see you
news.
all
Nice,
again.
nice to see you. Go ahead.
So, like Bree said, thank you for presenting first, because it kind of made me have to think about everything else I got to say here. First of all, I really didn't want to hear the word fast track used to explain how this moratorium will be used to implement regulations on data centers. We are not in a rush to see any more data centers in the queue. I'd like to hear more about like third-party neutral studies done by noise, water, air, energy, before they are even invited to submit permits. Hopefully never. But no studies done by companies, the consulting companies, for the companies, because they are very biased, as seen in like the noise compliance and the things that have been turned in. I will get to those later. As we all know, in January 2025, you all had the chance to press pause on data centers in Reno. We decided that 6 months was too long, and being open for business was more important than this community. And now, look where we're at, right back at the beginning, except now there are already 6 data centers being built with no regulations or guardrails that we're going to talk about in this moratorium. The big corporate data centers were prioritized over us, over the community's health, the indigenous people's water, and for what? Your reluctance slowed down the process to place regulations on these companies for fear of losing business was completely thoughtless and downright dangerous to the welfare of this community. Regarding your list of concerns, thank you for listening to us, but what are you going to do about the 6 data centers you allowed to sneak by while you didn't have time to stop? Do they get a free pass? What are their compliances? Just having a CUP that, ordinance and code was changed the same month they were permitted, it feels like they were allowed to kind of sneak by. And I know you guys said there's nothing retroactive, but what is gonna hold them accountable? Because there's already a laundry list of little things they are not complying to in that CUP. Little things. But the little things, if they can't comply with the little things, then what makes you think they're gonna comply with the big things? And monitoring, compliance, all of that needs to be addressed. So that's all I've got, because everything else got wiped out.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Thank you so much. You raise a really good point, and I had it in my notes, and I didn't mention it, but also the existing and what that looks like. And so we'll request that on the back end when everyone's got their comments, but great comments.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Robin Palmer.
Hi, Robin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor Sheevy and council members and all the opponents of data centers that are here this morning. I'm Robin Palmer. I'm a climate and community advocate. Thank you for your near unanimous decision on May 14th to pass a resolution initiating a temporary moratorium on acceptance of data center conditional use permits. I support a final moratorium. I agree with Bree and Krista and their comments. There was a lot of discussion at the last meeting of fast-tracking the text amendment process. One of you made it clear that she was against a moratorium, but voted for a temporary moratorium with the understanding that the text amendment process would be hastened. Reno needs a strong, comprehensive text amendment that protects our natural resources and our citizenry. Councilmember Reese, thank you for involving Northern Nevada Public Health, and Councilwoman Doer and Ebert for your excellent suggestions regarding an amendment. From the staff report in for the April 22nd meeting, staff will work with regional partners, including Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, Washoe County, and City of Sparks to develop a unified set of standards. Next steps will include a public review process, stakeholder outreach, NABS, Planning Commission, and City Council review and final approval. I'm concerned, as the prior 2 speakers talked about, the process. I'm concerned that fast tracking involves cutting corners, that staff will have limited ability to research and review approaches taken by other communities, including communities that have banned data centers outright, such as Monterey Park, California, St. Charles, Missouri, and Millville, New Jersey. Then hastily write an abbreviated text amendment. I have concern that the public review process will be truncated. The April 22nd staff report suggests that the public review process and NABS will occur after the text amendment is written. Staff's timeline presented today does not appear to include a public process to review a draft amendment. It's not enough to tell us, the public, that you hear us. Show us that you are continuing to involve us in the process and address our concerns. A lot of people are in favor of a ban. I had not heard the word ban from any of you until about 15 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, we're going into public comment on item C1. Our first public commenter today is Sonoshi Nakamoto of Bitcoin, followed by Mitchell Brown Severa, followed by Trey Abney. Oh, you're up for public comment, sir.
What?
You're up.
My alias is Sushi Nakamoto of Bitcoin. I'm a hermit. I stay home. I don't do anything. I just remembered what I did 17 years ago. Right now, technology is being used as a weapon instead of humanity rights. A Bill of Rights or a Constitution is a contract. It is not human rights. When are we going to start putting human rights above greed and control? You want to mass-produce data centers and AI, but it's already being proven to have health effects on communities and the water where a Texas woman was arrested for posting a video. And they're reporting that Rio Grande now is drying up. So when are we can stop looking at profits and protecting what's rightfully ours? Our lives and our families are more important than money. You guys sit there and you see my wallet online. In real life, I am poor. I have nothing. I have my family. That's it. But every single day, I sit there and I see hate and greed all over social division about politics left and right. And I'm done. I'm tired. I can't sit there and watch anymore. I have to come out here and show myself to you. And soon the Clarity Act will pass, and you'll see the data that who I am. My social security number and my debit card was used to make Bitcoin, and they used it against the American people. They arrested the original people who made the Coinbase. Now, the same men through the NSA that tried to kill me in 2013, you're gonna allow them to poison this whole entire neighborhood for nothing but profit. And profits, that's all it's coming. Not to the people, to the electric company. Not to the people, but to the people that control the health and the vaccines that are coming out, and they keep pushing them every time a pandemic happens. We need to start looking at human rights over the conditions of living. I'm not good with words. I'm uneducated. But what annoys me is that you guys are supposed to look at the past and look at the past to not make the same mistakes. Social media was the last big boom besides crypto. And look at the damage and health effects it already has on the people. So why would you allow data centers to be rapidly made across this nation if it's destroying our environment? So I can't sit there and to those guys over there that are attorneys, I'm willing to take a lie detector test on Congress, stand up against the evil in this country right here and now, and do whatever it needs to me to put the end to this crap. Human lives are more important than profits, plain and simple. And every single day I sit there and I see that greed is controlling the world. They're splitting left and right. Okay, can I finish?
Sure, you can take a few seconds, yeah.
Okay, so they continue to use politics left and right, while they're sort of serving the same agenda. They're doing whatever they want. They're using you as, hey, I believe in this. No, I believe in that. But they're putting division and hate against everybody, while we should be unified, strength of what is taught for us.
Thank you.
Mitchell Brown Silvera, followed by Trey Abney, followed by Shane Henderson.
Thank you. I was going to say mayor, but I'm not sure where she went. Council members, for the record, my name is Mitchell Brown Silvera, and I've lived in Ward 2 for 23 years. Sorry we've never met. I really think you've done a great job. I'm here to, again, to advocate for a ban on any new data center projects and a ban on annexing any land into the city of Reno for data center projects that may already be underway. Reno is not the place for data centers. We do not have the water and power to share with these endeavors. This is still a desert and water is precious. Lithium storage on site and diesel backup generators will create a toxic hazard when they catch fire. They will be impossible to put out and must be kept contained with special chemicals, as water only fuels lithium fires. The city will pay for the containment and the toxic cleanup. There will be no help from the company that owns the data structures, as they are speculative investments and will simply declare bankruptcy. Reno's been playing loose and easy with allowing data centers, as the Keystone project proves. When finished, we will see if the noise from the backup generators is a problem. We will see if resource usage is a problem. Already, Keystone has posted a higher predicted energy usage on their corporate website than they reported they would use in their proposal. Reno is too small a town with an already over-budget purse and cannot afford to litigate or pay for damages brought on by bringing this kind of business to us. I heard you say that the heat energy can be used for things like drying vegetables and stuff. It doesn't change the heat, though. The heat can be used for other things, but the heat is generated. I was lucky to work in 2023 with Desert Research Institute, University of Nevada. We did a heat study where we drove all over Reno with little special devices on our cars that measured heat for the day.
I did too.
You did that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. Got to see a lot of neighborhoods I'd never been in. And that just happened to be the year, 2023 happened to be the year that Reno had the highest heat on record. So we do have a heat problem, and data centers are definitely gonna contribute to that. I know there's other industries that can do things like that. Data centers are a hot button item right now. It's a not in my backyard issue, I know. I still think that they're wrong for Reno. If you had said, we're gonna build stockyards in Reno, I would be against that. I think that Reno can ban data centers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trey Abney, followed by Shane Henderson, followed by Greg Kidd.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Madam Manager, and thanks to Ms. Knox for all of her hard work. For the record, my name is Trey Abney, and I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada Data Center Alliance in opposition to any moratorium on new data center development. Data centers are not optional, they are foundational. At its core, this issue is about whether Reno will govern through facts and established rules or through fear and uncertainty. Data centers are an industrial use. They should be regulated the same way we regulate every other industrial use. We do not create special rules for warehouses because they use roads. We do not create special rules for manufacturers because they use electricity. And we should not create special rules for data centers simply because they have become the political issue of the moment. Equal uses deserve equal treatment. The city already has zoning regulations, conditional use permits, noise standards, environmental requirements, and extensive review processes. If a project cannot meet those standards, it should not be approved. If it can meet those standards, it should not be blocked because of public anxiety or internet speculation. Many of the concerns being discussed today involve water, electricity, utility planning, and these issues are already governed by TUMWA, NV Energy, the PUC, and state regulators. This council is a land use body, not a utility commission. And if there are legitimate concerns, let's examine them. But let's do it based on facts. Over 6 hours of testimony and hundreds of public comments show that people certainly care about this issue. That's important. Public engagement matters. But questions are not answers. I will affiliate with and agree with the letter you received from NAOP Northern Nevada and state that before extending any moratorium, to the mayor's point earlier, the city should hold a formal technical workshop featuring engineers, economists, environmental experts, NV Energy, TUMWA, GOED, EDON, regional planning officials, et cetera. Let's hear the facts regarding water consumption. Let's hear the facts regarding electric rates. Let's hear the facts regarding tax revenue, and let's hear the facts regarding noise mitigation, and then let's make policy. Because public policy should be written by experts, informed by citizens, and adopted by elected officials, not dictated by Facebook comment sections. The proposal before you today is not a moratorium on industrial development. It's a moratorium on one industry. That distinction matters. If data centers are going to be treated different than every other industrial use in Reno, the burden should be on supporters of the moratorium to prove why, not on project applicants to prove why they deserve equal treatment. At a time when local governments across Nevada are facing growing budget pressures, this proposal sends a troubling message. A city that pauses investment because it is unpopular today may discover that investment chooses somewhere else tomorrow. Data centers bring billions of dollars in private capital, substantial tax revenue, construction jobs, high-paying technical careers, and critical infrastructure that supports the modern economy. Targeted discrimination against one industry is not good policy. Reno should not become the city that mistakes a social media trend for a planning document. This is not a regional approach. The M word actually harms this entire region. Facts first, moratorium never. I respectfully urge you to reject this proposed moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shane Henderson, followed by Greg Kidd, followed by B. Fulkerson.
Council members, good morning. My name is Shane Henderson. I'm the organizer for the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 26. For our members, this issue is about jobs, careers, opportunities for local families. Data centers are not temporary economic development projects. They come and go. They require years of construction, highly specialized HVAC systems, ventilation controls, and long-term maintenance. Those systems are built, installed, and serviced by skilled union sheet metal workers right here in northern Nevada. These projects create pathways into the middle class through apprenticeship programs that allow local residents to earn while they learn without taking on student debt. Every major data center project means more opportunities for Reno residents to build careers, buy homes, raise families in our community. I know there have been some concerns about water usage and electrical demand. Those concerns are important, and they deserve serious discussion. But modern data centers are far more efficient than many people realize. They are designed with advanced cooling technologies and strict efficiency standards. Their water usage is often comparable to or less than many commercial developments. And they frequently invest millions of dollars into infrastructure improvements that benefit the broader community. The reality is that Reno is competing with other cities and states for these investments. If we choose not to allow responsible data center development, those jobs and economic benefits will simply go elsewhere. Our members would rather see those opportunities created here, where local workers can build them and local business can benefit from them. Ending the moratorium does not mean approving every project. It simply allows the city to evaluate proposals individually and hold developers accountable to Reno standards. That is a far better approach than closing the door on an entire industry that can provide significant economic opportunities for the region. On behalf of the sheet metal workers, I respectfully ask the council to support ending the moratorium and allow Reno to continue while creating good-paying local jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Kidd, followed by B. Fulkerson, followed by Cullen McGinnis.
My name's Greg Kidd. Hey. I am one of those politicians, or politicians to be, running for CDO2. I am really honored to see this group here today. This is democracy working a lot better than what I've seen in Washington. So I want to say thank you for letting me in on this process. I don't claim to be an expert on this topic. I do come from the tech sector. Many of the companies I've worked with are driving the need for data centers. I would observe, and again, this is a non-technical observation, but I think it's pretty much factual that Reno is the fastest warming city in the United States. And there's a saying, horses for courses, and when you're in a hole, stop digging. So I can't see why you wouldn't take a pause here, given that this is an industry, I think everybody acknowledges that uses a lot of power, a lot of water, and needs a grid that we don't really have fully in place. So given this hole, I would stop digging. I'm not going to say much more, but I'm really impressed with the process. I know there's folks here that are concerned about jobs. There's folks here that are concerned about the environment. Folks living next to these data centers. I have to say I'm really questioning many industries, some that are meant to be really close to neighborhoods and some that are meant to be really far away. I don't understand why data centers would be near where people live. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's not a technical observation. That's just me being a guy in dungarees here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd.
B. Fulkerson, followed by Olivia Tanager, followed by Mia Canton.
Hello, my name is B. Fulkerson, and I'm today standing with the proud residents of Reno who love what's best about our town. Our river, our nearby wild and open spaces, our blue skies, and our neighborhoods. We're fighting to protect them and everything else that hasn't yet been monetized, paved over, or had a massive air conditioner strapped to it. Data centers represent a hostile invasion of Reno, a city that's already fighting for survival as the fastest warming city in the nation and one of the driest. Data centers are about as compatible with our climate and sustainability goals as an 18-wheeler on the kiddie train at Idlewild Park. I agree with Kate Marshall, who I just voted for, and encourage you all to vote to join me in voting for. Kate Marshall says data centers do not belong in Reno. Full stop. The Data Center Cheerleading Squad, I guess it has a name now, the Data Center Alliance, tells us we shouldn't complain because we use the internet. It's like complaining that because I drive, I should support paving over Rancho San Rafael, since pavement makes it easier for me to drive. Our use of computers or cell phones doesn't authorize massive absentee tech corporations to colonize our city, seize public resources, and convert Reno into their private tax-subsidized server farms where they and the Data Alliance get to make up their facts as they go along. Data centers are driven by insatiable AI demands, not because some of us use the internet. And they're not just businesses, they're gluttonous energy vampires. They require thousands of times more power and enough water to keep a small ocean consistently lukewarm. They will gut our grid, choke our resources, and send our utility bills soaring. Come next winter, though, Reno residents who can't afford to pay utility bills might be able to heat their homes with the exhaust that comes from the Centra behemoth on Keystone, which this council approved, apparently thinking it was just a very giant, noisy storage unit. This is about our rights as a community. We cannot allow relentless noise pollution, reckless siphoning off of our critical water supply, worsening heat island impacts, and more disgraceful tax breaks. What they call innovation, we call extortion. The tech oligarchy is rigging the system to bulldoze local opposition, deploying their obscene concentration of wealth and power to dictate how these centers are being built and regulated. So we urge this council not to become the viceroys of the tech oligarchy and its mercenary army of lobbyists. You have the ability to prioritize the people who live here over their balance sheets. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Olivia Tanager, followed by Mia Canton, followed by Jacob Haas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Olivia Tanager, once again here to talk to you about data centers. I am the executive director of the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. For the record, we are the largest grassroots environmental organization in the state of Nevada. As you all know, the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter has been working on policy recommendations, has worked with you all as members of the council over the last 18 some odd months, maybe coming up on 19 months now. So we've been really engaged in this process. We know that there has been a public process for all of the data centers that have been approved, but as we've heard today, that public process has been wholly insufficient. And that's something that my organization has been raising from the jump. We know that the public input that you all heard through the course of the permitting for the 3 data centers that we've had over the course of the last 18 months has been almost unanimously in opposition of those projects, and yet all 3 projects have still been approved, unfortunately. We recognize that council cannot act retroactively, and that's why Sierra Club members came to council en masse to talk to you about those projects at that time because of the weight and gravity that we knew that came with those decisions. So I do want to give some clarity because there were some questions about what's happening at the state level. My organization has also been actively engaged at the state level and the regulatory level. We have attorneys engaged at the Public Utilities Commission on questions around data centers. And I've been working very diligently with all members of our state legislature on this topic, again, for about the last 18 months, but certainly more so over the last 12. So there was a recent conversation that the state legislature had in the Revenue Committee about the tax abatement question and things like that. But there was a meeting in March 25th, I believe, that was a joint meeting between Interim Natural Resources and Interim Growth and Infrastructure that addressed some of the things that we've talked to you all about. Recognizing cost shifting is not under the purview of this body. That's something we're working on at the state level. Recognizing some of the water questions about quantity and quality of water, not something that could necessarily be addressed by this body. We're working on that at the state level. And we're also working on air quality, which could impact this body. We hope that this body will take up issues around air quality as well. But that's something, again, we're engaged on and concerned about and want to see regulation on at the state level. So while the state level conversations have not been exclusively about tax abatements, I wanted to point out there's been some other substantive conversations that have been had and will be ongoing. But regarding the vote today around the moratorium, it is the strong preference of my organization that that vote be tied to the adoption of a regulation and an ordinance in place. And I think that alleviates a lot of the concerns that council has. I think that alleviates concerns that the public has about this being a political move. If we explicitly tie the moratorium to the adoption of good regulations and rules, then, you know, you can come back if the state has something that impacts the city that they pass, but at least we have something on the books. At least we don't get to the end of that moratorium with nothing on the books, which I know is the fear of many people here on the council. So that's my organization's recommendation. We would be glad to offer our profound thanks to folks who vote that way and amend the moratorium to look like that. But I really appreciate your engagement on this conversation. As always, my organization is here to
Thank you,
chat
Ms.
with you all,
Manager.
and thank you.
Mia Canton, followed by Jacob Hawes, followed by Matthew Winterhawk.
Hi, my name's Mia, and I'm actually here for the first time, so I really appreciate, this process and being a part of it.
And who is this?
This is Enzo. He's one of my three sons. The other two are at school right now, and so he's just tagging along with me.
And he'll say forever and ever, Mom, I
He did really
remember
good.
when you took me to a city council meeting.
Well, we want to be more involved. So as a local native, we want to, want to be involved in these processes and things that concern us. And so I don't have anything prepared, but I started taking notes.
Good.
And so there was a point that somebody made on this is the only industry receiving scrutinization, but I think that's false because the cigarette industry used to recommend cigarettes to pregnant women. And now still to this
Yes.
day, they're killing people. Cigarettes kill people all the time. And so I think there's a lot of scrutinization for other industries. And this is a concern for people's health, for the water. We've seen other parts that have data centers. Their water is low pressure, brown, and I think we have to go back to our roots. Water is important, land is important, and our children are important. So from someone who is the working class, I can appreciate jobs and the need for jobs and stuff like that. But also, as a financial professional too, I have some licensing in finance, and most 70% are living paycheck to paycheck. So there's lots of people who are in the higher ups who receive compensation. Now, I'm not negating their hard work and stuff like that. It takes a lot of hard work to build wealth. But I think we do need to focus on our younger generation building wealth. For example, my kids' school, the kindergarten playground is very desolate. So those are things that really mean something to me. The marijuana industry was supposed to come in and bring lots of money to education, and I just don't see that happening. Many working class people are living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford to invest, and obviously economic times are really heated right now. So I don't think this is necessarily a ploy for politics. I just think a lot of people want to be involved in something that's really important. And there's lots of jobs hiring. So I think if we invested in higher pay, that's very important to people, then they can feel like they can actually go get a job that's not sheet metal worker or HVAC. Those are very important. My partner is in cabinetry, and so he's working with a lot of the things that are upcoming, but we also don't own a home. And so, there's a slippery slope, and I'm just excited that I can be a part of it. As far as the moradium, I think that a pause is good, but I also think that we should think about not doing that. We have enough, and our land's very important.
Did you say this is your first time here?
Yes.
You made it. Congratulations.
Thank
How
you.
did you feel?
I feel really good. I feel like this is a good skill to speak in front of people that I don't get to talk to all the time, and just get out there and be a part of the city now that I do have children. And when I was younger, these things didn't matter so much, just because other things matter. But I'm really, really grateful to be in Reno.
Well, very
And we wanna
commendable.
stay.
Good mom. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
And then before you leave, we have something for Enzo in the
Aw,
lobby.
okay.
But, and they say public speaking is the number one fear. I believe it's public speaking, flying, and the dentist. I hate all three. But great job.
Thank
And
you.
thank you so much.
I
Nice to
appreciate it.
meet you. And
Say bye.
Bye. Future mayor. I love it. Okay.
Jacob Haas, followed by Matthew Winterhawk, followed by Jenna Ascari.
All right, thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Jacob Haas, and I serve as the business manager for IBEW Local 401, representing the electrical workers and their families across northern Nevada. Over the last several years, northern Nevada has become one of the most important regions in the country for advanced technology and infrastructure investment. Data centers have played a major role in that growth and have provided stable families supporting careers for thousands of skilled tradesmen and women in our community. For many of the members, these projects are not temporary opportunities. They are the difference between staying employed locally or having to leave the Nevada to chase work elsewhere. These jobs allow our members to buy homes, raise families, and support local businesses. These projects drive major investment into electrical infrastructure and grid modernization. The skilled electricians of IBEW Local 401 are helping build the systems needed to support northern Nevada's future growth while improving reliability and expanding capacity. We understand the concerns being raised and recognize the importance of getting this right for the long-term future of Reno. However, a moratorium of that length also sends a broader message that Reno is closed for business. Companies looking to invest in northern Nevada want certainty and predictability. If Reno develops a reputation of halting projects rather than working through solutions collaboratively, future investment, not just data centers, but other industries as well, will look elsewhere. Instead of shutting the door on development for the next 6+ months, we ask council to work collaboratively with stakeholders to develop thoughtful guardrails and standards that address community concerns while still allowing responsible economic growth. We also request a formal public hearing process that includes all stakeholders at the table together. Over the course of more than 12 hours of public comment, many claims and inaccuracies have circulated without industry experts able to provide clarification or factual content. If the city is going to establish long-term public policy on this issue, it is important that the decisions are made through the balanced and informed discussion with all parties involved. If our region workforce is negatively impacted or forced to leave northern Nevada due to uncertainty or lack of opportunity, it will directly affect our community's ability to build the critical projects Reno will continue to need in the years ahead. On behalf of the members of IBEW Local 401, I respectfully urge you to avoid long-term moratorium and instead pursue a collaborative path forward that protects both our community and the livelihoods of northern Nevada workers. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. All right.
Matthew Winterhawk, followed by Jenna Ascari, followed by Joanne Smith.
Matthew, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So, speaking on behalf of Nevadans who are tired of being asked to accept massive projects before the public fully understands the full burden, I support a data center moratorium, but this moratorium must actually protect the public. As written, it appears to be focused on stopping new conditional use permit applications, and that is not enough. If the city is serious about protecting residents, the moratorium must include temporary permits, conditional approvals, pre-application processing, site plan review, building permits, grading permits, utility commitments, water service letters, power demand letters, emergency generation approvals, and any phased project designed to move forward piece by piece while avoiding the public review. A moratorium that only stops one type of application leaves too many doors open. Water must be at the center of this process for you. Not slogans, not closed loop, not reclaimed water, not self-powered, not sustainable, actual reporting. Every proposed data center must disclose annual water demand, peak water demand, construction water, cooling water, wastewater reclaimed water, source, consumptive use, basin impacts, senior water right impacts, domestic well impacts, and what happens during drought, heat, fire, or emergency operations. Reno also needs full power reporting. How many megawatts? What peak load? What substations? What transmission upgrades? What backup generation? Is it going to be diesel, gas, batteries? Who pays if the grid needs the upgrade? Who pays if the ratepayers are being impacted? We need soil, contamination, and public safety reporting. What chemicals are being used? What batteries? What fuel storage? What fire suppression demand? What wastewater risk? What stormwater risk? What emergency service burden? A trade secret is not a public impact eraser. This public does not need private server designs or customer names, but the public absolutely has a right to know the water, power, soil, fire, road, tax, and infrastructure impacts before elected officials and or appointed are approving anything. Nevada is not empty land waiting to be monetized. We have basins, not infinite water. We have families, small businesses, ranchers, farmers, domestic well owners, wildlife, soil, and future generations to protect. The moratorium should be strengthened to require full public impact disclosure before any new data center regulation is adopted. No water accounting, no approval. No power accounting, no approval. No contamination accounting, no approval. No fiscal impact accounting, no approval. No beneficiary disclosure, no approval. This is not anti-growth. This is for pro-transparency, pro-water, pro-soil, pro-wildlife, and pro-Nevada. First and all, please do not pass a weak moratorium that only pauses one doorway while allowing projects to move through another. Strengthen it, expand it, make it real. Nevadans deserve proof today, not buzzwords. And when you leave today, make sure you think about 25 years, 50 years, because we have Superfund sites that still are not designated. I've got Lyon County Water. Our engineer was fired over mines and the appropriation. I promise you, I know this inside and out. It took me 14 months to get to the water engineer. How many of you have talked to him? I have.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Thank you, Matthew.
Jenna Ascari, followed by Joanne Smith, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Okay, repeat that. Jana?
Jenna Ascari.
Jenna, okay.
And I'm in Ward 6, and I'm just going to do this power pose because I chose Nevada. I could have gone anywhere. I chose Nevada. I'm new, and I'm going to say, Matt's a tough act to follow, but I'm going to speak as clearly as I can about this. I've taken a snapshot from random people. I don't know a lot of people here. I've taken snapshots. What do you think of data centers? I don't know. Why don't you know? Okay. What do you think? Here's the scenario. Thumbs down. Like overwhelmingly no. But we need to be educated. As members of the Reno Council, you represent the people, we the people. I'm wondering who's influencing your decision. Is it us? I'm coming to this from a solutions point of view. I'm a teacher. I need to pivot any time during my day. I need to understand all the different children in my program, from whether I'm teaching in the elementary of science, then who's strongest, who needs support, who needs enrichment in math. So I'm constantly pivoting. I did work in Silicon Valley. I know what goes on there. So let me tell you this. Nevada, wake up. You are in the power position. You do not need to go, oh, please come here for business. We need you. You are in the power position, so know that. And then you can tell the developers exactly what you want. You can tell them, let's make some options here. We will accept 5 data centers. Now you get a bidding war. The developers come to you, and they're going to be eager, okay? Now you get to call the shots. We accept these 10 locations. away from the people. Oh, but let's not forget this. We're going to now say that because we want our pristine water to stay as it is, because we're supporting our residents, therefore, you need to come up with your own infrastructure. That means you need to do wells, you need to do solar, something sustainable. Let's remember, the folks in Silicon Valley are creative. They've come up with ways to do things, and they can improve the scenarios. No tax incentives. Why? Why should we do that? We're in the power position. Let's enrich our communities by the money we can extract from them. Be in the power position. We, the people, demand this.
Joanne
you.
Smith, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Guadalupe Alvarez. Joanne Smith. All right, Jerry.
Okay, Jerry, you're up. Come on up. Madam Clerk, what was the last name?
Nice to see seniors here. We still have a voice, don't forget it.
Guadalupe Alvarez, followed by Amy O'Brien.
Okay.
I tell you, you're not making this easy, Hillary.
All right, Jerry.
I need some water.
Okay,
How about
let's
Mickey?
get some water for Jerry. He calls himself a seenager. I love it.
We're not done yet.
He's one of our biggest senior advocates. Okay, take it away.
Phoebe. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Is it orange or is it red? No, it's red. Okay. Okay. Look it. I was in that apartment complex, Carville Park Apartments. When they were relocating people, they used an organization called Loading Helpers, okay? Those loading helpers were supposed to take our stuff to a storage place and take our stuff to the Ramada or wherever, right? Well, these guys, what a crooked organization run by Ben Pierce, you hot dog. They broke all my stuff. They didn't return I won the championship in this town playing pool. I was given Mother Pearl juice tip. It was $400. These guys, they didn't give me back my pool sticks. They broke my television, an antique dresser that I had. These are the movers. They were supposed to negotiate with me. It's 5 months after I've left. They haven't done that at all. They're trying to avoid me. The Carville Apartments, they have Mercedes Flores, an interim person there, to help mediate these things. She has refused to call me. You know how they tried to stick it to me there in that place. Well, I got the hell out of there. They killed my cat. I told you the last time I was here, they came in and they sprayed insect spray, and they didn't tell me to get the cat out. I had that cat 18 years. Those are evil people, Hillary, I tell you. And now I want my stuff. I made them an offer. They refused to call me up. Ben Pierce, you hot dog, greedy. Anyway, I'm enjoying myself as a grandpa.
Congratulations.
Maya Grace, what a cutie, huh? Yeah, how lucky I am. It's given me a lease on life. I'm still advocating for my fellow seniors. Before I even left that dump, I fed 20 seniors on Thanksgiving and Christmas. What did management do? They gave them little packets of mustard and ketchup from the local McDonald's. That's how they treat seniors. Well,
We're not done.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Appreciate you. Keep fighting for our seniors.
And the only reason why I come here, Hillary, you're the girl next door. Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Guadalupe Alvarez, followed by Amy O'Brien,
Okay.
followed by Ilya Arbitman.
Guadalupe, come on up. Guadalupe, will you just help Jerry?
You keep that.
Perfect.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe Alvarez, and I'm with the Water Over Data Alliance. You may remember me from 2 weeks ago where I ended my comment with water is life. I trust you've all taken the time to deeply reflect on that statement and change your minds about inviting future development of data centers within and on the outskirts of Reno. In relation to item C1 on the agenda, I'm pushing for a permanent moratorium beyond the proposed December 31st extension and a permanent ban on all stages of data center development within and on the outskirts of Reno. The last 2 weeks, I have had the privilege of visiting one of the most biodiverse rainforests of the world, not for vacation, but to learn from the water and from the people and all the animals that help keep the rainforest healthy. In the rainforest, a seemingly infinite amount of water falls from the sky, flows into the river, seeps into the soil, and is stored in the roots of 10,000 species of plants. The water is a collection and exchange of knowledge and life. And you know what else? The animals and the soil and the trees, they never cry or worry wondering when the next rain will come or if there's something wrong with it, because the water never goes away. It lives in everything, down to the last microbe. We are not the rainforest and our water is not as infinite, but it is just as precious. So what will happen to our water when it goes away? I'm telling you this to encourage you to turn empathy for the environment into clear action. There is no such thing as responsible or ethical development of data centers, even more so when profit is prioritized over indigenous stewardship and sovereignty and ecological health. Conversations around extraction of natural resources should have continuous informed consent from indigenous communities within the watershed and be treated with the utmost care and urgency. We're once again reminding you how much water and additional resources data centers need to run and how this has irreversible consequences on habitats and wildlife. It creates a ripple effect of fragmentation and imbalance. A closed-loop cooling system does not use less water and still requires mass amounts of energy to cool servers, meaning more development and less balance. And even if the water is recycled and reused and treated, unlike the rainforest, that water won't return to the soil or to the river to support life, but to contaminate it. Toxic water stored in every microbe indefinitely. So I'm here to remind you again that water is life, and data centers don't deserve one drop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Amy O'Brien, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Rosie Zuckerman.
Hi. Thank you for having me today. I'm nervous. I'm here
You're
to
fine.
advocate for a moratorium to stay in place indefinitely. Data centers are a threat to our environment and public health. The thought that you can reduce the impact of building and maintaining these facilities in our community ignores the long-term implications of how AI will impact the future of humanity broadly. Who does AI benefit, truly? Don't tell me it can make my life easier. I don't benefit from outsourcing problem solving or creativity, and neither do you. As far as I can tell, the people and systems that will benefit from AI include billionaires and the military-industrial complex. No thanks. I understand you are navigating multiple demands. It seems complex. What I hope you are holding in mind as you make this decision is who will benefit in the next generation, and in the generation after that, and after that. I am going to cite some data collected and compiled by the Desert Research Initiative. I know Mayor Shivi, you mentioned them earlier. Nevada's data centers consume 22% of the state's electricity generation capacity in just 2024. Nevada already uses roughly 10 times more energy than the state produces. Mayor Shiva, you also mentioned the Lake Tahoe community being told by Nevada Energy they will no longer receive power as data centers are being prioritized. Reno and Las Vegas are the fastest warming cities in the nation, and summer power could place residents at risk of exposure to temperatures that reach above 100 degrees. And I haven't even mentioned the impact on water systems. It's infuriating that we have to plead to our government officials to protect our water system and the flora and fauna of this gorgeous region that depends on it. Just 12 of Nevada's facilities are on pace to use about 11.9 billion liters of water per year by 2033. This is roughly equivalent to the water needs of 31 golf courses, or more importantly, this equals the drinking water for 24.1 million US adults. Nevada's population is roughly 3 million. We need a permanent moratorium to protect the welfare of citizens, to protect our water, well-being, and the future of our children. The city needs to have some courage and take action. You cannot wait for the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency to take the lead. Our future depends on you. My kid, your kids, and their kids to come depend on the choices we are making right now.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Rosie Zuckerman, followed by Krista George.
Hi, Ilya.
Hi, Ilya Arbitman for the record. I'm here in support of the moratorium and also in support of a permanent ban on data centers in Reno. Today's decision regarding data center development is just the newest front in an ongoing, many decades-long battle to protect the land we call Nevada, and the people and wildlife who live on it. Although it is always worthwhile to revisit history in depth during moments of political tension, for the purposes of this comment, I'd like to connect the grassroots pushback against data centers to the successful resistance against the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository. The original legislation that designated Yucca Mountain as the only, quote, suitable repository for the entire country's nuclear waste was officially called the Nuclear Waste Policy Act and was referred to here as the, quote, Screw Nevada Bill. It was not just hippies and anarchists that stood up to Yucca Mountain. It was, just like you see here today, a broad and representative coalition of all ages and walks of life, with affected indigenous communities leading the way. Western Shoshone in the case of Yucca Mountain and Pyramid Lake Paiute today. We are facing the same threat in different clothing. Large, minimally accountable corporate or government agencies looking for the cheapest, quickest ways to solve complex economic and environmental challenges. And of course, these shortcuts only work because eventually the directly impacted communities will be the ones to actually bear the cost. What do I mean by shortcuts? The stories of American corporate failure when it comes to environmentally risky development are so ubiquitous that we stop noticing, perhaps by design. We are well served to remember how often we are reassured that a project will be safe, sustainable, and all the rest of it, and how often these reassurances are utterly betrayed. The large-scale disasters, like Exxon Valdez or Deepwater Horizon, are worn by their perpetrators like badges of honor. Exxon and BP are still two of the largest, most powerful corporate entities in the world. But the truth is that environmental ruin and human pain are just accepted as the cost of doing business. The daily reality of ongoing development-induced catastrophe is just not newsworthy. Unfortunately, many people in this room, I actually didn't hear about this until Saturday, perhaps are unaware of a disturbing local incident from late 2023 when construction crews working on a new apartment building in Sparks accidentally hooked up the building's sewer line to the city storm drain instead of the city sewer line, leaking by some accounts 2.5 million gallons of sewage into the river. Silverwing, the developer that's now defunct, never notified anyone, not the state, not locals, not downriver communities like Pyramid Lake Paiute, despite discovering and allegedly repairing the issue themselves. The only reason this disaster was brought to light was because enough Sparks residents smelled something shitty in the air and thought to notify News 4. And apartments like that are relatively low-risk projects when it comes to potential environmental impacts. By the time there's a problem with the water, it's going to be too late, right? So it's not an issue of let's see what happens. We really have to make sure that there's not going to be an issue in the first place because water can't be fixed once it's contaminated. So I'm here advocating for a permanent ban. I think everyone in this room is in agreement that we don't have to build it just because we can.
Hey, Ilya. Would you put on the record, again, you were going a little quick, who that was?
In Sparks, yes, Silverwing was the developer.
What was it?
Silverwing.
Silverwing?
Yeah.
Mr. Witt?
They only existed for the duration of that project.
Mr. Witt. Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Rosie Zuckerman, followed by Krista George, followed by Deborah Gallett.
Hi, my name's Rosie Zuckerman. I'm in support of the moratorium as well as a permanent ban on data centers in our region. The truth is that the impacts of data center development the truth is that impacts of data center development at the scale currently being considered is unknown. Many of the power and cooling technologies are brand new as they were designed specifically for this application and have yet to undergo any long-term real-world testing. Companies working to build massive facilities all over the world are scrambling to come up with solutions to address concerns about sustainability, water usage, noise and air pollution, light pollution, energy costs for nearby grids, etc. We do not consent to being guinea pigs for this industry. The only rational path forward is to take a serious, intentional pause and determine with full community and stakeholder participation our next steps. A well-designed ordinance seems like the obvious starting point. An argument that often takes the day in these chambers is that data centers are good for our local economy because they create construction jobs. Without oversimplifying matters, blindly prioritizing development for development's sake is an ethical compromise that I am sure most of us take issue with. El Salvador's dystopian CCOP mega prison certainly created a lot of construction jobs. Should we build one of those? Deciding what exactly we want to build in our city is a core function of planning and city government, and a necessary component of making those decisions is involving and listening to the public. There are lots of other types of projects that could create construction jobs and meaningfully contribute to the quality of life here in Reno. For example, housing. If this council spent a fraction of the time we have now wasted debating this no-brainer question of data centers, instead putting out RFPs for vacant properties, attracting low-income developers to the region, lobbying the legislature for more housing assistance and state-sponsored programs, listening to community input on vital questions like outreach services and out-of-the-box approaches to working with vulnerable populations, we might make some progress. While these discussions lack the sheen of glass buildings built for AI brains, they are real human substance of what makes a city function and thrive through difficult times. Let's put the data center question to bed and move on to something real that actually helps our city.
Krista George, followed by Deborah Gallett, followed by Savannah Scott.
Me again. I'm Krista George for the record, and what I'm bringing up this time has a little bit to do with the permitting process and how it was, put through the first time with the CUPs. So I just have a couple questions. What do you know about 3 megawatt Tier 4 generators? I can tell you they're loud. They're 90 to 105 decibels. And I sure hope the Keystone Data Center has super silent enclosures. And yes, those are a real thing. They bring the decibels down to 65, 75. So that would be appreciated since they are less than 300 feet from my house. There will be 2 of them there. I'm wondering if these generators are going to be mounted on raised platforms, on isolators, so they don't rattle and cause more noise. I want to know if this Reno noise code that is on the Trinity Consultants Central Data Center noise acoustic study have put up here, and sorry for my chicken scratch notes, based on discussions with shareholders December 12th, generators will not be required to comply with the city noise code. I guess that's an ordinance. I could not find it. So I know maybe for testing I had seen something like that, but just that they're not going to have to be required to comply seems a little strange on a noise, an acoustic study. So anyway, also want to know about the NFPA 10 requirements for fuel storage for those generators. I will assume that they're class 96 since they are for critical infrastructure. So that would make the 133% required amount of backup fuel stored on site to be, around 100 to 150 gallons of diesel fuel. I have not seen anywhere on the application where this fuel is going to be stored. I've looked all over it. I need to know that they're 100 feet from both streets. They need to be 40 feet from structures. How close can that kind of diesel fuel be stored next to the railroad tracks or next to a giant heat radiating building? The smallest UL 285 tanks, they are 20,000 gallons that could possibly accommodate being stacked onto this little tiny property that they have squeezed this giant data center onto, are 110 feet in diameter and 34 to 38 feet in length. Where are those going to go on that property? Are they going to be by my house? I hope not, because there's a building right there. I hope they're not going to be by the train tracks, because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't approve of that. I cannot readily see this information. Is there a secret to them and a magical combination to finding all of this on the One Access portal, where I feel that everything they are doing should be transparent? I should be able to see the make of those generators, the specs, the brands, and I can't find any of it. And I am concerned. My house is right there. And I
Yeah.
feel that the CUP process in the beginning was lacking.
Will you make sure, make sure you provide that to the clerk and
Oh, I have a whole article if you'd like
whatever
it.
you have, will you please give it to her? That would be great.
Yeah.
And then we'll put those, you went down the list. You had another, I know you had another form that you had written on, that one too.
This one, well, I can get you like the whole thing if you'd like.
All right, well, we'll include it in the motion. Thank you. Okay,
Deborah Gallick, followed by Savannah Scott, followed by Damian Cole.
well, at 1 o'clock, I think?
Hello, Council. My name is Deborah, and I'm a member and organizer with Code Pink Reno. We're the local chapter of the national organization, and we organize to educate our community to take action in support of peace and human rights, with the goal of ending U.S. warfare, imperialism, and exploitation under capitalism. I'd like to take a little bit of a broader view of data centers and AI and their link to the U.S. war machine and the military-industrial complex. Code Pink National has done some excellent writing on data centers recently, so I will gratefully be using their words to connect data centers with the broader issues. Data centers are products of war and products for war that are killing people and the planet. They demand immense resources like critical minerals and fossil fuels, driving U.S. warfare and resource-rich regions rich regions like Iran and Venezuela, as well as U.S.-backed warfare in the Congo going back decades. Fossil fuels provide almost 60% of the power for data centers, especially for emergency generators. AI data centers run almost 24/7, so these generators are constantly operating. Control over fossil fuels is a driving factor behind U.S. regime change efforts in Iran, Venezuela, and other resource-rich regions. The extraction of other needed minerals like silicon, gallium, lithium, and cobalt requires both the destabilization of the sovereign regions in which they are found and inhumane mining practices like the use of child labor. The use of these minerals is clear. The Pentagon recently became the largest shareholder in MP Minerals, one of the largest mining companies in the Western Hemisphere, in order to source aluminum for fighter jets, titanium for missiles, and copper, lithium, cobalt, and many others for data center batteries and semiconductors. The more data centers are built, the more minerals are needed. This process of extraction has murdered millions in the Congo, destroying the soil, water, and forest, one of the largest lungs on the planet. It has led to the newest phase of imperialist aggression on Venezuela, a mineral-rich country with the largest oil reserves in the world. Oil, of course, is also essential for data centers. The Pentagon recently agreed to massive deals with both Palantir and OpenAI. The employment of AI in military operations has already resulted in war crimes. For instance, Anthropic's Claude was used in the bombing of the girls' school in Manab, Iran, which killed around 170 students and teachers. Data centers are not just toxic installations in communities' backyards. They are a driving force behind wars and instability, and they keep American workers tied to the endless cycle of wars for fossil fuels. Let's not be like Box Elder County in Utah. Let's do something different. Let your legacy be one of land protection, taking care of community, and putting people above corporations and profits. I implore you to please institute a full ban on data centers in Reno. If that is not feasible, please extend a moratorium on data centers until we have proper rules and regulations in place. An arbitrary date in December will assuredly not be enough time to do proper due diligence. The moratorium must be tied to rules, regulations, and sustainability commitments and must be retroactive. Thank you.
Savannah Scott, followed by Damian Cole, followed by Bree Casper.
Hello, council members. I'm Savannah Scott, and I'm here today to urge you to impose a moratorium on permit applications for data centers and to completely and permanently ban them. I just want to say that I've been to a lot of city council member meetings in the past, and I've never seen so many people show up. So I am really so proud of the community for showing up to this. I have lived here in Northern Nevada my entire life, and these data centers are just not in the best interest of Nevada as a whole. The data center on Keystone is over 3 acres and has been a point of contention for the community since its inception. The main arguments in support of data centers have been that they are quote unquote good for business. And to that I would ask, what kind of business do we really want Reno to be good for? Me and most everyone in this room does not want these type of investments to be here in Reno. Data centers don't create more jobs, and yet they're receiving the same tax breaks that job-creating, economy-boosting businesses do. Aside from the fact that data centers are bad locally, they are bad nationwide. AI is being used to surveil citizens, it is being used to take as many jobs as possible, and they are a scourge on our land. What are we supposed to do when AI is censoring what we can and cannot say constantly? When people who worked hard to get high-level degrees are replaced by a program trained by the general depravity of the internet? Or when we have no more land, no more clean air, and no more clean water? Because that is the future that we are rapidly approaching if we keep encouraging AI. There are more important things in life than advancing technology and big business, none the least of which would be ensuring a livable planet and, more locally, a livable city for the years to come. Reno is already the fastest warming city in the United States, and why are we attempting to speed that process up? I love living here in Reno, and I want to be able to raise a family here, but I don't want my children growing up in a place that's just nothing but acres of data centers. I would like to quote Pope Leo XIV from his encyclical letter Magnificat Humanitas. Having considered the issues of responsibility and governance of AI, we must now return to the central question, what does it mean to safeguard our humanity? The risk extends beyond the misuse of certain technologies, more gravely, the pervasive technocratic paradigm in which we are immersed and that is amplified by the digital revolution and AI, threatens to normalize an anti-human vision. In that vision, the fullness of life is equated with having more, reducing weakness, and eliminating uncertainty and exerting total control. When efficiency becomes the ultimate measure of value, human beings are tempted to see themselves as a project to be optimized rather than as persons called to relationship and communion. Thank you for your time today.
Damian Cole, followed by Bree Casper, followed by Marge Mursky.
Damien, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Damian Cole for the record. I am in support of the moratorium because we need to clean up this zoning mess that we have on our hands. The central business district boundaries are from 1966 prior code. They haven't been looked at for well over 50 years. We need to look at what the downtown district really is, the central business district. Talk to staff about it, they know about it. So I want to talk specifically about the Keystone and zoning issues on Dickerson, a third of a mile away from the level 3 communications data center. And I'll show this to you guys later on, but this is for the council. I went old school with this because this never appears on YouTube. This is zoned as industrial commercial. This is right next to Oxbow Nature Study. It's this portion here. It's owned by Union Pacific Railroad. It's actually overhanging part of the wetlands here, okay? So our zoning needs to be fixed up, including this bottom portion of the nature study, which is zoned as single-family residential. Remember how 3 years ago I brought up the idea, I said, how come all of our parks, like 50% of them are not zoned as a public facility or open grounds or something, and no action's been taken on that, even though I brought it up. So let's say a data center wanted to tear down all of this beautiful foliage. Well, even if a conditional use permit weren't granted, they have plenty of options. Because right next door, this half-mile corridor along Dickerson is all owned by Union Pacific Railroad. All of these people are tenants. There's a thriving community there full of what I would call no more than just light industrial, like with the auto shop, but the rest of it is art supplies, sporting goods, Glorious Cafe, woodworking, Castle Foods, boat storage. Everything except the boat storage is Union Pacific. This is exactly the same type of zoning that the data center on Keystone is. We need to re-examine the way that we're zoning our places, and I would also say CUPs in general. If there were proper zoning for this type of facility, they wouldn't need to apply for a CUP. That means that tells you right there, we're not currently equipped to handle this kind of thing. And I would argue that, some people say, well, this is a NIMBY issue. Well, what kind of backyard, what kind of environment, what kind of neighborhood are we trying to make? So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. But yeah, it's a larger conversation about zoning throughout the entire city for our parks and our neighborhoods. And thank you very much.
Bree Casper, followed by Marge Mursky, followed by Beverly Harry.
Hello again. I have a lot to cover in this C1, and so I'm just going to get right to it. I am pointing out that the existing data center on Keystone was proposed and approved at 6.67 megawatts. Now, the data center is saying that they're going to use 12 megawatt facility. Where is their updated NB Energy letter saying that they are able to handle this capacity? I also want to let everybody in the audience know there's a minor deviation clause that states that if construction plans change by more than 10% from their original approved layout, that change exceeds the threshold for administrative or minor deviation, which means you can't just send an email and get approval, and requires a formal permitting modification. I just want to check with legal that if it is cited that changing their megawatts by double is in fact changing it more than 10%, is this grounds to pull their permit? And if so, who is in charge of doing that? I think we've spoken that that would be code enforcement, and they seem to think that sending emails back and forth is adequate. I'd also like to bring into question if the planning division, is this a project of regional significance? So with the master plan permit here, you can see that the people who filled out the application for the Keystone Data Center clearly stated that no, the facility generates electricity, it will not generate electricity over 5 megawatts. So if they are generating more than 5 megawatts, they're supposed to go through an additional review process. I just want to ask if that review process has been done and see if we can have some maybe transparency to the community about what happened there. And then my final piece in which they did change, I'd like to point out to the legal team again, there's more changes that are happening here. In the beginning, we were talking about an air-cooled facility. Now it's been brought to our attention in this mechanical design change summary that the owner decided to change the system from the previous permitted documents. Further on in the document, it states that they have changed from air cooling refrigerant based to the chilled water cooling base. So here I'll state, we are switching to a closed loop chilled water cooling system for the data center, whereas the previous design was a refrigerant based air cooling. So I ask you again, is this more than 10% of the deviation? And are we ready to pull their permit now? In close, I'd like to say, at what point do these existing data centers get held accountable? And there were only 6 regulations in the CUP before the annex code changes were being specified that we're doing right now, thank you very much, for a warehouse. And we all know, in fact, that these data centers are nothing like a warehouse. And so who's holding them accountable? We want to know, and we want to know how come this isn't retroactive? How come these regulations that you're making right now don't apply to the 6 that squeezed through and are now in our city? I believe that if they do have their permit revoked, that means that they would need to go through a new formal permitting process. And I just want to clarify that that would be done under the new regulations as opposed to their grandfathered in regulations. Thank you very much. Never give up.
Marge Mirsky, followed by Beverly Harry, followed by Autumn Harry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, it was loud. What's your name?
My name's Marge Mirsky.
Okay. So let me just say we're going to take one more after you, and then we're going to go into a break for 45 minutes. Okay, take it away. The floor is yours.
Great, thanks. My name's Marge Mirsky. I am a construction worker and a member of a local union here in Reno. And I'm speaking today because I want the city council members and my community to know that the industry leaders do not represent the opinions of all construction workers in supporting data centers development in our city, as well as rushing regulation development. So local construction industry has banded together strong in their stance that data centers provide for the people of this city. In a way, that's true. I'd say that most members of my union have provided for themselves and their families while working on a data center. But you know what else is true? These data centers create more of a demand for skilled labor than we are able to supply. My local union is putting money into billboards, television, radio, and Instagram ads just to try to recruit people to join. We've more than doubled in size in the last 5 years, and still we cannot keep up. Our hall has put to work hundreds of non-local traveling journeymen who are here from all over the country to support this rapid growth and development. We have heard and will hear from many community members today about supply and demand problems for energy and water. As a citizen, I too am very concerned about keeping enough of these public resources for our people and local environment, especially when we're inevitably hit with another drought. But as a construction worker, I'm concerned about the supply and demand problem for labor. Right now, there's far more demand than there is supply, but what happens when that demand goes away? What happens when the local industry has double the amount of workers and the same amount of local work there was before the data centers? The boom and bust of construction is a reality, but larger booms lead to bigger busts. More people on unemployment, more people struggling to put dinner on the table, more people likely to lose their homes. This city's resources to help those in need are already stretched thin. The Washoe County Shelter Census Dashboard has shown that all shelters in the area are over 95% capacity and have been for months. What happens when all these skilled tradespeople need help and you can't provide it? According to the policies that have been enacted by this city council, they'll be ticketed and thrown in jail for just trying to find a place to sleep in the city they helped build. So, to the city council members who should be doing what's best for our citizens and for our environment, I urge you to slow down data center development by enacting a moratorium on new permits while you take time to develop regulations and consider an outright ban. I urge you to seriously consider statements from impacted tribes and communities and involve them in discussions about regulation. I urge you to make decisions that leave public resources for the public and not open to the highest bidder. And I demand that anyone who's profiting off data center development excuse themselves from any decisions regarding their regulation.
All right, thank you. And hold on one second. And then who, I know I said just two more, but I believe your daughter, is she next? Yeah.
So Beverly, Harry, and then Autumn, Harry, and then we'll
Yes,
go on break.
and then we're gonna go on break, okay? All right.
Where do you put it? Oh.
Thank you, City Council members. My name is Beverly Harry, and I am really thinking about this issue. It's about artificial intelligence and humans. And the thought process has to go directly to humans and life, and not what is not tangible. I just can't believe that this issue has come up and there hasn't been a response that directly just shuts it down. I also want to ask you, like, once the decision is made to protect the water, there should be a time to heal and celebrate, right? Because we haven't been celebrating the way that we should. So for the river to heal, we need to begin looking at how it needs to heal. We need to remove waste management from the river. We need to remove the cement slabs on the river at John Champion Park. We need to have indigenous people repatriated and provide those remains to tribes who have had ancestors that were exhumed by the Deep Line Rail Project back in 2006. And we need to begin an apology to Family Suit Mutual Aid and provide a City of Reno award for bringing compassion to houseless communities. That's how we begin to heal. Finally, we can't move together if the walls of fences around the cities stay up. We need to remove them so the river can be free. There has to be a drug-free zone on the river, and terminate contractors' licenses that are are doing open dumping on the river. And then we also have to remove racist names from the city streets of Reno, like Carson and Newlands, and replace them with Numu names and Washoe names. There are more trees within the city zoning than are on the river. So therefore, we have to plant trees. We have to bring diversity back to the corridor. And then we have to celebrate diversity. So why can't we start with soul and Latin and bring live music that celebrates art, fish, life cycles of the Cuyui and the Lahonk cutthroat trout and the Great Basin, and change our focus directly to heal the river and ourselves and our community. And we also need to bring poplars to the river, have people come and grow those trees on the river, and we invite everybody, including the unions, to come and help heal the river.
All right, thank you so much.
Autumn Harry?
Hello. No, Autumn Harry Minani, no Kuyui Papananadoe, no Kuyui Takata, Agai Takata Dine, no. Hi, Council. My name is Autumn Harry for the record. I'm a member of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. I just want to make it very clear, I come here as an individual and a member of my community. I in no way represent the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. Everything I say is my own individual opinion. I'm sharing the same photo that my mom shared. This is a mural in Las Vegas of my late father, Norman Harry, and his quote, "What is good for the fish is good for the people." He was a very strong water protector, and I come from a line of very strong water protectors. My dad passed in August of 2020, and we really miss him. He was one of the tribal leaders who was so knowledgeable about water rights within the state of Nevada, within the Truckee River watershed. And I know that Councilman Dewar was able to work with him as he served as tribal chairman for several terms. And so I'm here because I have a responsibility to him. I have a responsibility to my ancestors and my people. I've been here for forever, right, since time immemorial, and I think about my ancestors who have always been so connected to the lands that we're in right now, and I think about the water that flows downstream to Kuyuipa, and the water that once flowed to Winnemucca Lake, and I think about generative AI and the use of AI and this idea of artificial intelligence, and how it's deemed as progress. And my vision of progress is we continue to talk to our elders and to remember those oral histories that have been taught for several generations and that have been passed down. And I think about the stories that my dad told me when he was young and hearing from his elders about Winnemucca Lake and when there was still water, and there was water abundant within Winnemucca Lake. And when they would go hunting and they would let off that shotgun, the whole entire sky would turn black because of the amount of waterfowl that lived there and that called that place home. And now when you go to Winnemucca Lake, it's a drained desert, it's a drained basin because of Derby Dam, because of decisions that have been made to divert that water and to take that water away. And I see data centers as another form of water theft. It's another form of land theft, and our people are continuing to be impacted by these decisions. So I'm here today to ask for, I support the moratorium, but I am here to ask for a permanent ban on data centers. I do not see any benefit of data centers within our community. They do not benefit the fish. They do not benefit our people. And I just ask for that you work towards a permanent ban and also include the tribal nations. And I do demand full prior and informed consent of the tribal nations within the watershed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hey. All right, everyone, we're going to take a, 45 minutes, I believe? Yes. You think that's adequate? Okay, perfect. So we actually, we'll be back here at 1:45. Okay.
Everyone get up, get some fresh air, walk. If there's something that you need, let us know. We do have a quorum now, so we are going to start.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are reconvening the meeting, and at this time, Vice Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Doer are absent,
Okay,
and it is 1:55.
and they will be right back, but I do have their permission to start.
Oh, Councilmember Doer is present. Okay, our next public commenter is Elena De La Paz, followed by Kira Rayhard, followed by Tyler Maynard.
Okay. He told me he was going to be a little while. Okay, did I take your notes? Did I take your notes? Here they are.
Hi, my name is Elena. I'm here with Water Over Data Alliance, and I'm here speaking on item B1 and supporting item C1. As our community has continued to research more about data centers, the answers have not changed in regards to the impacts. Desert Research Institute is the only study specific to Nevada, headed by Eric Hensel and Dr. McKenna, and that's the only study in Nevada, by the way. And the only thing that left out, one of the few things that left out, is the reality that it is very difficult to track how much water is actually being used and how much energy is actually being used. And TUMWA has been a part of that process, and this has been more difficult because of how rapidly they're being built and how different their sizes are. And I know a few of you here are actually on the TUMWA board, and so, granting permits through their board, I would like to point out that in the Nevada State Chapter, Chapter 18, Article 13, it is clear that the water belongs to the public. The people and the public deserve to know what companies are filing claims to use the water that we all drink. And this is something that is not implemented in the TUMWA process. We demand that Rule 7 is changed so that there is public input in the process so that community can be prepared. It's interesting to see that as these permits are being accessed, TUMWA has this idea that there's this paper water, approximately 150,000 acre feet, to give out these permits. And the truth of how much water actually flows through the basin, through this watershed, is very different and drastically different every year. And paper water just doesn't mean real water. Another thing that we noticed looking at the current regulations for data centers, as so many have already been approved, is that all you really need is a good couple of doors in the right place, a good place to park some trucks, and a permit to walk on in. And is this what has been deemed acceptable to operate under? There's approximately 6 data centers that are being built, and 2 of which are on either side of Black Springs, a historically Black community. I was here last time speaking of that. And if this is the kind of regulations we are starting with, then I'm not sure that the community holds trust with the idea that if we just had enough regulations, then it would be enough. That is why Water Over Data Alliance is demanding a permanent ban on data centers. Because with these findings, it just seems like what is deemed acceptable is just not enough. And I also didn't see within the staff report that tribal communities were going to be part of that process. Devin Reese, I know you mentioned Hungry Valley as a solution for where data centers are going to be built. And the last time that I was here, I mentioned that the communities that are directly impacted are specifically Black and Indigenous communities. So I don't see that as a solution. Like whatever findings, like maybe that council is agreeing with, that community is not agreeing with that. And they would face the brunt of those health issues. They would face the brunt of their water. And so I found that really, really disturbing to hear. So I feel like there's a simple solution, and that is, let's build something different. Let's not build data centers. Thank you.
All right. Do you want to clarify?
Sure, Elena, I want to make sure you understood my comment. My comment was not that Hungry Valley is a solution for data centers. My comment was that the Reno Sparks Indian Colony economic plan that they have passed calls for data centers to be built there. I think it's a bad idea, but yeah, that's why I'm telling you, I'm clarifying my position. It's not that we have anything to do with them being placed there, but that's what the Indian Colony plan is for themselves.
Kira Rayhard, followed by Tyler Maynard, followed by Mary Beth Lavender.
Hi, my name is Kira Hard and I live in Ward 2. This is a picture of Chrissy Collin, and this is one of the trees that greets me when I walk my dogs. I put a quote by Robin Wall Kimmer because I feel like braiding sweetgrass really changed my life, and to love a place is not enough, we must heal it. When was the last time you put your feet in the river? The last time you ate fresh blackberries warm from the sun? Do you remember the smell of the plant debris slowly breaking down in the mud? Have you brushed by the nettle and remembered the intensity of its touch? The slime on the river rocks as you cross. Can you hear the wind through the willows, the bright tartness of the rose hips? I love this land and water more than anything. I'd do anything to protect it. This world makes me incredibly sad. How we treat the land is how we treat the animals, is how we treat the people. I feel so much more hopeful about life and the future when I sit by the river. It's where I find my own strength. We can't lose the fish, we can't lose the nettle, the cottonwoods. We need a permanent ban on all data centers now. Going forward, we need full transparency, and decisions must be made by all impacted communities. All decisions around extraction of natural resources must have free, full, and informed consent by all tribal nations within the watershed. That includes Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, Washoe Tribe, and Falun Paiute Shoshone Tribe. Anyone profiting off the development of data centers or their creation should not be included in deciding its regulations, as that is a conflict of interest. The land and water do not belong to anyone, and the long-standing stewards of this land, Paiute, Washoe, and Shoshone, do not treat the land and water like colonial governments have. There has been 14,000 years of if 14,000 years of stewardship is not proof enough on it, I hope you look at the last 250 years of destructive colonial law and see what it has done to the water, land, and sky and people. There's a $9 trillion AI bust that's about to hit us all. The supply chain is breaking down. We're seeing countries that we decide to exploit for extractive natural resources, changing their laws so that we can no longer exploit them. Helium is one of these things that we need for data centers, and that is a depleting resource that once it goes away, it does not exist anymore. There's also a lot of talks about how construction jobs are being lost, but we're not talking about what the jobs being lost to AI. 11,000 jobs a month are being lost to AI. 11,000. Our city was built on tech, on Apple, on Google. All these people are losing their jobs. So what happens when those people don't have any money to put into our economy, if we want to think about it in that aspect? Like me personally, it's enough just to save the water. The problem of late-stage capitalism should not come at the cost of the water and the land. A full ban on data centers will show that you have hope for the future, and a future outside of an economic system that puts money before land and water. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tyler Maynard, followed by Mary Beth Lavender, followed by Sky.
Entire country. Does that make sense?
My name's Tyler Maynard, for the record, and I'm here to talk about a permanent moratorium. I believe a 6-month moratorium is a start, but doesn't meet the demands that we as a community are asking of all of you on this council. First and foremost, we are asking that tribal members are at the head of the table in the decision-making and approval of any and all data centers. And not just data centers. Any policies that pulls resources within city limits should have full and informed consent by all tribal nations within the watershed. Building data centers, installing flock cameras, and hosting the Riverfest are not technological advancements, security measures, or community events to be proud of. They are a disregard to the Paiute and Washoe people who love and care for this watershed and land and all the life that it provides. Devin Reese and Naomi Doer, you both said at the last meeting and earlier in presentation for B1 that you would work with tribal consultation. We would like concrete answers and more information as to how and when you will consult with the tribes and give them their due sovereignty and decision-making over the future of the water. Water theft in the basin started with the building of Derby Dam, a project with which the Paiute tribe never gave consent to, and water theft continues today with data centers and a continued lack of consent from the Paiute tribe. Do your job, listen to the countless people who have showed up today and called for not just a 6-month moratorium, but a permanent moratorium. Give tribal members real decision-making power, not just a seat at the table, but at the head of the table. Thank you.
Mary Beth Lavender, followed by Sky, followed by Jess Burrows.
Good afternoon. Hi. My name is Mary Beth Lavender, and I've been a Reno resident for almost 2 years now. One of the main reasons why I chose to move here was because of its perfect balance of city and nature. We are so fortunate to have one of the cleanest rivers in the country running right in the middle, in the heart of our city. So when I hear that data centers are being built along the Truckee River like they're Dollar Tree stores, I'm deeply concerned. Have you seen what the water looks like in Georgia near a data center where the construction sites are? Let me just show you. See that? Is that, oh, sorry, it's upside down. Thank you. Okay. This is the water currently in Georgia. Does this look like anybody wants to drink this water? Would anybody here like to drink? No, right? No, yeah, it's a real special kind of sweet tea. You can filter this water, and I still don't want to drink it. I don't care what your resolution is to fix this. And so I'm deeply concerned. Are you ready to drink? Are you ready? Sorry, let me compose myself. I'm getting worked up. Are you ready to buy bottled water to drink, to cook, to bathe in? Because this is where we're going. We see the destruction. As we all know, each data center requires hundreds of thousands of gallons of water per day to operate. And currently there are 3 of them already built along the Truckee River, the same river that is our primary water source and one of our greatest natural assets. This council has a responsibility to protect that resource, and right now, I'm sad to say that that responsibility is not being met. So I stand here today to demand that you take this responsibility seriously and act on the following. First and foremost, conversations about resource extraction and data centers should be led by Indigenous leaders like WODA serving in active support roles. I demand that tribal nations are at the head of the table along with my fellow friends here, specifically Reno Sparks Indian Colony, Pyramid Lake Paiute, Washoe, and the Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribes. Any policies that concern the extraction of natural resources within the city limits should have the free, prior, and informed consent of all tribal nations within the watershed. Ordinances impacting natural resources must include documented, meaningful conversation with impacted communities before any vote is taken. Individuals profiting from development of data centers or their infrastructure must recuse themselves from any decisions regarding the regulation. Tax incentives need to stop. It's ridiculous. We can build a thriving economy in so many more non-destructive ways. And finally, I demand a permanent ban, plain and simple. Reno alone has 6 data centers, and there are roughly 70 across the entire state. We are done welcoming a development that will literally suck the already extreme dry state into a permanent, uninhabitable desert.
Okay.
Please choose water over data.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Where did you move? There have been several people that have moved here. Where did you move from?
I most recently moved from Washington State, but I'm originally from West Virginia.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Sky, followed by Jess Burrows, followed by Becca Denny.
Okay, so I think we have Sky. Hi. And then Jess, right?
Jess Burrows and Becca Denny.
And Becca. Okay, perfect.
My name's Sky this time. Nice to see you all again.
Hi.
I wish I was a little more prepared, but the main thing that really spoke to me was a lot of the comments in favor, or sorry, against the moratorium in favor of data centers really rankled me. We heard that all of us are out here because of internet speculation, Facebook comment activity, public anxiety, because this is the political issue of the time. They're acting like a moratorium is going to ruin the chances that any data center business ever comes to Nevada ever again. What do you think would happen if there were a 2-month pause on gold mining? 2 months later, there would be gold mining. It's stupid. It's a foolish argument to make. And if you want to talk about anxiety, that's where I would start the conversation. And if we're talking about who's here because it's the political issue of the time, let me ask you that. How many of these people have you seen week after week, after month, after year. We are fighting for something. We're not here because data center is the hot topic. I'm not getting paid. I have 3 jobs and I get 60 hours of PTO a year, and I'm spending that vacation today. I could be in Jamaica, but I'm not. I'm here because I care. We're all here because we care. The other thing that they said was, let's hear the facts from the experts. We are economists, scientists, historians, farmers, geographers, botanists, physicists, seismologists, are you kidding me? Artisans, laborers, electricians, union members, small business owners, educators, teachers, parents, and we are all children. I don't know that much about history, but I think we've all gone to the mining towns in Nevada, the ghost towns. When the mining bubble, the mining boom first came, the bubble was growing. The mines were working, the gold was flowing to the owners and investors. And then the bubble burst, and what's left? What's left are these ghost towns, places that no longer support life, not the miners, not the plants, not the animals, and certainly not the indigenous peoples who were pushed off those lands in the first place to make room for the miners, the settlers, us. I wish I'd prepared more, but we've been busy. We're cleaning up the river. We're feeding people who are experiencing homelessness. We are cleaning up the mess that this city council continues to make by deferring to a larger jurisdiction. Oh, kick homelessness to the county. They'll figure it out. They didn't figure it out. We continue to do that. So what I'm asking for is to vote yes on a moratorium and ultimately a permanent ban, because would you please give us a break?
Jess Burrows, followed by Becca Denny, followed by Paul Lenart.
Okay, Jess, Becca, and Paul.
I had this written down as good morning, but it's now 2 p.m.
Yeah.
So I'm Jess Burrows. I'm with Water Over Data. I heard a lot from the presentations about timelines, about 6 months, about when the legislative session ends, and I'm not really hearing anything about the timeline of the water or the land. I'm not hearing anything about the timeline of future generations. Y'all are talking on very, very short timelines and small timescales. The timeline for data centers is never. Many of us are here today responding to a call. It is our intuition, a deep longing to be reconnected to the land, to each other, that's telling us to stop business as usual, to shake off the cultural amnesia of modernity, to stop working, and to come here and speak for the river in the future. We all have felt the patterns of energy in the universe moving in a specific direction for a long time. This tendency towards genocide, conquest, racial conflict, inequity, and false ideas of superiority and entitlement. We see the pace picking up as AI is forced upon us to further displace and surveil us, to increase the extent of empire and perpetuate the harms of settler colonialism. We are here today creating a new energetic force towards repair, a force towards remembrance, to remember the water that becomes us, to remember the land that sustains us, to remember the sunsets that spiritually nourish us, to see and acknowledge as authorities of this remembrance the Numu, Washu, and Noa peoples. This knowledge has been held and safeguarded since time immemorial by Indigenous elders of the First Nation peoples. We look towards our elders who ground us in a shared understanding of the past and bring us a cosmology of time outside of linear progress that data centers herald. I mean, Beverly was just up here talking about healing, about celebration of the river that has already been damaged. We reject this concept of progress. We reject data centers completely. 6 months, the 6 months that this moratorium is proposed for is not enough. It's not enough for the kiwi. It's not enough for the scarlet globe mallow or the milkweed or the monarchs. It's not enough for the night heron or the egret. 6 months is not enough time to feel every degree of the water in the Truckee on my skin after a day at work. It's not enough time to bathe, drink, play, fish, and continually renew our connection with the river in Quiwipa. 6 months is not a future. A permanent ban is what the future looks like. Any policies that concern the extraction of natural resources within city limits should have the free, full, and informed consent of all tribal nations within the watershed. We demand that the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, Pyramid Lake Paiute, Washoe, and the Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribal nations be at the head of the table when drafting ordinance and policy concerning what you call natural resources, but what are actually our relatives. Water is sacred, water is life. Water over data.
Becca Denny, followed by Paul Lenart, followed by Soren Alderman.
Good afternoon, Reno City Council members. My name is Becca Denny with the Nevada Chapter AGC. We respectfully oppose the proposed data center moratorium. Data centers, are a critical part of our modern infrastructure. They support economic development, drive technological innovation, and provide the foundation for the industries and businesses that power our economy today. Implementing a moratorium on data center development in Reno would send the wrong message to investors and businesses looking to Northern Nevada as a place to grow and expand. A moratorium may also put Reno at a competitive disadvantage. Neighboring communities continue to welcome this industry and the jobs, tax revenue, and economic activity it brings. As demand for digital infrastructure continues to increase, companies will choose to invest in communities that offer a stable, predictable, and collaborative regulatory environment. We also believe this issue deserves a broader statewide conversation, as mentioned previously. Consistency and predictability are important for residents, employers, and industries operating across Nevada. A patchwork of different local policies could create uncertainty and discourage long-term investment throughout our state. We appreciate the council's thoughtful consideration of this issue and your continued commitment to keeping Reno a leader in innovation, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Paul Lenart, followed by Soren Alderman, followed by Matthew Wilkie.
Madam Mayor,
Can't believe they
members of the council, I guess I do have a poem for you. On what meat does this private capital feed that it has grown so great? Why, man, it doth bestride the world like a colossus, while we petty men peep around its great legs, seeking for ourselves dishonorable graves. Yeah. That's the liberal arts part. Here's the rest of it. Look, there was a very nice talk about how we have to attract members of the investment class. In effect, one has to bribe those already rich to put their money into something useful. Where are our fast trains? Where is our network of communications? Where is our guarantee of the livelihood, the basic livelihood of the bottom half of our population? All the investing class ever looks for are opportunities to get a profitable return. I have spent my entire life waiting for a decrepit and obsolete system to collapse so that it can be replaced by something better, something which actually serves the vast majority of the people who live within it. Yeah. But no, they always find a way out. Luckily for them, Eastern Europe fell. Oh boy, new investment opportunities. Luckily for them, China, by its own grit and determination, developed and ended poverty and thus became a market, and that always gave them a way out also. Now, the way out that they seek includes data centers, which will be used for the surveillance and monitoring of our population, so that any replacement or thought of replacement of this obsolete and obscene system cannot even be thinkable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Soren Alderman, followed by Matthew Wilkie, followed by Sandy Roth.
Okay, so Matthew and Sandy. All right, take it away.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Soren Alderman, and I am here today to call for a permanent ban regarding the data centers. I want to start by saying how tired I am of living in fear for the future of our community. These data centers, while new to us, already have a dense history of negatively impacting communities. And for some reason, we want to invite that into our city. I decided to do some research on some of the local ones, and I learned that one of the largest capacity data centers in the entire world is located in our backyard, or it's going to be. It's being built at USA Parkway, and Swift is calling it the Citadel. Now, in the film Mad Max Fury Road, which takes place in a barren, waterless wasteland, the Citadel is an oasis ran by the rich, where water is scarcely given to the poor, who live homeless, starving just right below them. Sound familiar? In the real world, a 16-mile-long pipeline is being built, pumping water straight from the Truckee to this data center, all of it being used to cool this thing down. And then half of Lake Tahoe is losing their power, our side of Lake Tahoe, just so we could use that energy for these data centers. Is this the... so sorry, lost my track. I'm sorry, but who the heck does this benefit? What is the point? Is it to store all of the footage you guys are collecting from the FLOT cameras? Is this the reason why we won't have clean drinking water next year? The Keystone Data Center being built next to the river. Did you guys even think about the ramifications of that? Just a little bit. Have you thought about the outflow that'll head straight to Pyramid Lake? All of this makes me believe that it's incredibly important that any and all policies that concern extractions of natural resources within city limits should have free, full, and informed consent by all tribal nations within the watershed. The conversations we're having about resource extraction in these data centers should be led by Indigenous leaders, and these conversations on ordinances must have meaningful consultation with the community that's being impacted. It's the bare minimum. Instead, these decisions are made behind our back in order to have the rich profit off the development of these data centers. While I believe these people profiting should recuse themselves from deciding the regulation of it all, it's only fair to us, the people. And for all of you running for mayor, Kathleen Taylor, Devin Reese, and anyone else who's running, I hope you realize how much this will impact the race and how where you stand on these issues will affect the outcome. I also want to point out that our feelings about the data centers are not just tied to the election. This is not trendy outrage. It's not a political stunt. This is about our future, our health, and our community. We have to protect each other.
Good job.
Matthew Wilkie, followed by Sandy Roth, followed by Chris Bell.
Sandy and then Chris. Okay, Matthew, take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Manager, and members of the council. A few weeks ago, this body took a small step in issuing a temporary pause on moratorium. The council members who actually did their homework and evolved on the positions, thank you very much for not being a rubber stamp for industry lobbyists. And for those of you not quite there yet, I hope we don't have to colonize Mars first for you to realize resource management. I want to take a moment to talk about the jobs fairy tale that the trade union reps are spinning. They want you to believe if we do not pave over every square inch of the Truckee meadows with servers, that they're going to go hungry and lose their jobs. That's simply not true. Data centers are the most anti-worker buildings on the planet. You get a quick burst of construction jobs, and then what? Yeah. The site becomes a high-tech ghost town where we are literally trading our future for a handful of permanent positions. Maybe 11 positions as proposed with this Keystone Data Center to watch monitors and change light bulbs in a fortress. It's not an economic engine, it's a parasitic relationship. They are built on literally taking the jobs that these union reps are complaining the potential of not having to have. We could be building actual manufacturing, an actual tech hub that employs hundreds, if not thousands of jobs, but instead we're considering to be Silicon Valley's graveyard. Let's start with actually building true affordable housing so these construction people can have the jobs that they want. Look at what's happening next door in Tahoe. Envy Energy is already processing requests for 6,000 megawatts. The mayor of South Lake Tahoe is even on record of telling residents to take out a second mortgage to put solar panels on their home. When many people here can't even afford their first mortgage or pay their landlord's mortgage through skyrocketing rent, the solution for us should not be to go into debt to save money and to save our planet. And we should not be subsidizing tech billionaires. Hey, Greg, if you're still here. One facility can suck up millions of gallons a year of water. This water is taken directly from the Truckee directly from the Truckee River and our aquifers. One thing that I want to mention is our insane tax abatements that we have. Through our ridiculous abatements, the state has allowed, I think it's 75% abatements on these facilities. We're not interested in a pause that magically expires a few weeks after the November election, and only in a year would come back with a compromise that has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. We want a real timeout. We want a real permanent ban on data centers. Y'all have, on this dais, have the chance to be leaders in preserving Reno's resources, or the ones that sold out to the highest bidder for 11 jobs. Have the day you deserve.
Sandy Roth, followed by Chris Bell, followed by Matthew Fonkin.
I heard you all in there. I heard you all in there. Are you from, is Matthew? You said y'all. I said y'all. No. Never mind. Matthew. Matthew. Oh, you're both Matthew. Oh, that's right. You are Matthew. Matthew and Matthew. No wonder I'm looking at you and he's like, you guys are both going. Wow, cool. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Take it away.
Hello, my name is Sandy Roth. I am here to urge you not to further delay the adoption of common sense data center measures. In early 2025, the Planning Commission asked you to adopt guidelines and requirements for data centers. You rejected that request even though you knew that data centers were coming to Reno, and then you continuously put off addressing the issues. If you genuinely are serious about a text amendment, then please don't delay even more. I'm very concerned that you apparently plan to end the moratorium in December after the election, regardless of whether there is an ordinance in place. Any moratorium should be tied to the adoption of an ordinance. I know that you already have heard many hours of public comment, that most of you have heard from data centers and developers, talk to them, talk to unions, talk to utilities, and many other interested parties. You don't need to delay in order to get more input from them filtered through regional. You also definitely don't have to wait for the legislature to act. As Councilwoman Ebert said, that definitely would look political because it's clearly unnecessary. I agree with Councilwoman Anderson that most of what will be done at the legislative level is not going to impact what the city does. You have different authority. Tax abatements are an issue and cost shifting is an issue. There are a number of issues that are of great concern to the state, but they're not things that you can address directly. So please get going. I also want to talk about a few things that I think could be emphasized more. I know Ms. Knox has a lot on her plate, but I just want to emphasize a few things. I think there needs to be more attention paid to the inadequacy of the process. Right now, the process does not ensure that developers, data centers disclose important critical information and even comply with the representations that they do make. We have seen applicants misrepresent their water and power use to the Planning Commission with no accountability. The process must require truthful and binding disclosures and commitments with no easy administrative amendments. I also want to emphasize the concerns that I have. There have been a few people talk about diesel generators, but this is a really critical issue, not just because of the noise, not just because you have diesel on site, which is a risk, but also because of the air pollution. Diesel generators emit toxic pollutants that affect respiratory health, cardiovascular health, are linked to cancer. There needs to be controls on that. Ideally, you would require battery backups. If you don't, then please at least require top-tier generators to reduce the amount of toxic emissions and limit their use to genuine emergencies and necessary testing and maintenance. Their common sense regulations are not a bad thing for Reno. They're a good thing for Reno. They're good for the people, they're good for the companies and the unions. So please, get moving.
All right, thank you.
Chris Bell, followed by Matthew Funkin, followed by Corinne Bollendorf.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheeby and hardworking council members. My name is Chris Bell. For the record, I'm a Reno resident of Ward 2, and I'm also a proud member of the Sierra Club. I want to start with a big thank you for looking into this enormous issue of our times and showing leadership in acknowledging that we have concerns and rights to make decisions about data centres' appropriateness for our region. I don't know how often you see this room so packed for an issue, many times over, and also after a big break, so many people still return. We are passionate about this. It strikes me that this is important to the people of our town, and the public comments show an overwhelming resistance to a data centre carte blanche in our community. As our representatives, you have a clear signal that these developments are not wanted without guidelines that serve us and align with our values and needs. I implore you to extend this important moratorium not for 3 months or 6 months or even 1 year. We have to get it right. So please extend it for as long as a quality and thorough ordinance can be drafted. So please modify today's resolution and to extend it for as long as is required. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Matthew Fonkin, followed by Corinne Bollendorf, followed by Samuel Sheridan.
Okay, Matthew, Corinne, and Samuel. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Matthew Fonkin for the record, and I am asking you to approve item C1. This moratorium is not anti-technology, it is pro-responsibility. Reno is being asked to make room for an industry that consumes extraordinary amounts of power, places new demands on water systems, generates heat, requires major infrastructure, and can permanently reshape this region's environmental future. That is with a heart and respiratory conditions at greater risk. Poor air quality is not just a seasonal inconvenience. It sends people to clinics and emergency rooms. Water scarcity is not just a planning concern. In the driest state in the country, it is a permanent reality. So before Reno allows more of these facilities, the city needs answers. What are the cumulative impacts on water demand? What are the impacts on power supply and reliability? What happens when industrial energy demand grows faster than local infrastructure? How much waste heat is being created? How will nearby neighborhoods be protected? And who pays when upgrades are needed? Those questions should not be treated as paperwork. They are the difference between smart planning and preventable harm. A moratorium gives Reno the time to do this correctly. It gives staff time to build meaningful regulations. It gives the public time to be heard. And it gives this council the time to require independent analysis rather than rely on promises from applicants with financial interest in the outcome. And frankly, that is how government is supposed to work. Not by approving first and studying later, not by letting developers move faster than public safeguards, not by asking residents to trust that everything will be fine after the permitting are already moving. This pause is the responsible step. Use it to require environmental review, water analysis, energy analysis, heat mitigation, emergency preparedness, ratepayer protection, and enforceable community safeguards. Reno can be part of the future without surrendering its water, its air, its grid, or its public health. Approve agenda item C1 and give this community the protections it deserved from the beginning. Thank you.
Corinne Bollendorf, followed by Samuel Sheridan, followed by Tara de Quiros.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne Bollendorf, and I'm an educator, writer, and a deeply concerned citizen of Reno's Ward 3. I'm here to say that 6 months is not enough. This council must enact a permanent ban on data centers in Reno. I attended the last council meeting virtually and was disturbed by what Councilwoman Taylor said. She said that we didn't need a moratorium because she wanted to, quote, get the work done now. But it is apparent that no matter how many public-led conversations or credible research is brought forth to this council, the people this council represents will continue to be ignored and our public resources plundered, all under the false narrative that Nevada will be left behind because of AI's inevitability. Meanwhile, because of the council's failure to act or listen to our tribal leaders, data center projects were able to slide in without any transparency or public input. Now we have the Keystone Data Center less than a mile away from the Truckee River, stealing our limited resources for capital gains that won't stay within our community. The argument that AI is inevitable is a manufactured marketing tactic. I don't buy it, and neither does the Pope. But you know what's truly inevitable? Drought, air pollution, habitat destruction, rising energy costs. These are all real inevitable losses. Our community has done such an amazing job of outlining the environmental travesty of data centers, and I too demand that our tribal nations must be at the head of the table when it comes to extraction of natural resources. But I do also want to focus on a new terrifying reality growing in AI, which is AI-generated CSAM, which stands for Child Sexual Abuse Material, and the exploitation of women via deepfakes. And a 2026 study by the International Watch Foundation found over 8,000 AI-generated images and videos as showing realistic child sexual abuse. This image appears across both the dark web and mainstream commercial platforms, and AI sexual abuse chatbots are accessible on the clear web, which encourages users to act out simulated child sexual abuse scenarios. If that's not bad enough, a 2023 deepfake study found that 98% of all deepfake content online is non-consensual and pornographic, and that 99% of those depicted are women. The public deserves to know exactly what content these data center projects are housing, especially when 1 in every 3 AI deepfake tools allows users to create illegal and abusive content. Since the City Council won't ask these questions and tech companies refuse to disclose their harms, the City of Reno should in fact be closed for business to these pillaging, incompetent tech companies. Otherwise, our public and city officials are complicit in climate collapse, copyright infringement, job loss, privacy theft, exploitation of women, and CSAM distribution. For all these reasons, a 6-month ban is not enough. A permanent ban on data centers must be approved today. Thank you.
Sheridan, followed by Tara De Quiros, followed by Hannah De Quiros.
Hi, City Council. I'm Sam Sheridan. I'm here again, asking you to do the right thing again. And I'm a member of Ward 1. So I'm here speaking in favor of Agenda Item C1 and to urge you to pursue a total ban on data centers in Reno city limits. The fact is, 6 months is not long. We see how fast things get done around here. We're still here today, which, whatever. But 6 months is not long enough, and the only thing that will be long enough is forever. The fact is we need to protect our community, and just pushing this off doesn't do that. It protects our community for 6 months. That's all it does. So as we go forward, as you guys go forward in this process of regulating data centers, many people here alongside me demand that Indigenous leaders within the watershed be included in these discussions, and also experts. You guys talked about it earlier. We need people who can do the science, can do all that stuff to be here in this negotiation. And then rules and regulations need to be retroactive. This has been a talking point a couple times today. But the fact is, the data centers that are being built and those that are already built need to be regulated the same way as those being built in the future, and hopefully never. So data centers, my main point here is data centers are simply impractical with the environment we live in. In the fastest warming city in the driest state in the United States, heat and water use are 2 of the most prominent problems with data centers, and those are the 2 prominent problems we face even without data centers, right? You wouldn't build a ski resort in the middle of the Sahara Desert, so I hope you wouldn't build a data center in the place that doesn't have these 2 resources, right? We can't afford to heat the state up more, and particularly the city, and we can't afford to use all the state's water or the city's water. So another thing that's been proposed a couple times is them bringing their own power, developing their own power systems. This doesn't solve the majority of the issues people are talking about, right? It might solve that electricity bill issue, but the fact is it doesn't solve the water issue. They can't generate water, right? It doesn't solve the heat issue. It doesn't solve the noise issue. This is all very impractical. And even if they turn to something we consider renewable, like solar panels, the fact is resources need to be extracted, unfortunately, typically from indigenous lands, to build those solar panels. And not only that, these things require such a large amount of energy that it'd be completely impractical to build solar panels or any other renewable energy source that would actually be able to power these things. And additionally, closed loop systems have been mentioned a couple times. Nothing exists in isolation. These aren't actually closed loop. They require more energy than the typical data center format, and they would release toxic sludge into our environment. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Tara De Quiros, followed by Hannah De Quiros, followed by Rob Blackstock.
Tara Decados, I'm in Ward 2. I'm hoping that the City Council has realized that permitting these data centers without real public input was a mistake, both because of the impacts to our environment and the loss of public trust. The Truckee River is the lifeblood of our community, and that is the real story here, but others are speaking eloquently on that, so I'm going to talk about something else. I looked at the conditional use permit for the Keystone Data Center, and it didn't include any of the conditions that I would want to see. For example, it didn't require monitoring devices to be installed at the site and connected to a website where the public could see real-time data on how much noise, pollution, and heat the data center produces and how much energy and water it uses. The permit didn't specify limits on these harms or specify consequences if those limits are exceeded. And I want to thank Councilwoman Durr for raising some of these concerns earlier. How does the city think that I should be able to hear the Keystone Data Center and smell its diesel generators from my house, which is 0.8 of a mile away? Should the kids at Reno High and the kids at the Boys and Girls Club, who are half a mile away, be subjected to higher temperatures, noise levels, and particulates? What about that kingfisher sitting in a tree at Idlewild Park 2,000 feet from the data center? What about those kids at Innovations High School who are 1,000 feet away? Or the folks who've spoken whose homes are adjacent to the data center but apparently don't fall within the 750 feet limit for notification? I urge you to follow up on the research done by Bree Casper because it sounds like she's identified ways that Centra has already violated the conditions of its CUP. City Council should be working for the people who live here, not for corporations.
Anna De Quiros, followed by Rob Blackstock, followed by Reese Lampf.
My name is Hannah Decados, for the record. I've lived in Ward 2, less than a mile away from the Keystone Data Center my entire life. I'm in favor of a permanent moratorium and a total ban on the construction of data centers in and around Reno. Regulations, compromise, and temporary moratoriums will never be enough to minimize the environmental impacts these data centers will have on our community and watershed. Data center construction essentially trades Reno's land, water, and health to make way for a technology that will be used to surveil us and diminish our humanity. I demand a total ban on data centers in Reno and the inclusion of Indigenous leaders in the decisions that impact their ancestral land. I'm also a first-time voter, and this issue is going to be at the top of my mind when voting this season, but it goes far beyond this current election cycle and will impact not only my generation, but future generations and the land that I've grown up on. Thank you.
Blackstock, followed by Reese Lampf, followed by C. McCombs. Rob? Reese Lampf, followed by C. McCombs, followed by Sam Tower.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Reese Lamp for the record. I'm looking at you. I don't know you, I didn't get to hear your name earlier, but I hope you feel excited that all of these people are here fighting for you and your future. So, I am here to speak in favor of Agenda Item C1, and more importantly, a permanent ban of data centers in Reno. I'd like to ask all of the council members, in the past month, how many times did you think about this meeting and the detrimental effects that the data centers are going to have on this city? Because I can promise you that despite this 1 month moratorium we had, I have thought about data centers every single day. The people in this crowd have thought about data centers every single day. And most importantly, the indigenous people who face severe and irreversible damage to their land have thought about data centers every single day. Data centers are going to leave a toxic legacy, and the driest state in the nation doesn't need to support artificial intelligence and its survival over the people's survival. I'd like to highlight that AI has not turned a profit. It's just the companies simply continue to be subsidized. And there's no clean way to build a data center. For example, to power the Keystone data center alone, you'd need approximately 80 acres of solar panels, which would lead to habitat loss, death of wildlife, and adding to the already developed heat island that is Reno, and that's cited by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Another example is that only 60% of water from a closed-loop system can actually be used. The water is treated with chemicals, uses more energy, and more fossil fuels. A 6-month moratorium is a small step in the right direction, but a permanent ban on data centers in this city is the only solution. The people of Reno are not open for business when it comes to data centers. Tribal nations must be consulted as they have protected the waters, the land, and each other without the help of AI for hundreds of years. I strongly encourage the 6-month moratorium, and even more so, a permanent ban on data centers in Reno. Thank you.
C. McCombs, followed by Sam Tower, followed by Jessica Osgard.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is C. McCombs for the record. I normally go up really early so other people don't take what I have to say, but it's all been said. A lot has been said that I agree with, so ditto for a lot of things, so I'll try to keep this short. So I think initially I heard y'all kind of bickering with one another about, some of the kind of politicking, that you're going on. But I really want to put that in perspective. For us, this is a really good thing. You guys are advocating for your constituency and arguing with one another. You're not just in consensus over supporting data center. This is wonderful. I know this might be uncomfortable, amongst your colleagues. I understand. But y'all, we're talking about things we're actually close to having the majority of people that come here, their voices represented by one of you. We're talking about, this isn't when we're asking you to cut a little bit of money off the top of the police budget where everyone is unified in disagreement. We're actually making headway here. I think this is a wonderful time. But what I want to leave you with is, especially I hear this evoked a lot, and this was evoked by some of the people earlier talking about progress. And what progress means to them, the inevitability of AI and data centers and progress. Well, I have a very important counterpoint to that. I think oftentimes we hear progress as, the final word for why data centers are inevitable, but data centers are neither progress or an inevitability. I want you to interrogate what progress means to you. In fact, the inevitable march of progress has been used to justify every greatest atrocity from Manifest Destiny that it resulted in the genocide of Native American people on Turtle Island to the development of the atomic bomb. Both things, they use this argument about the inevitability of progress to justify these atrocities. For me, progress means zero desecration of native lands. To me, progress means being able to swim in the Truckee River with my friend Autumn and our relatives and her relatives together. For me, progress means my kids know how to read, because this is a very real consideration that we have to take into account for the inevitability of progress and accepting Silicon Valley and all their data center bullshit. Because they're plopping kids down in front of a laptop computer and they don't know how to read anymore. So that is not my identity. That is not what I see as progress. And I really don't think it's what you see as progress either. And I can see that in these debates and these discussions. So please, keep having the debates. No data centers ever, ever on native land.
Sam Tower, followed by Jessica Osgard, followed by Kate Barnicki.
Just making a little collage. Not exactly related to what I'm going to say, but not unrelated. Hello, Reno City Council. I'm sure you hear all these people, your constituents, who have taken the initiative to be more informed than you are in many cases, imploring you to heed their warnings and their wishes against data center development in this city and beyond its arbitrary bounds. But are you listening? No person who is informed about data centers would support data center development. A person who is uninformed or underinformed or misinformed about data centers could be indifferent to them. But once you have learned how data center development and operation can and will and already is destroying this earth and its waterways and its communities, and providing a networked foundation for mass citizen surveillance, which is to say more effective regulation of the population, us, again, you can only be against data centers. A reason you would support data center development is because you stand to profit from it. That, or you want to destroy the land and the plants and the animals that live on it. Maybe you stand to make a profit and you want to destroy the land. A short list of adjectives to accurately describe those who support data center development: anti-indigenous, short-sighted, ecocidal, individualistic, self-interested, uncaring, reckless, greedy, heartless, soulless, brainless even, morally bankrupt, disgraceful, disgusting, deadly, with all due respect. Whether it's open pit mining or data mining, extraction is the action and contamination is always the byproduct. We need a permanent data center ban in Reno, not merely a 6-month moratorium, to protect the waters that give us life. We also need a permanent data center ban in Washoe County, in northern Nevada, in the entire state, in the country, and on this earth. But in this room, I'll call again for a permanent data center ban in Reno. In other words, we need a moratorium forever. Thanks for listening.
Jessica Osgard, followed by Kate Barnicki, followed by Rose C.
Members of the council, I stand before you today for the second time, speaking out in order to slow the progress of data center development. My name is Jessica Osgard, for the record. I'm here in favor of a moratorium in order to force a pause to allow ourselves time to test these possibly dangerous waters. I fear the worst, that these data centers will overwhelm our watershed through cooling demands and continue the dramatic warming trend we are set on, in addition to the daily impacts we will have to live through, such as the noise pollution and rising energy costs. I fear the worst, but I do not know for sure, and neither do any of you. I don't know what makes you trust the numbers provided in the staff reports that got these conditional use permit applications approved, but if you do trust these numbers, you're just gambling the worst possible outcomes without vetting any of the information that claims otherwise. The staff reports to me seem beyond insufficient. They are bordering on fraudulent. As someone mentioned earlier, and U.S. Rep. AOC recently called out in a House subcommittee meeting earlier this month, the staff reported numbers were completely false when it came to the quality of Georgia's drinking water in Morgan County. The information included, again, extremely questionable, and I hope that you can question it as well, but it's starting to feel like government officials could care less about gathering the full scope of information needed to make an educated decision, no matter the possibilities of harm. But if we don't start fighting to have these studies conducted, it will only be after we are already experiencing the disastrous impacts that we will start to restrict and conduct the tests that should have been a prerequisite. All too late. Because yes, while our local data centers have managed to obtain CUPs, I have to say, as someone who actually took the time to read through a lot of the Title 18 updates from January 2025, the definition of a data center in that part of RMC does us zero benefit without having any real checks and balances on these industries. Conditional use permit requirements for data center construction needs to be strengthened greatly to achieve externally confirmed resource usage tests and extensive large-scale ecological assessments. As I see it, we already have an exorbitant amount of these data centers being built in northern Nevada, and without Reno leading the fight to checking these industries, our whole state could get taken advantage of by these trigger-happy developers. I see this moratorium and further banning as a moral obligation on the council's part. Again, I am not anti-progress, I am anti-misinformation, and I am anti-reckless environmental destruction. I'm pro-testing the waters before we just jump into the mouths of the sharks. Let us give ourselves the time to find the true impacts these industries can have before we push ourselves any further past the point of no return than we may already have. I think these developers think we Nevadans are an easy target, but I know we are smarter than this. Let's act smart for our health, our indigenous history, our water, and the safety of our biodiversity. Please let us be smart today so we can still be alive and thriving tomorrow. Thank you.
Kate Barnicki, followed by Rose C., followed by Alan Galsby.
Okay, this is the most exciting part here. Oh, does it work? Okay, I'm done. My comment's done, everybody. That was it for today. Okay. Thank you. So to start, I just want to make clear that I do advocate for a full ban on data center construction for all the reasons that have been exhaustively enumerated in previous council meetings and today. But since today we're focusing on regulations in relation to a longer-term moratorium, I will follow that thought path. So I read through Reno's conditional use permit application. It states the CUP applicant will, quote, not be materially detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. I don't see how any data center would even qualify for a CUP because they certainly are a threat to public health, safety, and welfare, but that leads to a larger point of how data centers need to be in their own separate permitting category. Reasons being, one, they're ridiculously resource intensive. We've gone over this. No matter if it's evaporative cooling, closed loop cooling, whatever the power generation source is, there's no debate. They use massive amounts of resources. So it just seems logical if your business is a mega user, you get to be in a mega user category. Two, data centers need to be highly tracked and monitored by an independent third party, if not several independent third parties, including independent third parties from the tribal nations and the public at large. These data center corporations manipulate what little data they gather in order to lie about their resource use. They lie about their environmental impacts. Amazon just settled in a $20.5 million class action lawsuit regarding groundwater contamination caused by one of its data centers in Eastern Oregon, and it still claims it wasn't really the data center's doing. They will lie about anything. They've been made ugly by money or something else, or I don't even know what. 3, you get more rules when it comes to water. Nevada state water law says that, quote, all sources of water, whether above or beneath the surface of the ground, belong to the public, unquote. Moreover, I would argue that if we're going to operate under these frameworks of ownership, then that water above and below belongs to the indigenous tribes of the Great Basin. Nevada state water law repeatedly talks about water rights related to beneficial use. I think the tribes can best determine what beneficial water use is, and so both tribal and public consent should be part of the data center permitting process. 4, data center developers are working on behind-the-meter power generation. There's always loopholes, workarounds, always bags of tricks. We need strict rules in place to counteract these developers who will bob and weave in whatever manner they deem necessary to fatten their pocketbooks and advance a creepy agenda of panopticon-level surveillance. 5, data centers pose a unique fire risk, and it's my understanding that specialized fire equipment and training is needed to adequately handle the potential catastrophe of a warehouse full of burning electronics in the middle of our city. We need data center specific fire codes. These are just a few of the reasons why data centers are different and require regulation beyond just CUPs, and I hope you can see why someone such as myself might advocate for a full ban.
Rose C., followed by Alan Galsby, followed by Steve Recchia. Alan Galsby.
Bit of good news. I'm going to be pretty fast. My name is Alan Glaspie, for the record. I've been in Nevada for about 35 years, 10 years down in Ward 2, and I like it a lot. It's very nice. I'm here in support of the data center moratorium and would urge you to consider an extension to thoroughly study this issue. Now, I understand why a data center would want to move here, as Reno has pretty inexpensive power and a business-friendly tax and regulatory framework. I also get why the Reno government would welcome a data center, as it is a welcome addition to property tax and maybe a few jobs after the construction gold rush is finished. What I'm less clear on, though, is what benefits accrue once that construction gold rush is over. The high degree of automation in these data centers translates to lean staffing, or, as I like to call it, only a few jobs. Considering the frequently mentioned demands on power and our scarce water, the benefits of these data centers seem ambiguous for most of us living in Reno. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm on the fence whether or not we should have these data centers or not, so I hope you take a few minutes to consider the pros and cons. Bit of good news, other communities are struggling with these exact same issues. We all have heard about Loudoun County in Virginia. I would bring to your attention, if you don't know about it already, the city of Aurora, Illinois, which has recently enacted comprehensive, common sense regulations to ensure their data centers are good corporate citizens. They address planning and ongoing public accountability, and they would serve as a good template for you to examine. I will conclude. I wish I had a poem. Now that would be nice, but I don't know any clean ones, so I'll conclude with a bit of a Western wisdom. Whiskey is for drinking, water is for fighting for. I would implore you to fight to use our water wisely with respect to our neighbors downstream around Pyramid Lake and Derby Dam, and for the best use of our shared resources beyond next year. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
I apologize, Rose C. is via Zoom, so we'll move Rose over. And then we have Steve Recchia, followed by Claudia Williams.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you for acknowledging me. Hello, City Council, my name is Rose, and I would like to push you to approve agenda item C1, the moratorium. But in actuality, I'm encouraging you to ban data centers in Reno, or at the very least, to approve a multi-year moratorium on all data center development in Reno, because it will give you time to see the consequences that data centers will bring. Many of the previous commentators covered the humanitarian and environmental crisis data centers are already creating across the U.S., as well as the lack of inclusion of Nevada tribes. But another side to these centers is the massive financial risk, a theme I feel you'll care about the most. MIT, the New York Times, the Federal Reserve of Chicago, Reuters, and Bloomberg are all reporting that revenue generated by AI services are not outmatching the massive and complicated debt developing around centers, which is looking to be in the trillions by the end of the decade. I cannot fathom any other outcome besides an economic collapse like we saw in 2008, where the large institutions will be bailed out, but Nevada will be left with abandoned buildings, a boom in unemployment, tapped and polluted natural resources, and a massive migration of people out of the area. Data centers are not the future. They're just a modern day gold rush, and we will have even more ghost towns across Nevada if we fall for this current trend. Thank you.
Steve Recchia, followed by Claudia Williams, followed by Teresa Randolph.
My name is Steve Recchia. I live in Ward 2. I've lived in Reno for 35 years. Some of you may have walked or biked here today. Most of you probably came here in cars, trucks, or buses. Every one of those vehicles has to meet many standards in order to be manufactured, registered, and operated. Every driver of those vehicles has to be licensed and insured. Every driver has to follow the rules of the road, or they risk the loss of driving privileges, maybe face other punishments. These regulations protect society from reckless behavior. This meeting today is ultimately about whether or not you will take action to protect society from reckless consequences of data centers. Many questions come to mind. Should data centers be allowed to use all the water they demand, regardless of the consequences? Should data centers be allowed to use all the power they demand, no matter how that power may be generated, regardless of the consequences? Should data centers be allowed to create all the heat and pollution they like in our community, regardless of the consequences? Should data centers be allowed to pass their infrastructure costs off to the citizens of the community, regardless of the price tag? Should data centers receive massive tax breaks from the community? Should we acknowledge that data centers, as they presently are designed and operate, accelerate climate change? Should we acknowledge that 90% of species that have evolved on this planet are now extinct because of changing conditions? Should we doubt that humans might also become extinct someday? Of course, the big question today is this: should there be a moratorium on data centers in our community until there are regulations in place that will protect our community? If you do not already know the answer to that question, then maybe you should think about driving home today wearing a blindfold, because that's what you'll be doing to this community if you fail to provide effective data center regulation. Oh, yeah. Nobody here has a jug of water or a bottled drink at their place. Every one of you do. You know water is important. Can you drink data? Thanks for your time.
Claudia Williams, followed by Teresa Randolph, followed by Laura Fallon. Claudia? Teresa Randolph? Teresa Randolph, followed by Laura Fallon, followed by Riley West.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Teresa Randolph, for the record. I want to start, which is not on my paper, that environmentalness is not trendy. I'm going on 50 years, and my parents and grandparents were in the Sierra Club starting in the early 1900s. I support Agenda Item C1 moratorium through the legislative session, and I ask that you modify the language, quote, or until the City Council adopts a new ordinance regarding data center regulations, whichever is earlier, unquote. I'm concerned that this language does not show intent for careful, transparent process that includes community stakeholders at the table. I'm not impressed by your staff's reliance on the county to do all the public comment. I think the public comment should happen with you as well. As mentioned by Bree, I have different sources, but I believe the Keystone Data Center was approved for a special use permit for 6 megawatts and air cooling as of May 4th. The Data Center Dynamics website states 12 megawatts and air cooling as well as liquid cooling for high density workloads, closed loop and free cooling for part of the year. I ask you to do oversight on this, audit the Keystone application and permit. If their needs and demands have changed, pull the permit and make them reapply. I support a full ban on additional data centers in city limits. And I support policies, regulations, oversight, and accountability, including consequences for any currently approved or functioning data centers, and that those policies be retroactive. I support editing the language in our existing ordinance and processes for special use permits to prevent the misuse of this code in the next iteration of extractive industries, not specifically data centers. All of this should not be under warehouses. As I did last time, I brought more news, and I will provide you the links to the sources. EdTech Innovation Hub, Cambridge University research shows that AI energy use could derail climate targets. Cambridge researchers warn that unchecked AI growth and rising data center emissions risk overwhelming power grids and undermining UK and global climate goals. From the Business Insider, May 6, NERC, which is the North American Reliability Corp, is a not-for-profit regulatory authority. This major watchdog says data centers are wreaking havoc on North America's power grid. NERC asked grid operators to take immediate action and file risk mitigation plans with agencies by August 3rd. As of 2023, NV Energy was part of NERC. And then I am not a practicing Catholic, but I do recognize Pope Leo the 14th as an authoritative scholar and personally believe in his writings that they carry weight. Some of his quotes, which are different from before, care for our common home and our responsibility toward the poor and future generations require that the use of goods of creation and new possibilities offered by technology be regulated in such a way as to respect the environment, avoid waste, and prevent new forms of exploitation. That was in Chapter 2, Section 67. From Chapter 2, Section 84, in
Thank you, Ms. Randolph.
Okay.
Laura Fallon, followed by Riley West, followed by Nathan Savitz.
Hello, council members. My name is Laura Fallon. The current agendized item states, quote, a moratorium until December 31st, 2026, or until the city council adopts a new ordinance regarding data center regulations, whichever is earlier. With the item framed this way, one possible outcome is that despite the best of intentions to get the work done, for some reason, when the clock strikes midnight on December 31st, a new ordinance has not yet been adopted and the moratorium lapses. We heard during the discussion leading up to the temporary moratorium that an important consideration was that there were no new applications in the queue. Given that January 1st is a federal holiday, I fear that in the hopefully not likely but potential outcome that on December 31st, an agreed upon new ordinance has not yet been adopted, developers could rush to get in the queue over the holiday before council is back in session. With that, at a bare minimum, I recommend that the item as agendized be amended to reflect a date in 2027 that the council is in session and that it is paired with a pre-calendared meeting for a special session to hear public comment on further extending the moratorium in the event that an ordinance has not yet been adopted. Better yet, to avoid the administrative burden of scheduling and holding meeting after meeting on arbitrarily chosen dates, if the real intention is to get the work done, I recommend reframing the item to impose an indefinite moratorium until the City Council adopts a new ordinance regarding data center regulations. This, of course, is all with the understanding that the ordinance in question has teeth, that the ordinance reflects the critical information and insights provided in both written and live comment, that the ordinance is developed through a transparent process with substantive opportunity for public input over time, and that the ordinance is crafted and adopted not just with tribal input, but tribal consent. To have teeth, the duration of the moratorium must be used to not only adopt robust regulations for data center development, operations, maintenance, and removal, but also to collect specific baseline metrics corresponding to each aspect of the regulations, and ideally to attract and locally establish from construction through hiring and onboarding independent third-party businesses for the routine ongoing monitoring, i.e. sample collection, testing, analysis, and reporting of each applicable metric. And if that sounds like a lot, I've got great news. There is another option. You could just vote for a permanent ban, be done with this rigmarole, and call it a day.
Riley West, followed by Nathan Savitz, followed by Paige Gardner.
Okay, Riley, Nathan, and Paige. Okay.
Sorry?
Oh, Riley, Nathan, and Paige.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. All right, my name is Riley West, and I wanted to comment in favor of the moratorium and for a permanent ban of the construction of all data centers. I know that was a little unexpected. I know earlier there was a lot of talks about fast-tracking things, and then almost everyone in this room was like, actually, let's not do that, so. I have been joined by several others who all share the same concerns. Concerns regarding the impact on our community, on the noise pollution, increased energy costs, and about how these data centers are going to impact the environmental health of indigenous lands and water. Of how generative AI will impact jobs, mental health, and is severing our connection with reality by constantly distributing misinformation. How it's used to cause harm and generate CSAM and revenge porn. How it's being used for surveillance to turn this country into a police state and fuel the imperialist war machine. My question is for those in favor of these data centers. Does the benefit outweigh the cost to you? I understand that we are being pushed these narratives that we need to embrace these technologies or be left behind, but the only people who continue to push this narrative are those who profit off of it. I understand that there is hope that these data centers may create job opportunities, especially from those in construction, and I completely empathize, but I also think it's important to understand that this is prioritizing short-term benefit over long-term harm. Yes, if tech companies see that our city is open to data center construction, they will gladly come here and build more. And then what? We let them keep building and building until there's one on every corner? Eventually, this data center boom will bust, and then what are we left with? In addition, research and articles have been coming out that these lead to very few long-term permanent jobs. And even if it did, what is the point of working and living somewhere where you can't even drink the water? Corporations have never and will never save our community. They will continue to do what they have always done, come here due to tax incentives, get whatever they want out of our communities, and then reward their local workforce with mass layoffs when they get too expensive. So why are we putting their interests ahead of our own? Why are Reno locals asked to sacrifice the beauty, safety, and peace of their own home to be more appealing to tech billionaires who couldn't even find us on a map? Thank you.
Nathan Savitz, followed by Paige Gardner, followed by Jessica Munger.
Hi, City Council. My name is Nathan Savitz. I stand in opposition to any building of any data centers, anywhere in the vicinity of Reno or anywhere down the Truckee River chain. Thank you guys so much for being here in this room, for talking about this serious issue with me that's grabbing the attention of many Americans. I oppose data centers, and I will start by saying that any endorsement or advocacy for the building of data centers is entirely anti-human. Anti-human in essence, anti-human in manifestation, and anti-human in spirit. I make this claim under facts and observations from citizens all across the country. Through the building of data centers across the country, we have seen, and others have experienced, seizure of property through eminent domain, as seen in the case of Ainsley Brown, whose home is now set for demolition by the Georgia Power Company to provide power to a data center. Extreme job loss, as seen by corporate layoffs from Amazon, where 14,000 workers were laid off and replaced by AI, with another 600,000 projected by 2033. How does this grow economies? Astronomically high increases in the cost of power for residents, up to 267%, as stated by homeowners in Virginia, the current data center capital. Are you guys ready to pay that? No. Hell no. The enormous amounts of water consumption, approximately 4 billion gallons a year. This was sourced from nature.com in 2018. Where accurate numbers were still being actually disclosed. With increased difficulty and transparency obtaining figures every year, I wonder why. Rising temperatures reported by residents around data centers with an increase of 5 degrees by day, and at night 28 degrees. with a heat island. I'm not sure if everybody's aware of what a heat island is, but the heat stays there and it expands up to 6 miles. I don't know how many of you live around 6 miles from here. I do. Sorry, I'm getting a little worked up. Not to mention the light pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, and the water pollution. I don't want to drink that shit that I saw in the picture. Sorry, that was profane. I don't want to drink any of the water that I saw in the picture from an earlier speaker. Because we all know they say they won't pollute until they do. The existence of data centers, coupled with the increased use of AI, the more present availability, can even be cited in the leading of young Americans to taking their own lives. An example being Garcia versus Character Technologies. I ask you, City Council, is it fair to be forced to compete with computers? Does that feel fair by you to fight for clean water, pay higher prices with less reliability?
Okay.
And
All right.
Thank you.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Can you wrap it up in 5 seconds?
I can wrap it up in 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Go for it.
Okay, please help me, Reno City Council, make a way for peaceful evolution in our community by putting a permanent ban on these centers of malevolence. And try to remember banana. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone.
That was over 5 seconds. All right, Madam Clerk.
Paige Gardner, followed by Jessica Munger, followed by Cullen McGinnis. Paige. Jessica Munger. Cullen McGinnis.
Colin, I know you're here.
Followed by Alexandra Crissell, followed by Catherine Schmidt.
Okay, Colin. Ian?
Nope.
No.
Cullen, Alexandra, Catherine.
Okay, Colin, Alexandra, Catherine. Okay, I see hands. Perfect. Okay,
All right, we got to figure it out. Am I good?
ready to go.
All right, good afternoon, council. It's good to see you all here today. Even better to see the community show up once again. My name is Cullen McGinnis, and I'm with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. For nearly 2 years now, we have been advocating for a moratorium on data centers until the city adopts a strong ordinance to protect our communities and environment from the negative impacts that they can have. It's well documented how unfettered development of these data centers can poison the water, pollute the air, and destroy communities. Until recently, Reno has been on the same path, but now I have hope that we can turn in a new direction. This is the third meeting now in recent months where we will have heard from so many community members who have taken time off of work, time away from families, to be here on a workday to express their concerns to you. Earlier this year and last, it felt like we were almost talking to a brick wall when asking for something to be done about this issue. The city should have had this moratorium and begun this conversation about an ordinance a year ago. The Sierra Club has developed a comprehensive best practices document, and this has been shared with you all. Our best practices document addresses concerns around pollution, tribal consultation, siting, backup diesel generators, as well as community benefit agreements. These regulations are within the city's authority to implement, and we need this to be done quickly to address the concerns of our city. We're also concerned that behind-the-meter power generation is being proposed as a solution to grid issues. Behind-the-meter power generation, or the private development of data center power infrastructure, may seem appealing, but we need to make sure that the public still has an engagement opportunity and transparency with power infrastructure build-out. We can't allow data centers to build their own dirty gas power infrastructure without public oversight. I ask that you support this moratorium because it is needed for the public health of our community. Currently, data centers are treated like any other industrial use of land, and there are no specific regulations around data center uses in the city. This puts us at risk for water and air pollution, fire hazards, as well as public health risks that come with that. There are documented negative health impacts to communities that have had unregulated development. For example, Morrow County in Oregon saw an increase of cancers, birth defects, and other complications when Amazon data centers came into town. The residents were able recently to prove this in court and won $20 million from Amazon in a lawsuit. While this moratorium is in place, we need to have a real conversation at the city level on an ordinance. I've heard many of you defer to regional planning agency to take the lead. I see this as nothing but a delaying tactic. The regional planning agency has no authority to create regulations, only suggestions. As was pointed out last meeting, they only meet once every 4 weeks. We elected you to the city council to lead our city, create an ordinance to address the needs of our city, and don't pass the buck to another body. We have given you our best practices document, and you know that this community needs and expects. You've heard hours of comments from members from all different perspectives and walks of life. This is input that matters, and you've heard plenty. Please move forward and direct staff to develop an ordinance taking into account our best practices, and don't wait for regional. We need this moratorium to be in place until we have a strong regulation in place, not just until the end of the year or election season. Thank you.
Alexandra Crissell, followed by Catherine Schmidt, followed by Christian Brown. Alexandra, Catherine Schmidt,
All right, I'll come up.
followed by Christian Brown, followed by Joe Legatt.
For the record, my name is Catherine Schmidt. I've lived in Reno 42 years now, been involved in politics and followed it closely. I'm one of those people who my friends call and they say, who should I vote for? What's going on? Because they're not paying attention. You know, after the last data center meeting, I felt so proud of our community. I was proud that it was almost a unanimous decision to put in place a moratorium. I am so proud of the engagement that is happening at these meetings, and especially among the young people. You're speaking, you're researching, you're sharing your concerns, and we hope to see you up here soon. You know, this is what it's going to take, is people being involved in sitting up here and dictating these priorities, because I'm beginning to wonder what they are. We are fast-tracking answers for an extractive industry. To me, this seems old school. And, you know, I think Reno is a wonderful place to live. And if we got our priorities right, businesses would be flocking here. What I hear from businesses is that we don't have an educated workforce. We don't we don't have the infrastructure to support a healthy society here. So I think if we rejigger these priorities, we'd be in much better shape to continue taking great care of this place we call home. I am also really proud, last meeting, somebody else mentioned this, Megan Ebert, who really takes the brunt of a lot of the industrial crap, you know, in our area, sat here and talked about what the beautiful things in Ward 4 were. None of them were data centers. None of them were jobs. They were mule deer. They were a connected forest. They were a natural lake. I have told that story probably 20 times in the past week. So Megan Ebert, I commend you for speaking about the things that really matter here. We don't hear enough of that talk. And lastly, I just want to say, it is time to pass this moratorium. It is the very least we can do. What we really need is a ban. We need to be letting the downstream neighbors who control Pyramid Lake and the ends of this water control the decisions, not us. I'm constantly amazed at what we do with these 18 miles of river through the city. I was over at Idlewild Park this morning picking up the litter from that river fest. Oh my goodness, we're teaching our young people how to destroy nature. The red-tailed hawk that was nesting there has left from the noise and the lights and the crowds. These are the things that don't make me proud, but I hope today the vote makes me proud, and that the moratorium is just a first step toward a ban. 14 states are considering it, so we're not alone. And lead to the state. Don't be don't wait. Be the leaders. Let Nevada follow us. Set a good precedent we can be proud of.
Christian Brown, followed by Joe Legatt, followed by Louis Magriel.
Madam Mayor, really quick, can I say something? I just wanted to say, don't forget the Weber's Avacia. It's the Nevada Wild Rose.
Nice. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christian D. Brown, and first off, I wanted to thank you guys for moving this forward quickly and for listening to your community members that have brought in an incredible amount of research, information, and just great comments all around. I'm all for moving forward with this moratorium, but I do want to see retroactive measures put in place for existing data centers. And I'd like to see the strictest environmental standards and codes put in place across the board. I heard a speaker talk about how we shouldn't really be going after one industry, and we shouldn't. We should be improving our standards across all of them. And we should be leading the nation on this, since we're one of the fastest warming cities out there. I agree that with many of our community members that a time-based moratorium isn't near enough, and we need hard ordinance and community engagement tied to any sort of end to it. I'm happy to see how there's a lot of discussion, too, with different regions and state legislation, since that's where we want to go next. We want you guys on our side. We want you guys to help bring the battle to our neighboring regions and places like Story County and Carson. These hyperscale data centers are going to affect all of us regardless of what neighborhood we live in or how much money is in our bank accounts. So yeah, please stand with people over the profits. There won't be any justice for this river or this land until our indigenous friends downstream have a say in it, both upstream and the area around. They've been caretaking this land for generations and forever, and we need to listen for when they are telling us that we're making a critical mistake. We're currently at the head point where we have to decide between economic growth development and between land, water, and people, and our health. I know data centers seem to be an easy solution to the financial hardships that we're all starting to feel, but we're going to have to find a better way. I choose us over profits. I choose a day at the river over a day of doom scrolling on Instagram, and I choose water over data. Since I have a little more time too, I'll just say I'm also a union electrician that's worked on some of these data centers, and I've had to personally say no, I'm not going to work on these ever again. It's just not the right move. We're going too fast with these things, and yeah, I think we can build better things, guys. Anyways, take care. Have a good night.
All right, thanks.
Joe Ligotti, followed by Louis Magriel, followed by Trisha Creedon.
Okay, Louis.
Joe, Louis, Trisha.
Joe, Louis, Joe. Louis. Trisha. Okay, who's?
Asa.
Wave your hand. Oh, there you are. Okay, so you'll be next, and then Trisha. Asa. Okay, perfect. All right, take it away.
All right. Hello, my name is Joe Ligotti. I'm here to request a complete ban on all data center development in our local watersheds. I'm a diversified crop farmer here in Reno, and as someone who spends much of their time with the land, our river and her well-being is of the utmost importance. Water is a gift. It's a gift. She belongs to all beings, and all beings have an incredible responsibility to care for her through their interactions and relationships with her. Indigenous, First Nations, and Aboriginal peoples have always understood and revered this deep connection. Despite every effort of the oppressors to systematically eradicate these ways of being in the interests of domination and profits, they have kept alive and still adhere to this ancient knowledge. We too possess the power to reclaim this knowledge, though it will come at the expense of comfort and can only begin with patiently stepping back and listening. So I implore you to listen. Listen to the Indigenous elders in this room and beyond. Humanity and the natural world have suffered greatly because we haven't listened. The loss of connection to the land which gives us life, beauty, and belonging, will be our undoing. We can't drink data, the fish can't drink data, the willows and cottonwoods can't drink data. I can only hope that decades from now, in a distant and desolate future, when my grandchildren ask, what was Lake Tahoe like? The only reply I can muster will not dishearteningly be profitable. If we care enough to try and ensure a future for generations of all human and non-human peoples, we must acknowledge our obligation to include the lakes and rivers in our decisions. They must have a premier seat at the table. And though they speak in a different language, we all possess the means to understand what they have to say. Every time you let her life-sustaining waters ease your hot and weary body on a summer's day, she is speaking to you. Every time you laugh with friends, birds, and fish on the banks and shores, she is speaking to you. Every time you open up your tap to drink, she is speaking to you. Every time you wake up to a blanket of snow, screaming its silent beauty, she is speaking to you. And if we were to translate what she is saying into English, she is saying, be with me, share me, protect me, love me. She says water over data, trees over data, life over data.
Louis Magriel, followed by Trisha Creedon, followed by Asa Kennedy.
Hello, Council. My name is Louis McGreal for the record, and I am a citizen of Ward 1. I actually indicated that I was against C1 because I truly believe that it does not go far enough. I believe that we need a permanent moratorium, not a 6-month pause. Frankly, regulated harm is not enough. We are demanding no harm at all. Maybe the correct regulations and code provisions could one day exist somewhere in this country where there are no water issues and all of the engineering problems have been figured out to have no impacts on the local environment, but that is not here in our beautiful, arid, high desert environment in which we love. We are here to say not here, not now, and not ever. We are seeking local action, not passing the buck once more, as has happened so many times with other issues, to other regulatory agencies and regional commissions and so on. This committee, this council has the ability to have action now. This is your chance to be a leader in protecting our community, like a few other brave cities and regions have already begun to do. It's your chance to show that this body respects Indigenous voices by seeking the full, fair, and informed consent of all tribal nations in the watershed for any issues that will disproportionately impact them due to the downstream effects of water. And this is your chance to show that the community of Reno will be respected and heard by seeking our community input in a meaningful and consistent way. We want to know as well that all conflicts of interest that have to do with who is receiving funding from developers and corporations will be appropriately disclosed, and that such members would recuse themselves from any votes, including those on data centers, by which they might have a conflict of interest. We have an obligation as citizens, and you especially as elected officials, to protect the environment and the watershed that we all live in. If data centers are created that are designed to use less water, as some might argue through certain kinds of cooling systems, they will just transfer to using massive amounts of energy instead. Who is paying for that energy, for the extra load on the grid, for the infrastructure that it takes to support that use? We will. And there are, frankly, thus no green or well-regulated solutions that can exist to data center development in Northern Nevada. Even the best renewable energy solutions will lead to massive habitat destruction and the additional mining of extractive materials in order to support those developments in a way that we find unacceptable. And that's before we get into heat emissions, noise emissions, toxic waste runoffs from refrigerants and other chemicals used, and the multitude of other environmental impacts that exist. And that is without even getting into all of the economic concerns. Somebody had said that we need to show that we are open for business. Well, I think our community has made it clear that we are not open for business for harmful, extractive corporations that only have their own profits in mind. So here, regulation is not enough. We don't want this. Be a leader and enact a permanent moratorium. Water is life. Thank you.
Tricia Creedon, followed by Asa Kennedy, followed by Anna Millet.
Hello, my name is Tricia Creedon. I am here today not only to speak in favor of a moratorium, but I'm asking for a permanent ban on data centers. I know you guys are tired of hearing from me, and I don't care. While I was getting my public comment ready, I found this note. I'm guessing from, or this list, I'm guessing from Better Times. I'm hoping that we can get back there sometime and not have to do this. Let me see. Okay, all of us got here at 10 o'clock, and we all had to sit here for an hour while you guys stalled to figure out what should have been already figured out. As you guys were doing this and taking up all our time, I tried to go across the street to your concrete jungle. And notice there's nowhere to sit because you guys have it fenced off. I wanted to know, why is that? Why can't we sit anywhere and enjoy the city and the country that's supposed to be free? I told someone I used to know that every time I wake up and go out my door, I'm reminded of how you screw us over from the wall down 80 that blocks off the view to the data centers to the sweeps. Are you guys really going to say, that this is not a political stunt? Nobody's stupid like you think we are. You seem to jump at situations and then you have to figure out how to legally wiggle your way out of. Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned bringing others in on the conversation regarding water. Please be aware that indigenous community have no voice and they are left out. With everything done with the river affecting everything downstream all the way to Pyramid. Apparently you guys don't see is how everyone is waking up and rising. You have a lot of people waking up that were asleep before. So all the stuff you've been doing is not gonna fly anymore. We're gonna vote every single one of you out like they did in Fetus, Missouri for the data centers. And then if you go ahead and do it and you pollute the river, we're gonna find out how to bring charges up on all of you because you cannot say you weren't warned right now.
Asa Kennedy, followed by Anna Mile, followed by Chris McClintock.
Hi, my name is Asa Kennedy. I came here to, once again, fully oppose data centers and call for a ban on them forever. And I'm also here to recognize our tribal neighbors downriver. Excuse me, I'm a little parched. Someone hand me a glass of data. And that's a relief, you guys, because it's okay. Julia Roberts is back on the case. Back in the 90s, she toppled PG&E, brought them down. She's back at it to take care of these data centers. And while I jest and joke, that's called a defense mechanism. We all have them. But I'm not scared of you people. I'm terrified of a possible outcome based on a decision made today. Moving on, I just got some science facts that I dug up, and these have been around since science was invented. So, number one, the bottom line is not the secret to life. Number two, coming in first is not the meaning of life. And number three, progress is a fiction sold by institutions of industry. Last week, I listened to a voice speak that reminded me, when we get hungry, we go to the store. We drive there, we pick something off the shelf, we hand it to a clerk, we hand them money, they hand it back to us. We drive back home, all these steps. That same voice continued that when they get hungry, they pull a fish from the river, they pull a vegetable from a plant. What makes that possible is water. Water is life. Water feeds life. Life feeds on life, feeds on life, feeds on life. This is necessary. This is necessary. So, we need to set an example, unify with the rest of the cities around the nation, stand up to this monster. And after you make a healthy choice today to ban data centers, just remember to please be respectful when you're at the table headed by the tribal elders.
Anna Mile, followed by Chris McClintock, followed by Lydia Bloom.
Okay, Anna, Chris,
Lydia.
and Lydia. Perfect.
Hi, again, my name is Anna Mihai. And as before, I wanted to bring my skills of conflict resolution to the table. As it stands, some council members' strategies for meeting their needs are in conflict with the indigenous peoples and the public's strategies for meeting their needs. And I would like the emphasis to be on the council members as individuals. I'm very concerned that we don't have a lot of transparency about who takes money from developers. And I also would like to suggest that sometimes the strategies that we are choosing to meet our needs are not actually effective. For example, sometimes when someone is lashing out and they seek connection, their strategy directly opposes the need that they are trying to meet. And we are all human, we have universal human needs, and each one of you whose needs are being met by permitting these data centers, you're choosing the strategy to meet your needs of permitting the data centers, you may be going against other needs. You may be getting social connections. You may be getting money from the developers. You may be elevating your social circle, your status. But at the same time, you remove your connection to this community, you hinder your connection to this land, and your strategies are creating conflict with the indigenous who are simply protecting their safety, their physical safety, the safety of their water. In addition, I'd like to suggest that we change. One of the things I've learned in psychology is that in survival, humans can. There's a dopamine circuit that leads you to seek more, that leads you to seek the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. And sometimes money can be that. Money is just a strategy to meet your needs. AI is just a strategy to meet human needs. Sometimes it can meet needs, and sometimes it can hinder our needs. There is another circuit that is for the H&N circuit that is for appreciating what we already have. What we already have in our satisfaction. And to emphasize that as you go forward is that we already have so much. We have the technology, we have the means of production, we have the ways to meet our population's food needs and safety needs. We have all of this. We don't need to seek constantly more and more and more money, more development. It's not progress. Currently, it's growing so dangerously, it's more like a cancer.
Okay, thank you.
Chris McClintock, followed by Lydia Bloom, followed by Audrey Bucola.
10 minutes.
Chris McClintock. Lydia Bloom.
Lydia's right here, and then
Audrey Bucola, followed by Samantha Jones.
Samantha. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lydia Bloom. I'm a lifelong Reno and Sparks resident, currently residing in Sparks. And I'm here today because if you don't mind me saying, a council member can't fart in Reno without it floating down to Sparks. We share the same skies, the same river, the same views, and I'm here urging the council to seek a permanent ban on data centers. All day, and for weeks now, you guys have been hearing about the immense harm that these data centers do, not just environmentally, but academically, mentally, financially. And it is asinine to me that this is even a consideration when we live in the driest state. We have a unique beauty and landscape here that cannot be replaced. We have the watershed, sorry, this is my first time. I'm a little
That's all right.
nervous.
Take your time. You got it.
I also want to talk about not just the environmental impacts, but what it is that AI is. It's a misinformation machine, and as others have already stated today, a tool that can be used to abuse women and children in the most depraved, disgusting ways. I don't understand why this is even a consideration. We need a permanent, forever ban on data centers now. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Audrey Bucola, followed by Samantha Jones, followed by Elena Cox.
Okay.
How's it going?
My name is Audrey Ucola. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I am here out of my concern as a Christian for human beings, human life. I want to focus on just one problem with data centers that I don't think has been talked about enough today, which I think necessitates a full ban, and that is that they are used for violence. While most of us hear AI and we think of, while most of us hear AI and think of chatbots or search engines or the thing that's transcribing my words up there right now, AI companies are moving into something much more lucrative right now, which is war. I'll now quote Pete Hegseth, the United States Secretary of War, in a memorandum for senior Pentagon leadership that he signed on January 9th. Quote, AI-enabled warfare will redefine the character of military affairs over the next decade. The transformation is a race, fueled by the accelerating pace of commercial AI innovation coming out of America's private sector. The United States military must build on its lead over our adversaries in integrating this technology to make our warfighters more lethal and efficient. To this end, I direct the Department of War to accelerate America's military AI dominance by becoming an AI-first warfighting force across all components, end quote. The military is currently using AI in its war against Iran. According to the newspaper The Military Times, the U.S.'s military AI, Maven Smart System, which was built by Palantir, who is a private company, quote, generated hundreds of strike coordinates in the first 24 hours of the Iran campaign, enabling the U.S. to hit more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours of the war. That was on February 28th, and one of those targets, which an AI helped determine, was a school for girls. Quote, at least 168 people were killed in this strike, more than 100 of them under the age of 12, according to UN and Iranian officials, end quote. Private companies that work with the military to make AI exclusively for warfare, or who have signed contracts to allow the government to use their models for warfare, include such familiar names as Google, Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, and OpenAI. They want to build their data centers right here. They want to move into town and start making their war machines to kill children overseas. They want to use data centers to maim and mangle human beings. You must not let them do that here, where we all live. Ban them, I beg you.
All right, thank you.
Samantha Jones, followed by Elena Cox, followed by Anthony Postman via Zoom.
Okay, repeat that just one more time.
Samantha Jones, Elena Cox, Anthony Postman via Zoom.
Okay.
Am I good to start? Okay.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Samantha Jones, and I am commenting in favor of the moratorium and to demand a permanent ban on AI data centers. You have already heard today about how destructive AI data centers can be to water quality, energy use, environmental impact, employment, child safety, Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities, education, and our fundamental right to privacy. Something I wanted to call attention to as well is that according to a Stanford article, there is a 953% growth projected in the AI sector in Vegas and Reno, the highest in the country. The only thing that grows that quickly is cancer. Because of this, though, we have a unique opportunity to put a stop to this problem here and now, to lead the way for other cities and states to pass permanent AI data center bans. You have the chance to make history here in this room. Will you be remembered as someone who helped our community or someone who stood in the way of those trying to help our community? I hope you will choose to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Elena Cox. Elena? Oh, thank you. Followed by Anthony Postman via Zoom, followed by Adrian.
Hi, I'm Elena Cox. I'm here to support a permanent ban on data center development, in addition to the moratorium for today as a first step. There are two main reasons for this. First, any and all discussion on the use of the land, water, and natural resources should be led by Indigenous leaders, not just mentioned as in passing as a box to check. Second, I want to address an idea I have heard from some people, and that seems to be an assumption or undertone. of this conversation, and that's that data center development is inevitable. This is ridiculous, but it has pushed the conversation towards how can we build more sustainably. There is no sustainable way to add to our energy demand. The sustainable thing to do is to decrease that demand. They contribute nothing to the long-term benefit of local communities, yet have been shown to cause significant negative ecological, economic, and health consequences for the land and people nearby. Any inevitability is manufactured by those in a position to profit from the development of data centers. This is not the only version of progress. The same effort and these same jobs could be invested in improving existing infrastructure, housing, healthcare, ecological restoration, and water quality. There is a movement of cities and counties permanently banning data centers, data center development, for the benefit of their lands, their waters, their wildlife, and their people. We can be a part of that. Thanks.
Anthony Postman via Zoom, followed by Adrian, followed by Steven Zipkin.
Anthony, can you hear us?
Anthony, if you can unmute. Okay, we'll move on to Adrian.
Okay. Adrian.
Followed by Steven Zipkin.
Steven.
Followed by Kiki Ong.
Kiki. I see Steven.
Deidre.
No Kiki.
Deidre
Oh, she's right here. Never mind. Okay, we're good. Okay, take it away.
You guys read that? So that is just to echo what a friend was talking about in terms of that these AI centers are not just so that we can scroll faster on ChatGPT. And I thank my friends for letting me utilize their superior art skills to, than my own, to give everybody a break from the robot typos, or at least I was hoping. Last time I was up here, I was commenting on looking forward to beginning my journey as a water protector, but I later realized that journey started at that meeting, and I will also echo the sentiment shared by a dear friend during that last meeting. I invite you all to start your water protection journey here as well. So while today I will declare my vote to be yes on C1, I did notice, and correct me if I'm wrong, Devin Reese made the suggestion that the moratorium be extended until the end of the legislative session, which starts February 1st, 2027. So on that note, I would like to amplify and reiterate some fun information that the language of whatever resolution you vote on can still change. Am I correct? Before you vote on it, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. That also means that the language can be altered for a permanent ban. But since the language of whatever resolution we vote on can still change, I really hope that does not imply that the council can make a decision and then later change what that decision means altogether. I really hope that the hands on these deals haven't already been shaken and that all of you aren't simply getting paid to waste the time for all of those who have dedicated their day to this meeting. And I understand you are all here doing your job. But what that job is, I'm not exactly sure where's the money that puts the food on your table and infinity pools in your vacation homes actually coming from. I know we can't have a back and forth conversation right now, but I would just like to ask for some show of hands. In this room right now, who wants data centers? Who opposes them? Woo! Who here feels that the data centers will improve the quality of their own life? Who here feels that these data centers will affect them financially? None of you? Keep those hands up if you predict your financial situations will become worse. It would be weird if I were to ask all the hands that are still up to stay up as some abstract comparison for those who get to remain comfortable in the hypothetical future of what a friend earlier coined, the hostile takeover of land for profit of who? Raise of hands again, if you will.
Who will be making the final decision on the moratorium? None of you guys? Okay. Which of your family lineage is directly and indefinitely tied to this land?
Okay.
I have more to say, but
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Stephen Zipkin, followed by Kiki Ong, followed by Anthony Postman via Zoom.
Perfect. Okay.
Stephen Zipkin for the record. I'm here to support agenda item C1, the extended moratorium on data centers. I also want a total no exceptions ban on data center construction and operation in the city of Reno. I do not want this issue to come back after a 6-month moratorium just for data center construction to continue with some bland, toothless regulations that the data centers will simply not follow and face no consequences for the ignorance thereof. There can be no regulation to sufficiently address the gross misappropriation of water that these data centers cause. It is a simple fact of their existence that they use too much water for us to let them exist here. And I'm fed up with compromising on environmental issues. We have giant walls of smoke descending on our city each summer because forever environmentalists have been asked to compromise with the people who brutalize this planet. With my position made clear, I'd like to spend my remaining time making a case against the mayoral campaign of the councilwoman from Ward 1, Kathleen Taylor. Kathleen was the sole no vote against the standing 30-day moratorium on data center construction, and whether she knows it or not, she has made an enemy of me personally because in the past she has pressured the city's Parks and Recreation Department to disrupt Biggest Little Food Not Bombs, the mutual aid meal distribution for which I have cooked for 7.5 years. A glance at Kathleen's campaign website reveals a complete absence of specific policy proposals on literally any issue. Listen to this language taken verbatim from her site. I quote, "Reno cannot control every housing market force, but it can influence affordability by advancing policies that increase supply and improve attainability." Kathleen, what policies? The rest of your pillars page does not once specifically mention anything that you will do.
Stephen, can we ask you to address the council as a whole, please? That's what our standing rules in this.
Okay. Then I'll just switch to third-person pronouns. The rest of her pillars page does not once specifically mention anything that she will do about anything going on in the city. If you submitted your website, if she submitted her website as a middle school essay, it would get an F for lacking clarity of purpose. Our first thought might be that she has no plan, no vision, but the truth is worse. That the same politician who has colluded with gentrifiers, Orwellian surveillance contractors, and polluters is keeping her plan a secret because that plan is solely between her and her donors. Kathleen, you are a corrupt turd. You look like Flo from Progressive. She got the Mar-a-Lago surgeries, and just like Flo from
hold on a
Progressive,
second, sir.
her only purpose is to represent corporate interests.
Okay, that's it.
We're going to take a break.
We're
I
going
actually
into
do
a
have time
15-minute
left.
recess. We're going into a 15-minute recess. Unacceptable. We're going into a recess. Thank you, everyone.
I have time left. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. That sucks.
Madam Clerk, a few things, you guys. Okay, let's talk. Let's have a minute. Let's talk here, okay? First of all, we do have decorum in chambers. I know we all want to get through this meeting because we want to take a vote on the moratorium, correct? Or otherwise, I'm going to keep going into recess, and we're all going to be here all night. I know you guys have had very passionate testimony, love it, but I also want to remind people there are people that might not feel the same way you do, and so whenever you cheer and clap and stuff like that intimidates them to make their comment. And so, excuse me, I'm just saying, you guys are all passionate people of the earth, others, kindness. So even if they might disagree with you, just make sure that they're also human as well. And we want them to have their comments on the record too. Because that's important that you guys are fair and that we show that both sides do get their comments on the record. So that's why we do that. So we want our entire community, whether we we agree with you or not. Everyone deserves to have their comments on the record. The other thing is, if you attack others, I am going to shut the meeting down, okay? It's really important that we don't do that. We want to hear your comments. I want to hear things that matter. You've brought up some amazing things. I want to hear things that we want to implement into this policy. I want to hear what that is, what you're passionate about, how we can make it better. That's what we're doing here today. It's collective, collaborative. And so many of you, I have, 40 notes up here. So we're going to have a long laundry list of what we can implement, which is great. And that's what we want to hear. So thank you very much. But like I said, if it gets to another level, then unfortunately, I'm going to shut down the meeting. And I don't want to do that, okay? I want this to be productive, all right? So thank you so much. And we're going to move right along. Madam Clerk.
Kiki Ong, followed by Deidre Gottry.
See the clerk.
Followed by Anthony Postman via Zoom. So Kiki Ong.
Okay, Kiki. And then Anthony.
Kiki, and then Deidre, and then Anthony.
Okay, Deidre, and then Anthony. Okay.
Okay, hello. Similar to what C was saying earlier, most people have already said the comments that I had written in my public comment, but I'm just going to go ahead and read it anyway since I'm not very good at riffing. So my name is Kiki Ong, and I'm a representative of Water Over Data Alliance. I'm speaking in support of a moratorium. However, I would like to state for the record that I believe there should be a full permanent ban on data centers within the Truckee River watershed and beyond. I want to start by saying that I reviewed the staff's suggested timeline, and 6 months is not enough time. We are already in the first week of June, which only leaves us 2 months for the regional engagement and outreach portion. How is that remotely enough time to have any thoughtful conversation? I want to begin my public comment by reading some of WODA's demands. Any policies that concern extraction of natural resources within city limits should have free, full, and informed consent by all tribal nations within the watershed. Conversations on ordinance must have meaningful consultation with impacted communities. Impacted tribal nations must be at the head of the table, including Reno Sparks Indian Colony, Pyramid Lake Paiute, Washoe, and the Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribes. Conversations about resource extraction and data centers should be led by Indigenous leaders, including WODA. This last weekend, I went out of town for my birthday, and while I was driving back to Reno, I decided to stop by the Bodie State Park. For those who don't know, Bodie State Park is a gold mining ghost town. From their website, they literally describe Bodie as a historic ghost town with a once thriving mining camp preserved in a state of arrested decay. As I walked through the town, I couldn't help but notice the parallels between the boom-bust mining economy and our current economic state with data centers. After all is said and done, and corporate greed has extracted all of our relatives, plant, animal, water, and human alike, what will happen then? While I don't care for settler history, I went to Bodie State Park as a reminder of why we need to protect this cherished and sacred land, and for birding. Many folks have touched on the important topics like why green energy isn't actually green and how data centers don't actually help the local economy, and I hope you really listen. However, for my time, I want to take the time to advocate on the behalf of the greater sage grouse. This drawing visually represents how we're actively reducing something as beautiful as the greater sage grouse into nothing but data. For those who are unfamiliar, NV Energy is building an energy transmission project called GreenLink North, which brings more than 4,000 megawatts of energy to data centers in the Truckee River watershed. Greater sage grouse populations have plummeted 80% since 1965, largely due to habitat loss from development. And Green Lake North is directly contributing to this decline by destroying over 20,000 acres of greater sage grouse habitat. Finally, I will state Water Over Data Alliance's final demand, which is individuals profiting off of development of data centers or their infrastructure should recuse themselves from deciding their regulation. Listen to Indigenous elders, water is life.
Deidre Gautieri, followed by Anthony Postman via Zoom, followed by Marshall Delbeck. Deidre? Okay, Anthony Postman via Zoom, followed by Marshall Delbeck, followed by Isabella Guerrero.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Anthony.
Greetings, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm so glad to be back again for the third time on this issue in the city council, as many in the room are today. I'm really grateful for everybody's presence there. I want to extend my thanks to Third Act, to Code Pink, to Sierra Club, to Water Over Data Alliance for bringing awareness to the people on a really widespread level today and leading up to today for months in advance, really. I want to say for the record that I am in favor of modifying agenda item C1, that to give this moratorium full breadth, especially in light of inconsistencies in the conditional use permit, discrepancies, as Bree Casper mentioned, in the minor deviation plan. It really seems like the most reasonable move would be to pull the permit. So I think the modification should be that the moratorium is retroactive to be truly effective. I would support an all-out ban within the greater Truckee Meadows and ultimately statewide. I also wanted to say, just in response to some of the statements made in regards to the data that we're bringing in, that I really think the body of citizens united now has been bringing in amazing data. And I thought I had just the data point that hadn't been mentioned today that had actually been brought up about the heat islands. 3.6 degree average in surface temperatures, spikes upward of 16 degrees plus, elevated temperatures up to 6.2 miles away. That's from the University of Cambridge. So we're getting great data. I just wanted to state that for the record. Let's see, is it a minute and 10 left? The time it is ticking. So I actually wanted to bring a creative flow into my comment. I was gently tasked with creating some chants for the rally this past Saturday, and I just wanted to sing to the group to say that I wanna breathe in clean mountain air. I don't need AI to take me there. Wanna dip my feet in cool blue water. No, I can't swim in a stream of data. Blessed Mother, we must put her first. Listen closely now to Mama Earth. Don't need no artificial LLM. Just talk to me the way I am. Wanna breathe in clean mountain air. Don't need no AI to take me there. Wanna dip my feet in cool blue water. No, I can't swim in a stream of data. Thank you. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Marshall Delbeck, followed by Isabel Guerrero, followed by Linda Cross.
Okay, remember, so we have the seats up here. If you are speaking next, please come on up so that we can continue in this rotation. So it's typically 3. Who do we have, Madam Clerk?
Yeah,
after?
Isabel and Linda. They're both in the front.
Isabel and Linda. Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marshall. I currently live in Sparks, but like my friend Lydia, so,
Uh-oh.
Since we're
Just
such
kidding.
close neighbors, I know.
Just kidding.
But, since we're such close neighbors, I thought I'd peek over the fence.
We are.
2 cents. I think most people here have covered, the environmental impact that these data centers will have. And of course, we've touched on the humanitarian issues of surveillance and things like that. So I'm just going to kind of elaborate on that a little bit too. So the technology being developed here for the AI has been used by the IDF to bomb innocent civilians in the West Bank. It's also been used to create child sex abuse content, pornography created from images of adults, especially women, without their consent. In Atlanta, there is a project that is fueled by AI known as Cop City, which is being used to patrol and terrorize Black and Latino populations in the city. I also, just on my feed, came across some fake footage made by AI, which depicted racist imagery, as well as really ugly caricatures of transgender people depicting us as predatory fiends, forcing ourselves into the bathroom, which, you know, it's not true. We just have to pee. You know, it's not like an accurate portrayal of like who we are. And this dangerous rhetoric, it's accelerating violence against anyone that doesn't strictly adhere to the mold of white Christian nationalism, which has been a really huge issue in this country. And it would be very ignorant of this council to assume that it will never reach them, because it will, because it has already been used for political violence, for propaganda. And I think that if you want to defend free speech today and to protect truth in media, you will vote for a complete ban of this in our backyards. And I especially implore the women of this council to think very deeply about that as well, what that could mean for you guys as well. And I'm almost done. Also, this is a picture I drew on my way back from Idaho the other day, and I can't capture its beauty really, but it's you know, just an act of participating in your state and appreciating it, you know, and I think that's really important. There's nothing that a data center can really replicate or take. We can't let it just take over our minds and our creativity and our ideas.
All right,
you know.
thank you.
Isabel Guerrero, followed by Linda Cross, followed by Arwen.
Leo Sanchimaniavu Kachamalia Nepo Isabera Kergereltiak. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. My name is Isabel Guerrero, for the record. I am currently a fifth-year PhD candidate at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am a historical archaeologist and an indigenous archaeology student, and I work for the Four Tribes Alliance, which is an intertribal working group to protect sacred landscapes and ancestral cultural places. This is specifically in the Eastern Sierra Front and the Western Great Basin. I also just wanted to share my bag that I made for today. This was just a nice little crafting, and, you know, try to do that, AI. First, I want to share something my dad has said to me, something we should all keep in mind, that water is medicine. Even though there is supposed closed-loop systems, I don't really think, based on the data, that water going through data centers will be medicine. I think it'll be poison after that. So I greeted you today in the language of my grandfather's people, the Yaqui or Yoeme of Sonora, Mexico, and in my journey of learning about my family's culture and walking the Yoeme path. When your fellow Native communities are in need, you go and help them. This is something that I keep very close to my heart, and these communities include humans as well as plants, animals, the land, the air, and the water. I had several points, but I'm kind of throwing them out the window because I did want to get to something that I am very knowledgeable about. As an archaeologist and scientist, I am very aware of the historical precedent of not listening to indigenous peoples and their knowledges in caring for their lands. So over 100 years ago, settlers removed fire from the landscape in the Intermountain West and in the Great Basin. This is the region we all currently live. And these lands had always been taken care of very well by Native peoples, specifically oftentimes by using fire. Now, in the present, we are suffering really, really terrible consequences of a very poorly thought out management regime, to put it mildly, and we are seeing massive forest fires that destroy ecosystems, houses, and have even taken the lives of people and animals. Land managers at the time could not have predicted this because they did not have a knowledge of this landscape. I guarantee you the indigenous people knew what was going to happen. I also wanted to hearken to the Bodie Hills. That's actually where I work for my dissertation. And yeah, the skeletons of the ecosystems there, they're pretty terrible to see. It's hard, even though I am a historical archaeologist, it's always hard to see this. I wanted to say I support a moratorium, and I demand a permanent ban going forward. And I also wanted to, point out the words literally hanging above our heads, creating a community that people are proud to call home. I think that can be done without data centers, without AI. After all, water is medicine, water is life. Thank you.
Linda Cross, followed by Arwen, followed by Chelsea G via Zoom.
Good afternoon, everybody. Madam Mayor, Madam City Manager, and the rest of the council. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah, well, I'm having a little eye trouble here, so.
All right, take your
anyhow,
time.
And I want to apologize to Kathleen for the way she was spoken to. It was inappropriate and unnecessary. Anyhow, while we go on, I want to bring up some facts that a lot of things have been said. I am in support of the moratorium, but I also, like so many, wish that you would make it a permanent fixture. And I wish you could do it for the county and the state, because I think I need to go down and see Governor, because I'm not happy with what he did either. Anyhow, Amazon is, I look to the east because in the DC and Arlington area, that is where the biggest data centers are, and primarily in Loudoun County and Prince William County. I used to live there when I was in the Air Force. And that is, Loudoun is the data center capital of the world. So how lucky are they? And the complaints that the people that live near those server campuses have the following: noise pollution, diesel generator testing, spiraling energy costs, intense water consumption, light pollution, and limited job creation. Jobs are promised, but many of them are brought in with the work that's being done. In addition to that, the air pollution, the data centers, especially the gas-powered data centers, emit significant pollutants such as nitrogen oxides, methane, volatile organic compounds, and fine particulate matter. According to a September 2025 study, these pollutants increase rates of respiratory diseases and cardiovascular conditions, and they elevate cancer risks among nearby communities. A 2025 model indicates that U.S. data centers in 2030 could cause approximately 600,000 asthma symptom cases and 1,300 premature deaths, exceeding 1/3 of asthma deaths in the U.S. each year, resulting in a public health burden of more than $20 billion. In addition, the noise pollution is the low-frequency hum of the heavy-duty equipment. Oh, God, it's already gone. So much to say, so little time. There was a notice from a resident in Loudoun saying, imagine what it would be like if you had a helicopter hovering over your neighborhood all day and night. I printed these out. I did leave some of those with my paper, and there's a lot of good information there for the council. Again, I thank you. One last thing. Data centers require water to cool, and the large data center will use up to 5 million gallons of water daily, drawing from your local supplies. And thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
No data centers
Good, great
anywhere.
comments, and really appreciate your,
Arwen,
well, you're a class act. Class act. Thank
Arwen,
you.
followed by
Thank you
Chelsea
for
G via Zoom.
showing kindness. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Arwen. Okay. Chelsea G via Zoom.
Okay, Chelsea, and then who else?
Jake Maynard. And
Jake, you here? Raise your hand. Jake, okay, come on up, and then
Tucker Monticelli.
Tucker? I don't see Tucker. Okay, Chelsea, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Awesome. I want to tell y'all I appreciate being able to attend by Zoom. I cannot. I am still working. Anywho's, I am for a moratorium. I am concerned with the quality of what will come out of fast tracking this, that from what I have seen in other, back in Texas, that nothing good comes out of something that is rushed. I also want to emphasize that with regard to corporations, they have teams of individuals who are paid to look for areas with weak regulations and strong tax benefits for their private investors. That private capital does not benefit the public despite them claiming it does. I am concerned about the quality and stability of jobs for union members. However, they continue to chomp at the bit, race to the bottom effectively. And I've heard a couple of folks earlier this morning fear mongering, claiming that Reno would be seen as closed for business. I don't agree with fear mongering in that way when you're trying to set up parameters and guidelines in order to operate a business, that it's cleaner, it's more respectful, and having clearly defined parameters benefits businesses. There's no ambiguity. They spend less money in trying to figure that out. And I also want to highlight a past comment made by a council member, I think it was Reese, who tried to compare a hospital server room to a mini data center. That is not the same. They are not using their hospital servers to mine crypto, to back up AI, to serve as AI servers. It is specific to that hospital. So I take specific issue with that. Either that is ignorance on what hospitals have internally or feigned ignorance in that regard. But corporations look for weak regulations to take advantage of. Please don't give them the tools to take advantage of Reno or this beautiful area. That's all I got. Thank you.
Jake Maynard, followed by Tucker Monticelli, followed by Mary Lou Anderson via Zoom.
Hi, Jake Maynard for the record. So I just want to pretty much let everyone know where we're at. We in the audience don't trust you guys. The only thing that we're asking for a permanent ban. We're not asking for a temporary moratorium. We're not asking for potential, conversation about what is right, what is wrong, what is sustainable. Data centers are unsustainable, period, point blank, period. And I am upset and wondering why this council refuses to address what this community is and has been overwhelmingly asking for. Again, that is a permanent moratorium on all future data centers within the city of Reno and beyond. So I want that to be clear for everyone here. And if that is not the outcome of what this vote is today, then everyone here is right to mistrust you, as we have been betrayed, backstabbed, and led on for years about things. Okay, this is fighting for survival. This is fighting for the very lifeblood of our community, and that is water. And the Water Over Data Alliance has been the overwhelming presence at these meetings. It has not been mentioned as a priority, as someone who the council has explicitly stated that they want to work with, that they will listen to, that they will work with. That is, again, a huge reason why we don't trust you guys. You have an opportunity to correct the legacy of mistrust that you have cultivated here. And we can all put the closed for business BS to bed, because nobody here is afraid of being closed for business. Everybody here is afraid of not having water. Everyone here is afraid of AI surveillance.
Please.
Everyone here is afraid of rising costs of energy, of pollution, of desecration of native land. We are asking you for one thing and one thing only. It is a yes or no answer. Please, please, please make the right decision. No parasitic data centers, period.
Tucker Monticelli. Tucker. Mary Lou Anderson via Zoom, followed by Bill Shrimp via Zoom, followed by Pablo Navaduran.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Hi there. Mary Lou Anderson, based here in Reno, Nevada. I've been on all day, and it's amazing to me the amount of really factual and tactical knowledge that has come out from the community. It really has humbled me in many ways. So I am an IT consultant out of work for the past 15 months. Largely due in part because I didn't learn AI quick enough, fast enough, smart enough. So during that time frame, I worked for the world's largest producer of organic maple syrup. It was an awesome opportunity. We laughed about not implementing AI on our ERP system, and when it was all said and done, we didn't do it, and I was out of work looking for my next venture. And 15 months later, I'm sitting here today listening about the data centers. We moved up here from Vegas. I haven't heard too much talk about Vegas today. We moved up here from Vegas 2 years ago. So there's 34 active, alive, working data centers just in Vegas, okay? And the temperature has drastically increased over the past 2 years. Where it used to be 2 to 3 weeks of temperatures around the 100 area, they're now up to like 115 for over a month, okay? And Lake Mead has unearthed, unfortunately, boats and bodies and everything in between because of the low water levels. So I don't know, is there any correlation? There could be. I think there probably is, actually. So for me, I support the moratorium, extended moratorium, and permanent ban on data centers, and not because I'm not working. I think it's important. I'm assuming, Madam Mayor and council members, I'm assuming you all feel probably at a core level that AI is not going to go away. So if you're a tech person, I could probably say with 99% accuracy, it's not going away. It's big, and it's part of the empire, which I'll close on. So what do we do? Well, what do we do as a community? I think, opening this up for a 10, 12-hour session is admirable, and I thank you all for, doing that for us, right? As I was listening this morning, I'll try to be quick about this, it reminded me of circle of life a little bit, right? So we've got humanity and all life at the top of the circle and in the middle. And then we've got the AI industry that's taken a strong second on the right-hand side, on the east side. And then we've got politics on the southern side. And then on the west side, we've got bureaucracy, right? And then we go back around and we close the circle, and here's humanity and life again, right? So you guys, you ladies, mostly ladies, I think there's one or two gentlemen, you've got a really tough job, and we're here to help you as a community. We're here to help you, all right? There's a lot of good work in our world that has to be done right now, and I'm going to ask each of you for a minute to take a breath.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no. Can I have 5 more seconds?
Madam Clerk.
Yes?
Bill Shrimp via Zoom, followed by Pablo Navaduran, followed by Sarah Phillips via Zoom.
Bill, hi. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Okay,
I can hear you.
go ahead.
Yeah, happy Data Center Day. Unrelated, I just want to say, Madam Mayor, when you're no longer sitting there, I hope whoever replaces you conducts meetings with the same level of poise that you do. So regardless of whether we agree or disagree on that, I hope that continues. I am coming in on Zoom today on purpose, very specifically to kind of help make my point. And I agree with a lot of the comments that other folks have made, and that data centers, they really are part of critical infrastructure. But because of my job, I know that I'm using critical infrastructure today for my office in Reno. It connects to San Jose. And I know that Reno City Hall is also connected to San Jose. Guess what? We didn't need to stop in Reno for that. Okay. It wasn't necessary. Okay. And data centers don't help make that happen. One of the things that I've heard you guys talk about, and you've talked about it longer than I've been listening, is the master plan for Reno. What do we want? Where do we want it? Why do we want it there? You talk about activating spaces. You talk about doing what's good in the Truckee River corridor. You talk about Title 18 cleanup. None of that stuff is in line with what data centers will ultimately do, what these high density data centers will do. It's just not in alignment with what we need. If you want an example, when you leave after your long day today and you pull out of the parking garage, use the First Street exit, turn left, go a block, look right, and you'll see that AT&T building right there, right on the river. And yeah, when that building was being built, there's a lot of construction jobs. But guess how many people go into that building every day now? Just a few. And it's an old school data center. It's a little different than what we're talking about, but it doesn't really employ a lot of people anymore. Maybe a handful of people here and there. You know, you talk about distribution centers. You talk about, and they create jobs. There's a lot of people who build them, and then after they're built, there's a lot of people who work there. Self-storage facilities. A lot of people build them. It doesn't create a lot of jobs, but at least the customers are local. Okay. They're in Reno. So you guys can't control what the county's going to do. You can't control what the state's going to do, but you can say what happens in Reno within the city limits of Reno. And within the city limits of Reno, we don't need data centers. You have that authority. You have that control. Please exercise it. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Pablo Nava Duran, followed by Sarah Phillips via Zoom, followed by Stack Wright Hemphill.
Okay, Pablo and then Sarah.
Got it.
Go
Hello,
ahead.
guys. My name is Pablo Duran, and I'm currently a Ward 3 member, Ward 3 NAPS. I'm a NAP member of a Ward 3, and I'm strong supporter for Devin Reese for mayor. All right, so here we go. So why I do support on moratorium data center. A reason why, because the study research that data center can pollute water, can pollute air, can make electrify sound wave more frequent than the people realize, and we want to make sure we put the moratorium on data center in the same limits. So if they want to build a data center in Northern Nevada, you could build on the USA Parkway, US Parkway, or any industrial area with the same limit. But I'm not anti-business. I'm a pro-business and a pro-environment. So I have a basic degree in marketing management at UNR 6 years ago. I can tell you that we need some economic growth in Northern Nevada. I know people need jobs. So what the job factor in Reno, Nevada right now? Right now is logistics for warehouse. Number one job for warehouse. So we do have a lot of warehouse open, distribution center, which it does not cause a lot of environmental concerns. We do have a lot of blue collar workers, but you know we're about to decline. So a white collar worker on the rise. So we need some professional. We need some built office. We need more skyscraper in downtown Reno. does not cause a environment, or if we don't need data center in Reno, unless it's a detrimental area. And and since Morgan Walford is not here, as a representative for Morgan Walford, I'm gonna say do not take money from a corporate PAC support for data centers. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Sarah Phillips via Zoom, followed by Stack Wright Hemphill, followed by Ezra Rambo.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, state your name.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Sarah Phillips, for the record, and I am in favor of a full moratorium on all new data center applications in the city of Reno and eventually a full ban. I am a proud two-time alumna from the University of Nevada, Reno, and currently live a short walk away from our beautiful Truckee River in Ward 2. As a lifetime Reno resident, I have cherished our natural landscapes and wildlife for decades, as I'm sure many of you have. The building of data centers in Reno will have devastating effects on our natural resources, residents, and tourist economy. These centers pull water from our river, pollute our air, and destroy the few wildlife habitats that we have left. The center on 265 Keystone Avenue alone is less than 3 miles away from our historic university, countless neighborhoods, and the Oxbow Nature Study Area, a well-known wildlife refuge. The toxic particles will be expelled from the center, and the water being pulled from the river will have lasting negative effects on our students, residents, and wildlife for years to come. Not to mention, literally no one wants to visit somewhere hot, ugly, and data center filled for their yearly vacation. Your constituents do not want to live in a dry, toxic, hot, and expensive city. Students across this country do not want to attend a school surrounded by constant noise and industrialization instead of nature and culture. If you care about money flowing into Reno, you will also support the data center moratorium. Thank you.
Stack Wright Hemphill, followed by Ezra Rambo, followed by Jude Fliegler.
okay, Ezra and Jude. Ezra, you're here? All right, perfect. Jude, are you here? Perfect, okay. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Stack Wright Hemphill. I've been living in Nevada for a decade now. And one thing that concerns me about data centers is their potential impact on creativity and literacy. I currently work with children who are around elementary age as a reading/English tutor, and many of them struggle with reading. I remember when I was their age, I loved reading and writing, but the kids I work with get frustrated when they have to write a paragraph. I was writing papers at their age, reading anything that I could get my hands on. Nevada currently ranks number 48 out of 50 states in the latest 2026 public school rankings, placing the state near the bottom nationwide. And this is in the midst of our public libraries being defunded, a resource that is supposed to be integral to the fostering community into the building of knowledge. Instead, our money is being poured into our police department that slay people that look like me, RIP Michael J. Johnson. The integration of AI into educational spaces will drain the creativity and intelligence out of the generation following mine. Creativity is what makes life worth living, the ability to communicate and create new ideas. My fear is this next generation will have machines do the thinking for them. Our brains have evolved over the course of millennia to bring us where we are now. No machine can replace the human mind, and no machine can perfectly imitate human creativity. Our art, our music, our expression comes from our human experiences. I think a permanent moratorium should be put into place, and in the meantime, we can dedicate more of our time and resources towards policies that make education more accessible to young people in the public school system. Educate them on the people who have stewarded and continue to protect this land, the Numu, Noah, and Washoe people. Educate them on communities that have had to bargain with local government to have their basic needs met, like our neighbors in Black Springs, who are going to be directly impacted by data centers, as two are currently being built right next to their community. Educate them on the natural beauty and abundance that surrounds them, something that AI cannot generate.
Ezra Rambo, followed by Jude Fliegler, followed by Tara Uri.
I am Ezra Rambo for the record. The lack of Indigenous perspective and insight for decision-making is not shocking considering the history of this city, this county, this state, and this nation. However, we demand that change immediately. Remember whose land you're on and who has been living in harmony with this earth and its creatures far before any of your ancestors settled here violently and without remorse. Remember that despite the laws of the land and heritage, you are unrightfully in a position to decide the future of the condition of this land, water, air, and its human and non-human inhabitants. Use your minds and hearts with data and perspective presented to you and sought out by you, not the pockets of lobbyists and donors who only further their own business interests. So choose carefully. Access to water is a right. Housing is a right. Healthcare is a right. Safety and security is a right. Initiatives and policies proposed by the city and its council have denied some of or all of these rights to its citizens and constituents. This city and its council's hostile perspective of and treatment of its houseless population by policy and social construction will only continue to be perpetuated as the price hikes caused by the implementation of data centers in our city and neighborhoods. Housing prices continue to rise with no sign of stopping. Energy and water prices will rise and kick families out of their homes. This city's infrastructure for housing and employing houseless citizens is severely lacking and will presumably not be matched developmentally with the furthering of data center construction. Will you care about those dying of a lack of basic needs under your inhumane decisions, or will you be in your comfortable homes with your AC and running water without a care in the world or a care for the blood of those who is on your hands? And I will end this off with the water over data demands. All right. 6 months is ridiculous. We need a permanent ban. Any policies that concern extraction of natural resources within city limits should have free, full, and informed consent by all tribal nations within the watershed. Conversations of ordinance must have meaningful consultation impacted communities. Demand impacted tribal nations are at the head of the table. Pyramid Lake, RSIC, Washoe, Fallon Paiute, Shoshone Tribe. Conversations about resource extraction and data centers should be led by Indigenous leaders, including WODA. Individuals profiting off the development of data centers or their infrastructure should recuse themselves from deciding their regulation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jude Fliegler, followed by Tara Uri, followed by Lisa Hill via Zoom.
Jude.
Hi.
I love that name, Jude.
Thank you. So I came today because I was listening this morning on YouTube, and I wanted to answer a question that you asked about how are we you said, how will we have enough water to put out the fires that might also happen with up in Tahoe, I assume, or anywhere where there's forests. And you actually got an answer from an Indigenous person. I don't know if you caught it, because she was talking about cultural burning, how it's been an Indigenous practice for millennia, and we stopped doing it here for 80 years, but they actually keep doing it. They actually still do it. It's called Fire Brings Water. The Washoe tribe is co-managing Meeks Bay, and they want to implement cultural burning there. So you might not know what cultural burning is. Before settlers got here, the Washoe people would reside in the Carson Valley during the winter months because there's too much snow in the mountains to be up there. But then when the snow melted and filled up the water, they would migrate up to Tahoe, and they would build their summer homes up there. And they would spend the entire summer in Tahoe, and then they would burn their houses every year. And they do this annually, and they spread the fire around to get rid of the debris that prevents further growth. So I didn't know how this works. So
That's
I
so
looked it up on
fascinating.
Google.
That
Yeah, it
is so
Google.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Jude, I love this.
So I looked it up on Google, and of course, if you Google anything, you get an AI answer first. So all of us use AI regardless. Most of us use AI, I imagine. It takes a lot of discipline to not use AI. But AI says, why does fire bring water? Because fire gets rid of all the debris and lets the water flow through the waterways, and it reaches the creeks easier. It also makes it more resistant to burning from unintentional burning, like wildfires. The problem now is that all of the land owned by settlers is not being managed. They don't pick up the dead wood.
Yeah.
They don't pick up any of the sagebrush. They don't do any cultural burning annually. And so we do have like huge destructive fires every, I don't know, every several decades. It comes from a place of ignorance, and it is another example of how settlers are not capable of managing this land because they are ignorant. Now, I know that an Indigenous person answered your question earlier. I don't know if you caught it, so I'm asking you to like please listen to us.
Well, I
now.
can't hear because there's a lot going on in the room and my hearing is not very good. So I'm glad
If you
that
want more water, fire brings water. I want you to Google that.
Yes, I love
too.
that.
It's a good organization that is run by the Washoe tribe here in Washoe County.
Okay,
Yeah.
I love that. Thank you so much. That was very thoughtful. Jude, thank you. I love it.
Jude, thank you for the conversation we had on text. Appreciate you.
Tara Uri, followed by Lisa Hill via Zoom, followed by Tara Tran.
Hi. Put this there. This is Willow in the river here. My name's Tara Uri. I've lived here since I was 6 years old. I am in support of a full moratorium and a ban, complete ban on for future data centers. I think the one on Keystone and the ones that I guess that if you put a moratorium on now, anything you go with, anything you go with, regulations you put on them, I am understanding that they won't go to the ones that are already being built, correct? So those need to be stopped somehow. I came once before, you guys, and told you that I'm in low-income housing, so I am also close to or in the heat bubble that they're talking about. We are not allowed air conditioners. Our power bills are already high enough. It's hard to pay for them. I don't use a fan. I don't use a microwave. I sometimes use the TV, but definitely can't have air conditioners. So the heat is going to get really, really, really bad. I had so much more I was going to say. And now I just went blank. So anyway, I just want you guys to, think about how you're going to vote, and the businesses and people want to come here for the beauty of the lakes, the river. We have some of the most beautiful lakes and scenery around the country in northern Nevada here, and that's why a lot of people come. So if that's all polluted or gone, people are going to want to move out. People are going to not come. Businesses will move out. So the saying no to moratorium or no to data centers is not closed for business. Saying no to them will bring better businesses. And I think that's about all I have to say right now. So thank you.
Lisa Hill via Zoom, followed by Tara Tran, followed by Nancy Hart.
Lisa Hill for the record. I live in Ward 5. I have served on my neighborhood advisory board, have been involved in many regional planning processes, as well as attended and participated in many, many development hearings, including this one over many, many years. I sent some detailed comments in writing for the public record, and I won't review those today. What I wanted to say is that I am all for a civilized public discourse on the matter at hand here. And I want to send blessings to all of the mayor and the council members today. At the end of the day, you will be making some decisions for all of us. And I don't envy being in your position, but I want you to know that I send goodwill to all of you as part of this process. And there is no statute of limitations on changing your mind or educating yourself and learning how the community feels about the matter and taking a different direction than you may have in the past. You have two things that you're looking into, and earlier in the meeting, you were deliberating on which direction you wanted to go. My personal opinion is that I think Reno, as a city, should move forward with very clear and very specific regulations regarding data centers. The B1 was, should you direct staff to develop specific zoning code for data centers? And I think, from my view, the answer is absolutely yes. And then the second matter is the so-called moratorium and when that might end. And so when I first read this, I thought, yes, I would be in favor of the moratorium until specific code can be developed. But after listening to the comments today, I'm not sure what you're going to decide at the end of the meeting, whether you're going to vote yes on the resolution as it's written, or if you want to modify that. A couple of points on possible modifications may be a redress for the already proposed data centers, because it appears to me that some of the developers are not actually following what they said they were going to, and I think that it's important to circle back on what's happening with that. So you may want to change your resolution to include data centers that have already been approved, because it sounds like maybe they are not actually following what they said they were going to do. The second possible amendment to the resolution might include a full-on ban, as it sounds as if many people are giving you the feedback that they don't want any data centers within the city. At the very least, what I have observed is that there's been an extreme power imbalance in our community, not just on this particular subject, but on many.
Thank you,
And
Lisa.
Lisa.
Tara Tran, followed by Nancy Hart, followed by Lindsay Bath via Zoom.
Hi, council, and unfortunately not the mayor. All right, I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I would like us to all close our eyes and imagine joy. Can you guys do that for me? Can you imagine joy? When is the last time you felt joy? What made you feel it? Was it a colorful sunset, a child laughing, funny-looking baby geese following their mom in the park? Was it the cold water from the river as you played with your family? Was it the thousands of dollars from the Dolan family hitting the Kathleen Taylor campaign's bank account after someone approved their sale of the 265?
Please keep the comments in general, please.
I did not speak to anybody. I said hitting Kathleen Taylor's bank account. I did not refer to Kathleen Taylor. So we're all good. After one of these council members approved the sale of 265 Keystone to construct the Keystone Data Center. Was it the thousands of dollars from Neil Electric or Select Electric, who too make money off the construction of data centers, hitting Devin Reese's campaign account? Is it joy you feel when you step over a sleeping, starving neighbor next to an empty and derelict downtown because the corporate owners of those buildings would rather wait for a fictitious payout than keep people in their homes because you got a big enough slice of the pie that you're happy to watch people starve? I feel joy when I think about clean water and clean air, when I fight for animals, plants, and people surrounded by the abundance of this earth, taking care of it as it takes care of us. Not draining it to build the infrastructure of surveillance, murderous police, weapons of war, extraction, or death. Economic growth will mean nothing when the speculative bubble bursts and decaying batteries pollute the groundwater. We cannot eat money.
You cannot build these the right way. Closed-loop data centers and constructing green energy, nuclear, or geothermal to power them will still mean extracting minerals, water, and metals from the indigenous lands at the death of all life that depends on it, whether that be here in Nevada, in the Congo, or anywhere else. You cannot build them the right way by imagining that in the next 6 months, some fictitious vegetable drying operation will appear to make everything feel okay. You cannot build them the right way by putting them in the outskirts of the city or underground. You cannot build them the right way and still make money off of their construction. You cannot be a good person and profit off of the destruction of the place you were elected to protect. We do not want a symbolic 6-month gesture, a moratorium not tied to the adoption of regulation with free, informed, and full consent of all impacted Indigenous communities, and we are not asking for symbolic regulation that tells developers what lies to say when they apply for their CUP, knowing they can do whatever they want afterwards, because who is going to hold them to it? We are asking for a full ban, and that you defer all decisions about resource extractions to the people who have been stewarding this stolen land since time immemorial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Hart, followed by Lindsay Bath, followed by Alex Batter.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Hart. I'm a local attorney, mom, longtime human rights activist, and concerned Washoe County citizen. I'm here in strong support of a total ban on data centers in Reno. I've lived in northern Nevada for over 35 years, and I've seen a tremendous amount of growth over those years, much of which has come with numerous challenging impacts. For example, everything from traffic congestion and water overuse to commercial overexpansion and a dearth of habitable low-income housing. But nothing compares to the recent proposals to build data centers in our city, which have no positive impacts on the community and many harmful and distressing impacts. I don't have specific knowledge or information to share with you today, and certainly nothing that hasn't already been said. I just want to say that I agree 100% with the many points that have been so articulately and passionately stated in support of a complete ban on data centers in Reno. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay Bath via Zoom, followed by Alex Batter, followed by Elizabeth Morgan.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Bath. For the record, can you all hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. I am a third-generation Renoite. I don't have a ton of stuff prepared, super organized. I just jotted down some notes as I joined at 10 a.m. this morning. But third-generation Renoite, I went to Reno High and Wooster. I enjoyed the last 8 years as step-granddaughter to the late Sue Wagner. My father, Edwin Bath, owned a business here for 25 years. And, I have this vivid memory of him being so proud of the state he lived in. And a lot of the things that was surrounded by was, oh, you can turn that tap water on and drink water right out of it. And so much of the things we're seeing associated with data centers are really starting to make all of us in the public extremely concerned about our continued ability to do that. And the place that I am at, being 31 years of age, coming up in my third year of marriage, and now starting to consider starting a family, I really want my kids to be able to grow up swimming in the Truckee River and floating the Truckee River and hiking the beautiful areas that I did. And I'm starting to have those conversations with my husband in a really nervous manner, and I'm really sad to be in that position. Another thing, touching on that topic, my husband is a Native man. He is not from any tribe here. However, I have a huge desire to see some tribal oversight and even a permanent seat with special privileges on this council that is truly long overdue, and tribally elected official. And I think that conversation needs to be started here today, and I invite it both within this chamber and outside. I choose Nevada, my home. I choose the mountain bluebirds and the gopher snakes. I choose the sage and the pines. I went to Roygam, where I learned Home Means Nevada, which is our state song. And, you know, I still often find myself singing it. And I encourage the entire council really to go back and maybe sing that song, look at the words, you know, not all of it is still as beloved as it used to be, but it is true. Home means Nevada. Home means the sage and the pines. Out near the Truckies, Silvery Rills. That's really not going to be a reality if we don't support a complete ban. And, you know, I really hope that this chant sticks. It's home means Nevada, not home means data. Thank you.
Alex Batter, followed by Elizabeth Morgan, followed by Jay Smart.
Good afternoon. Ooh. Can y'all hear me? There we go. Oh, that's helpful. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alex Batter, and I am a lifelong Nevadan. We have tried to be civil. We have tried to have decorum. We have been showing up by the thousands consistently for over a year trying to get you to listen to the demands of your constituents. What is not civil is being an elected official and knowing your constituents are in support of something and having the audacity to do exactly the opposite. I am here today, one more time, along with thousands of Renoites, to support a full and permanent moratorium on data centers in Reno, as well as retroactive regulations on the data centers currently established. The other day, I had a long and somewhat frustrating conversation with my ward councilman. He had reached out over text regarding his campaign, and to my surprise, he personally answered. I expressed that I will not be supporting him or any other sitting council members for that matter, due to their history of supporting data centers despite mass disapproval. To be fair, at least he had the sense to vote yes on this past moratorium. The same cannot be said for everyone on this dais. This past May, the council unanimously voted to overturn a decision made by the Planning Commission to reject the permit of the Oppidan Data Center, a 61,500 square foot data center off Virginia Street. Thanks to you all, we now have what Devin Reese calls a small data center in one of the hottest parts of Reno. Prior to the Oppidan Data Center, the Keystone Data Center was also allowed to proceed despite, again, mass public disapproval. We are tired. We are tired of being steamrolled, ignored, neglected, and abused by this council. During this exchange with my ward councilman, he also said, and I quote, "The thing about your last point," meaning my last point, "you don't seem to accept is that not everybody is opposed to small data centers. Our job as elected officials is to balance competing interests. First of all, an elected official who's up for election probably shouldn't have told a potential voter that I can't accept something when I've told you what I want to see out of your campaign. Just a suggestion. Let's do a quick show of hands. How many people in this room support small data centers?" Awkward. Your job as elected officials is to balance competing interests among members of the community. Instead, Reno City Council has decided to support large out-of-state corporations over their own constituents. We can't say it any louder. The people of Reno do not want data centers, period. We elected you into these positions to vote the will of the people, not tell us what we should accept. It is your responsibility as an elected body of ward representatives to represent the people of your city. Thank you.
Elizabeth Morgan, followed by Jay Smart, followed by Zach Hooker.
Okay. I'm going to ask the body, do you guys need to get up? How are you doing? How's everyone doing up here? Okay. How many more public comments?
13.
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're hanging in there?
I'm happy to be here.
Okay, good. Well, we're happy
Maybe
you're
more
here.
unhappy to be here, actually. That's a better word.
No, I saw this game the other day that someone said I played this game called, what is that? Unfortunately, but fortunately. So if someone says unfortunate, it's unfortunate that I'm here, then you get to turn around and say, fortunately, I get to use my voice to craft, to to talk to you and craft good policy. So there you go. So thank you for being here, and please take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Morgan, and I am here today in full support of a memorandum and eventually a full data center ban. Melvin Kranzberg, a well-regarded historian of technology, famously published his 6 laws. The first, I think, most relevant today. Technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. This law is a stark reminder that it is not the technology itself that is good or bad, but how humans use the tech that determines its morality. It is with this law in mind that I urge the City Council to slow down and actually assess whether the unfeathered development of data centers in Washoe County is actually going to be good for the people, water, and wildlife of this beautiful town. Residents in the surrounding area are already beginning to feel the impacts of data centers as South Lake residents begin their search for a new source of power. An article published in News 4 warns, according to NV Energy, a company has received interest in representing about 22,000 megawatts of potential new electricity demand, compared to Nevada's current system peak of roughly 8,500 megawatts. Much of that demand is tied to proposed data centers, which require massive amounts of electricity to power cloud computing and artificial intelligence systems. The question of who will pay for that power and how the strain will impact residents has still not been answered. Furthermore, a report from the Desert Research Institute found this opportunity, data centers, also presents the challenge of balancing energy and water intensity of the data centers with the needs of other stakeholders. Challenges, including the state's aridity and the potential loss of load hours in an increasingly stressed grid, must be carefully navigated. I truly believe that Nevada is at a pivotal moment in history. The outcome of this meeting today is going to send a message, not just to Washoe County, but the world. By 2027, AI is expected to account for more than 28% of the global data center market, according to Goldman Sachs. And Nevada is at the center of this boom. Are we going to sit back and continue to let the data centers take over the town with virtually no regulation, or are we going to control this narrative? I'm in full support of the memorandum to give experts and officials time to properly assess the impacts of data centers. Putting a time frame on these actions is irresponsible, and these amendments must be retroactive and pause current construction until we have proper impact assessments. Nevada has the opportunity to emerge as the leader in the digital technology space. I understand that's why some people support the development in favor of these data centers. However, I would push back against that perspective with one more set of questions. Is letting data centers develop with no regulation truly leading this race, or are we being blindly led by the people who profit off these data centers? If technology is neither good nor bad, the neutral, what good are data centers for Nevada and for this community? Thank you.
Jay Smart, followed by Zach Hooker, followed by Caitlin Gatchalian.
Oh, hi, I'm Jay Smart, for the record. Jay, just the letter. I learn so much every day, so much about how our world is falling apart. They're spraying 21st century Agent Orange in our national forests, suppressing contagious disease information, telling kids in Florida that climate change doesn't exist. They can see and hear you through your Wi-Fi router, the new 6G towers. They know you by the angle you hold your phone and the kinetics and rhythm of how you type. They know your medical history, your dosages, your house and work and line of travel. Flock watches you while you walk. They know your credit and your investments. They want to give you a number and brand it on you for them to see. And they want to predict through observation, miseducation, and coercion. And they need data centers to do this. They need water to do this, and most importantly, they need your consent to do this. And if they get your consent to do this, then you are them. I want to express my appreciation for Devin's strong position on this moratorium. I am in favor of C1, but I think that it needs to be retroactive and much longer lasting. And I'm not going to read the specific demands, but you need permanent tribal council in all matters of resource allocation in this area, well, in all areas of this settler state. And anyway, thank you. And thank you, Devin.
Zach Hooker, followed by Caitlin Gachalian, followed by Manny Becerra via Zoom.
Okay, Zach, you know you're there. Caitlin? Caitlin? Nope. Okay, then we'll head to Manny. Okay, take it away, Zach.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Zach Hooker. I am an environmental engineer in training, and I'm here today to speak in support of the memorandum on data centers and to ask for a retroactive appeal to the data centers that are currently built, ideally having them permanently banned. It's been a while since I've given public comment, unfortunately, but I hope you all remember me from early last year when I was with other activist groups, again, warning against the construction and mass allowance of data centers in Reno. I can't express how frustrating it was to go to meeting after meeting and get met with nods and I hear yous while continuing to move forward with the construction of these data centers. I do want to recognize that after over a year of weekly community outcry and comments that the city council has prioritized a moratorium on data centers and met to discuss regulations that should have been in place at the start of these developers coming to Reno. However, we are still not happy with the stance that Reno is taking with data centers. Each day, I feel the city slipping further and further away from the town I grew up in and loved. Seeing huge, ugly data centers pop up within walking distance from my home, flock cameras that are contributing to the surveillance state, which is especially worrying under this current administration where we are crawling closer and closer to fascism. We have been loud. We have been consistent. We are asking for you to listen to your constituents. I want to echo what I believe Tara said earlier, that there is no right way to build a data center. There are different methods of cooling, evaporative, there's underground water. However, we are still polluting water that cannot be used again. We are still emitting heat and pollutants into the air that cannot be taken back. Again, there is no such thing as a good data center. I hope you all saw the rally in front of the Keystone Data Center on Saturday. It was one of the best turnouts of a protest I've seen in a long time, from people that showed up, from the cars, from the spirit that was in the air. And I know a lot of people who are here went to that rally as well. I wish that we didn't have to beg for proper extensive regulations after the data center has already been approved. But you still have a chance to listen to your citizens and to put a ban on data centers retroactively and to maintain the beautiful nature, clean water, and citizens who can be proud of a city that they do not just live in, but they are what makes Reno the gem that it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Caitlin Gachalian via Zoom, followed by Manny Becerra via Zoom, followed by Kelly Jess.
Okay, Caitlin, can you hear us?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Caitlin Gachanyan, and I'm the Nevada representative for Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. Thank you for letting us comment today. SWEEP is not for or against a moratorium. Nevada is in the middle of one of the fastest data center buildouts in the United States, and the state and local jurisdictions have no laws to govern it. NV Energy expects Northern Nevada's total power demand to double within 8 to 10 years from 2,100 megawatts today to more than 4,200 megawatts, driven almost entirely by data centers. These facilities can bring investment and economic opportunity, but they also create significant demands on our electric grid, water resources, transportation infrastructure, and local services. Today, many of these impacts are addressed through project-specific agreements without a consistent framework for transparency, accountability, or long-term planning. We encourage the city to establish clear, objective standards for data center development, including impact disclosure, infrastructure responsibility, community engagement, and ongoing reporting. These guardrails can help support economic development opportunities for the community while ensuring the city has appropriate safeguards in place regarding how facilities are developed, operated, and powered. Clear standards also help protect residents, particularly those most vulnerable, while providing local governments with the information needed to plan responsibly for future growth. We encourage the city to act promptly in establishing this framework. Reno has an opportunity to be proactive and create a framework that supports both economic development and responsible community planning. We appreciate our policy recommendations being considered and working with the city of Reno as a thought partner. Thank you.
Manny Becerra via Zoom, followed by Kelly Jess, followed by Gregory Said.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Fantastic. Hello, Mayor, Council, staff, and community. Annie Becerra here, a fellow lifelong Reno resident. And for those who don't know me, I do serve on the city's Planning Commission, but I am speaking in my personal capacity today. And before I begin, I do have a few brief words. I definitely know feelings on this run pretty deep, and that passion is very welcome. And it's how we got here today with a full chamber of concerned residents. But I gently ask that we keep it off the people, and this goes both ways. Councilmember Taylor and everyone on this dais signed up to serve, not to be attacked for it. And we can disagree hard, and Lord Almighty knows we do, or this wouldn't have taken 18 months to get here. Yet we can still take the high road and treat each other as neighbors. That's the only way we get to a better outcome on this and all the other things we're trying to build for our community and the region. And so if you are fired up, that's good. Channel it. And as President Obama once said, don't boo, vote. So with that, I've submitted my full remarks in writing, so I'll just keep the rest brief. These concerns aren't new, not today, not over the past few weeks. In December of 2024, when the first major data center request arrived, I urged this council to pause and set standards. When those went unheeded, I brought a resolution that January of 2025, Reno's Planning Commission passed it as a majority, and this council declined to advance either. Though council members Ebert, Dewar, and Martinez did stand with the community, and I am grateful for that. I raise it because the public deserves an honest account of how we got here, and because the 18-month delay has cost all of us in time, resources, and public trust. The real test today is whether we make the lesson durable. Here's how I plan to read the draft resolution before you. This pause has teeth in exactly one place: the direction to reject new permit applications. Much of what people care about, though, water, energy, fire, sound, sighting, wildlife, and more, appear only as a broad health, safety, and welfare recital, or as topics still to be studied, not actual binding requirements. Regional alignment is good, but alignment isn't ownership. The pen and the responsibility stay here on this dais. What isn't written down or captured in emotion can change with the next agenda or the next council. Our talented planners build to the direction they're given, and they've asked you for clarity and the room to lead long before today. Today is the day to fully empower them. So 3A. First, seat tribal nations at the table, government to government, where the rules, including which lands are off the table, are shaped by them. When anyone's input changes the outcome, say so. When it doesn't, say why. That's how trust is built, and trust is infrastructure too. Second, give staff a real steady scope and clear milestones today, anchored in the 9 priorities I've shared with this body and TMRPA, informed by 70+ cross-sector stakeholders. Third, condition the moratorium so it lifts only when an ordinance that truly addresses these impacts is adopted, not the moment any ordinance exists, with a plain rubric for what adequate means, so the off-ramp cannot be tripped by an ordinance by name only. Whatever you decide today, thank you as well.
Kelly Jesh, followed by Gregory Said, followed by Gary Johansson.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Kelly Jesh, and I'm here to endorse a C1, a moratorium, and hopefully a further ban. I've been in Reno since 1969, note the gray hair, and I live in a house with a 6th-generation Nevadan, and I don't think my family envisioned Reno quite as it is, as 600,000 people in the greater Reno-Sparks area and the traffic that you have to drive through going north. But that said, my husband's relatives came to Nevada, unfortunately, to build Derby Dam. I'm here to hopefully make an impression that we need to undo some of the damage that our ancestors have done. So my family works very hard to undo that, doing riparian repair, working to further how we use water in Nevada. And I don't think data centers are going to be the way that we honor that tradition. Secondly, my other family is from Loudoun County, strangely enough. My brother lives in Waterford, which is right in the middle, smack in the middle of Loudoun, and I've been watching for a lot of years as to what happened to them. And it's really unfortunate. If you have not had a chance to see what happens first person when data centers explode, and I do mean explode, we're talking even Reno, this is low end so far, and we have a chance to stop that. We need to make sure that we make an active decision for our water, for our land. This is the most beautiful place to live. When I travel, when people ask me where I'm from and I say Nevada, oh, I hear that's beautiful. The water is the source of life for our state. We have done nothing in the past but destroy it. This is our opportunity to change that, and I support a full moratorium, a ban, and some thought from our council to listen. I've been on this from 10 o'clock this morning. I've learned a lot from very articulate people, and I hope that we're going to listen and change our direction. Thank you.
Gregory Said, followed by Gary Johansson, followed by Lily Barron via Zoom.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gregory Said, and I live in Ward 1. I'd like to see a permanent ban on AI data centers in Reno and worldwide. I taught English as a second language for several years in 3 foreign countries, Chile, South Korea, and China. I often hear from the tech oligarchs that we need to have AI data centers to compete with China. Let me be perfectly clear. No, we don't. By the time I ultimately left China in February 2021, that country had become a dystopian nightmare. That was one of the main reasons why I had to leave China. I know firsthand that AI data centers are being used for surveillance against citizens worldwide. I also witnessed severe air, water, and noise pollution due to the AI data centers in China. With all this in mind, I urge you all to enforce a complete ban on AI data centers in Reno. Thank you.
Gary Johansson, followed by Lily Barron via Zoom, followed by Shannon Lavender.
Hello, everybody. My name's Gary Johansson. I live in South Reno. First thing, I'm a union guy, so I wanted to ask, did people get they're going to get their overtime or a lunch or a break or something, the staff? Here? I'm talking about the staff. Did they get is that taken care of? Okay, good.
We're good.
Okay, so let me start out asking you, has anybody here ever been to Crescent City, California? Do you know where it is? But somebody has actually been there, Brandy? Okay, what's it like? Yes. Beautiful, right? Redwood National Park. Okay, in 1979, I took a job there in Crescent City, Del Norte County, and when I got up there, I realized the year before 48,000 acre addition to Redwood National Park had happened. Beautiful, saved a lot of areas. It kept a lot of old growth redwoods, the tallest trees in the world, as you know, from being cut down. Unfortunately, a lot of the local people who I came to know and hang out with and fish with and hunt with, they didn't like it because the logging jobs started going away, the trucking jobs started going away, and all the businesses started suffering. And then on top of that, the shrimping went to heck. And then because they logged so much, a lot of the salmon fishing went to heck because the gravel beds upstream had been destroyed by the logging. Okay, so a lot of the local people were really unhappy, and they're probably still unhappy. They're my age now. But you know what? Redwood National Park is there. Millions of people go up there. I don't know how many a year, but a lot of people go there. It's a world-class monument, and yeah, I think many of the people, if they were honest, would admit that getting 10 or 15 years more work and taking the place of saving these incredible trees was not a good trade-off. It's good that we saved the forest. Okay, so I saw my construction worker buddies here. They've all left. I'm a union member, a retired machinist. My retirement check came in today. I'm glad to see that. And I know how they feel because they're looking for work. And the way I see it is, it's a very similar situation to Crescent City. These guys want to work, they want to support their families, they want to pay into their pension and all that stuff. And I support these blue-collar guys, salt of the earth, but we don't want to destroy the resource we have in Truckee Meadows, the river. You can walk right out here and catch 18-inch trout. And you know what? There's nobody fishing for a half a mile. It's amazing, right in the middle of a city. Where can you do that? Okay? It's just incredible. So I think there's a comparison there. Let's save this resource, and hopefully these workers can find some other work. Maybe repairing a lot of the damage that industrialization has done to this area. Thank you for your time.
Shannon Lavender, followed by Zach Korniak, followed by Melanie Dawn Davis.
Hello, I'm Shannon Lavender for the record. I'll keep this short. I am in support of the moratorium, and beyond that, I'm here to join the many voices of your community to reiterate that we want a full and permanent ban of all data centers in Reno and outlying areas. The approved and currently running or soon to be completed and running were not approved with full informed consent of the communities impacted by them. In fact, none of them have been approved by any Indigenous communities, whom should be the first and most important voice on the massive environmental issue that data centers present. Their voices are here today, and it is your responsibility to listen to them. It is your responsibility to do your job in representing the people. It is your responsibility to not zone out and pay attention to what is being pled and vote accordingly. To briefly personalize things, I live a few hundred yards from the Keystone Data Center that is being built right now. Myself and my neighbors did not consent to our drinking water and all usable water in our homes to be compromised by this data center. We did not consent to the air and noise pollution that will soon become our daily burden. We did not and do not consent to the consequences that will run downstream through Reno and Sparks all the way to the Pyramid Lake Reservation. This can only be taken, not given, and taken in perpetuity, and absolutely no more of these data centers should break ground. Once again, I'd like to encourage you to vote for a permanent moratorium and let this carry into a complete ban of all data centers in this area for all subsequent generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zach Korniak, followed by Melanie Dawn Davis, followed by Allison Hartman.
Zach.
Hi, my name is Zach Korniak. I'm here to support the moratorium on data centers and the retroactive banning of data centers already in progress. Thanks for letting everybody speak today. I was born here, St. Mary's Hospital, Reno, Nevada. I grew up at the foot of Mount Rose, and I deeply love this area. When all my friends in high school were talking about how much they couldn't wait to get out of this town, I was talking about how much I couldn't wait to grow up and make it better. I think this is one of those opportunities right now. Lost my place, 1 second. So my favorite thing about Reno is its deep connection and integration with the environment around us. You know, we're right next to the playa, we're right next to the Truckee River, we have the Sierra Nevadas right there, we got it all. We pride ourselves in our clean water and air here. We pride ourselves in Tahoe, some call it, one of the wonders of the world, and the Truckee River that flows from it. Why would we jeopardize our greatest resources for something that really we don't know if it's going to pay off? Why would we jeopardize our greatest attractors for travel and tourism? It just doesn't make sense. I'm also a counselor. I just got licensed here after years and years of work, and I mainly work with children. I work with all demographics, but I work at Trainer Middle School with those kids there, kids who can't afford counseling otherwise. And we don't know the effects that data centers have on mental health. We know that it does affect mental health, but we don't know how much it affects it and how negative the impacts are. So why the heck would we involve ourselves with data centers until that, at the very least, is fully studied? Why would we put our kids in danger, potentially? Furthermore, when you do counseling, you work a lot on coping skills. I can ask you guys, what do you think is the one thing that every kid I've worked with has said is a coping skill? Swimming in the Truckee River. Not just swimming in a pool, swimming in a river that flows through their town. Now, I'm looking around, I don't see a lot of kids here, you know? So the people that work with them, the people that care so deeply about them, such as myself, and I'm sure as everybody else here who has kids and knows kids, we have to stand up for them. And the temporary profit of data centers should not be held to, you know, the livelihood of our children. So please support the moratorium and the retroactive ban on all these data centers.
Thank you.
Melanie Dawn Davis, followed by Allison Hartman.
Know how to do this. I was just going to show a picture of an eagle.
It's up
that
on
I
the screen.
saw this spring. All right. If it changes, that's all right too. Hi, my name is Melanie Dawn Davis. I am a member of the Walker River Paiute tribe. And when I first came here today, I wasn't going to speak, but there were some topics that I noticed weren't brought up. And so it was laid on my heart to just talk to you and share my thoughts and my feelings toward this. I am in favor of imposing the moratorium. I'm also in favor of a ban statewide. Nevada's population has increased 4.6% since 2020, increasing our homeless community, and AI jobs have and will create more job loss. These dramatic changes have caused Native Nevadans to struggle. AI increases depression, anxiety, social distancing, increases the access to darkness. What about our children? What values are we teaching them? What are they being exposed to? What's even real? We need to protect our children and their future. We need to protect the future of tradition. We need to protect our native plants and wildlife. We need to protect our sacred land and air. Currently, we can't even eat fish from Walker Lake. The fish at Lahontan Reservoir have arsenic. We're praying that trout are being restored in Weber Reservoir, currently finding one in an irrigation ditch. We need to protect and preserve Pyramid Lake, the Truckee River, the Carson River, their wildlife and plants. This spring, I was blessed to see eagles along the rivers and at the reservoir. Water is life. Before ever even considering building an AI center here, our state has had concerns of drought. Reno is estimated to grow in population, one of the fastest growing states in the United States. How can we sustain this? We also have a large farming community here in Nevada, farming and ranching. Farming and ranching. AI would take our irrigation water. What will our state do without our local agriculture providing food? The human body is 65% water. 9 months ago, my daughter and I were chosen to be the first transplant in Northern Nevada. I just really want to emphasize how clean water is vital to survival. Water is life, and home means Nevada to me and my family. Thank you. God bless and protect our home.
Thank you.
Allison Hartman.
Cool. Hello, Council. Wasn't going to speak today because I've been researching the Keystone Data Center extensively, really hard for the past 5 days. Not necessarily with the government connections, but with the corporate connections, because that is eye-opening. A quote from one of our council members running for mayor right now: "We need to get rid of big government. Let private corporations do their thing. We need to get out of the way." I don't understand how you see the role of the government. What are you here to do? You should be wanting to protect citizen rights and freedoms, general welfare of society. You should act as a separate entity from corporations that you can be a partnership with, but you are not the corporation. Please understand the difference. This mentality is the problem. Bill Clinton was a leader on this messaging: no big government. Okay, we need no big government, but we also need no big corporations. Understand, it has to be looked at the same. Corporations love it when we leave them out of this conversation because this is exactly what they want. They want us to not look at them. To weaken you and your power is to only strengthen them. If our eyes are on you and not them, when the motive is profit, the motive is corrupt. But let's talk about Centra for a moment, because that's the company that owns the Keystone Data Center. They have a data center right now that I know Devin Reese has brought up a few times, being run out at Chase Bank, which is like considerably, like way smaller than the one that's being built on Keystone. And they want to connect those two data centers that is going to cross the Truckee River. How's that going to happen? Is that infrastructure already built? I can't find information about that anywhere. It's really difficult. Centra is also formerly known as Deep Edge, if you guys are interested in looking into it, the company of the Keystone Data Center, and their proposal is to connect that with not just the Chase Bank Data Center, but an entire conglomerate of a company called Columbia Capital. Now, Columbia Capital also they are in partnership with the data center companies being built out in Story County right now. Fleet Data Center, Joe Lombardo was just that. Like, they are all with Columbia Capital. Grant Van Rooyen from South Africa, him and his whole family, they run Van Rooyen Family Group, and they invest in Columbia Partners, and they work with Berkshire Hathaway, and they invest in Med One. That is an Israeli co-location company. So please understand that this is a lot deeper than just Centra. There's a reason none of us in this room have heard of Centra before. It's because these all fall under the same category. These are all the same people. That's why I don't understand. Let's just move out of the way and let corporations do their thing. This is what they do. This is exactly what they do. When your city clerk asks you for more staff, Councilwoman Taylor, you said, let's utilize technology. Okay, this is exactly what these corporations all want to, is for us to look at you guys and not them, and honestly just take all the pressure off. And so I really think we need to evaluate what the role of the government is in protecting the citizens of this community. So thank you so much.
Vanessa Butler.
Hello. All right, sorry, I just got here because I've been at work, so sorry to be last minute. I wasn't planning to come in and speak verbally today because I have been working. I am a farmer for a living. I also have been doing botany in the state of Nevada in the past. I went to UNR. I have a biology degree from there. I studied ecology. I am looking at a council of people who I sincerely hope will listen to the perspectives of the people today. In addition to the science that we have already seen in the state of Nevada, the amount of water that we need, we know from looking at data centers across the country that these are using an exorbitant amount of water and energy. We really need to be mindful of what type of environment we will be able to maintain for ourselves for successive generations, not just for people, for all of the wildlife that lives in Nevada, in the most mountainous state in the country, in the continental country. We really, really need to think about what decisions we make today will do for the environment in successive generations. And this falls on your shoulders to advocate for the people who are sitting here and telling you all that we need water, and these data centers are in direct competition of that. For what? For industry, for jobs that last for however long it takes to build the data centers. The science and the numbers of just how science in terms of wildlife and what we need to protect, to be clear. But what I'm also talking about is the amount of energy that these take. You know it. I know that if I've been able to look it up and research it, if previous commenters have been able to look it up and research it, and it's not our job to serve the public, I can only hope that you all are using your competency in your public service roles to please listen to the people. I'm not gonna take the full 3 minutes. Like I said, I wasn't planning on speaking today. I do thank you guys for listening and for taking voices of the community into consideration, as it is your job to represent those voices. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered at this time. For the record, we did additionally have 42 participants in the room that registered to speak and either left or did not wish to speak but wish to have their opinions registered. So there was 36 in favor, 5 in opposition, and 1 of concern. And I did state earlier, but I will just repeat that we did receive 22 comments associated with this item, 18 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 1 neutral or concerned.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, how you guys doing? You okay? Okay. All right, good. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the body now to, we did do discussion, actually. So, but I kind of feel like now hearing everyone else that it would be good to have more discussion. And I see one green light over here to my left. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know on B1 that was, and is Ms. Knox still here? So on B1, this was a question about providing feedback. I think for my part, I don't have additional feedback on that part, so I maybe will have to come back to that. I wanted to start, though, with some legal questions, and this is sort of, I should say this is sort of the frustration that what happens when you are a citizen like I was at one point in time and then was elected to the body, but also have the privilege of being a lawyer. I don't check the legal part out when I do that, but I also think it sometimes is why it's so frustrating to be on the other side of this dais, because we use a lot of buzzwords, there's a lot of planning speak, and I had the opportunity to meet during the lunch hour with a couple of constituents to sort of explain some of the things. But the legal questions really are about this question that has been raised by the community about why a ban cannot happen today. Why can't we ban data centers? The second one is what can be done when current or existing projects change the nature of their application, and can they be applied retroactively? And so I am a lawyer, but I am not our lawyer. So I'm going to look to Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall to help frame these issues, because I don't want the community who has said, you know, maybe they started out, they were moratorium people, maybe they've evolved to now be ban people, and I want them to understand why we cannot jump to a ban today. But I don't think that's my responsibility to explain it.
For the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Okay, so on the ban item, the short answer is that that is not on the agenda, and the reason it's not on the agenda is because originally it was stylized as a moratorium. Now, the text amendment process that's coming through at the same time, that could end up and result in a ban at the end of the day. But that is after a period of research, community with all community stakeholders, industry people, the people here today, what we get back from the regional planning body. But that ultimately could end up in a permanent ban, and there wouldn't be a, if council wanted to go that way, but and there wouldn't, and by enacting the moratorium today, that wouldn't mean that new applications would ever be allowed to come back if you were to enact that ban. Just putting that out there.
Can I ask you something, Jonathan? Let me ask you this. I couldn't help but think, listening to everyone, that this could very well end up as a ballot measure or something that the state of Nevada or Nevadans can vote on, or in the city of Reno. What does something like that take as well?
That would be a totally separate process, and there's petitions that could be authorized at either a municipal level or a state level or a county level. And there's whole other processes for that. And then there's layered upon that whether they'd be advisory or whether they'd be mandatory. So that could be something that's done, but again, that wouldn't impact.
We just have never done it here, so I was just curious if that's something. But then the other thing I want to ask you, because I mean, this is just me. I'm not an attorney, so you're going to say, Hillary, that is the dumbest question ever. I think it's smart, but why couldn't we then pass a permanent moratorium?
So a moratorium is a term of art, which means that you're taking a pause to do study and then to come back and actually act on a matter. A ban is where you say this particular use is not allowed. And if you allow it, either banning it or allowing it is the same legislative act. You have to make a determination as a council whether or not you want to allow it. And then if you want to allow it, then you put in place regulations that, make that happen, or you decide you don't want it. But a moratorium is, again, a legal term that just basically says we have laws that are on the books. Currently, we don't want to go forward and accept applications in the short term. We're going to take a pause, but we don't know if we're going to change those, how we're going to change those. So again, it's a legal term, and I apologize for that, but a ban is forever until you change your mind, and a moratorium is just to take a pause, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, may I ask some follow-up questions of Mr. Shipman? Because I didn't mean to put Mr. Shipman on the spot, but I think it's worth mining a little bit this concept. So what I heard you say is a moratorium has a defined beginning and an end period.
Correct.
Fine. A ban, though, and I think this is what is being thought of because it seems logical, right? If someone says these things are bad for the environment, there is no reason to have them. But I think the thing that's being left out is the conversation around an economic impact analysis, infrastructure and water and land use and power studies, review of other jurisdictions, public workshops, planning commission, staff recommendations, which is why, although a moratorium can lead to a ban, I don't think a moratorium is the proper vehicle for a ban. And so are there, and maybe this is for Ms. Knox, I have been watching the national conversation around this discussion, and there are some communities which are, like us, arriving now at a ban. I think we're the first in Nevada. We're one of the first in the western United States to step into the moratorium space. Where are the communities that are banning them entirely? Can you think of places where that is happening, and are we researching what they're doing?
I don't have that right in front of me in terms of places where it is happening, but there are discussions about bans. This is an evolving topic. Sorry, for the record, Lauren Knox. This is an evolving topic that, honestly, every day there's something new that pops up with it. So I don't have the exact information right now about a ban, but oftentimes it's this very same process. The discussion about, is this something that we want to have in our jurisdiction? What are the impacts? And then it's generally the same process in terms of looking at it as a use, and is that a use we want within our jurisdiction? So same process we'd be going through here. I don't have the status on all the jurisdictions having banned or having a moratorium or kind of where each are.
And then just the last question, and this is really so that people understand where I'm coming at and when I think about it, but our decisions have to survive rational basis review, which means that they have to have supporting evidence, a record, all those things. So why is that? Is that a property right entitlement issue? Is that something that a person has when they own a piece of land? What is the reason for that?
So if the question goes to like the retroactivity, is that?
It's both that, but I'm also trying to like explain that there is a reason why those things occur, and it is related to the legal rights that people have to the property which they own.
Yeah. Essentially, the way to think about it is that at a certain point, the city council can convey what's known as like a discretionary approval or a right for somebody to give them a property right to build something. Once you've given them that, then there's a due process interest that they have that you can't remove it from them without giving them due process. And that's where a court will come in. And if you try to just take that right away from them, you have to establish that you had a good reason for it and you were not doing it in a way that was oppressive or against the law or procedurally improper. And that's why we have courts. And to your point, like substantial evidence, that's the evidence that you need to produce to a court to show that what you were doing was justified, if that's helpful.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. One of the things I do want to talk about that I think it is really, really important after hearing actually some really, really good comments, that I don't think it's going to be helpful to do this fast. I actually think it's going to be very helpful to do it right. And so, quite honestly, and I guess we're not even agendized for that, because I was going to say extend it for a year.
Yeah, so
I think we can modify it.
Yeah, you can modify the date. You can say, for instance, we want this to go for a year, and you do have the ability to come back at a later date and say, we want to extend it longer. If there's a good reason for that, that's totally within your purview. So that you have that at your disposal.
Okay. All right, good to know. Thank you. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't want to see us rush through making some of these decisions that I know how long it takes. These things take a long time. And so I think that we do have to do it really, really thoughtfully. And we also have to address how we are going to deal with the existing ones. We're going to have to deal with that. And you guys, we have been talking about this for a long time. We really have. We've had a few in the city. We've never heard anything about them. Really haven't had any complaints, haven't seen anything that would cause us to have alarm. But because we are one of the fastest warming cities in America, we have to address these differently. And this is just me. I'm not speaking on behalf of the other council members. But part of me also thinks, do we even need them at all? Have we already done our share in investing in data? No, you guys, okay? No, but my point is that we've been, and then when we look at population size, who is that data going to be for? And also the transparency issue. So this is where I think it would be really helpful for us to take our time, do it thoughtfully. And I love your idea of a community citizens advisory board or whatever, council advisory board on this issue, Councilman Reese, because they can be really effective, really effective. They're really good. So when we stand that up, I would just encourage all of you, I know there's a lot of you, but to apply, because it would be very beneficial when the community sits on those. So I love that suggestion. I think we're all going to come up with really good ideas and transparency. I know Councilwoman Dewar, Councilwoman Dewar is a water expert. For those of you that don't know, we are so lucky to have someone that sits on this council to that level. She's just brilliant when it comes to water, and I call her all the time, like, what about this? What about? So we're really, really lucky to have her. So that's the other thing is I'm grateful for her expertise. I'm going to shut up now. I'm just advocating that I'd like to do this in a manner that's not fast, because I'm hearing a lot of, we got to do this quick, we got to do it now. No, we don't. We need to get it right. So that's just where I'm coming from. And we're going to have discussion with my colleagues. I'm going to start over here to my left, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so I've heard everyone here today. I've had similar discussions with so many people in my ward, and as much as I hate to see people be disrupted by data centers that they weren't informed about or that are potentially going to affect their quality of life, I do really believe that this discussion was kind of kicked off by the Keystone Data Center, because there was two already approved in my ward. And I will say it's been mentioned that the Opidon data center was approved. And in that situation, because we did not have any process in place, I was able to talk with the developer and get some sustainability measures agreed to outside of the CUP process, because I knew I would not have support from council on saying no or getting anything put into the CUP. So it's always better to, get the best you can, because no can't always be the answer, especially when you're in my position. So I just want people to know that sometimes no can't be the answer, and I'm not saying it won't be for this now, but it's been really frustrating, and that's part of the reason why I bring up concern about the interest changing. I appreciate the 180, but I'm concerned that will divert attention just as fast. So I just would really like to make sure that, if we do any kind of moratorium, that we have some requirement that we don't lift it until an ordinance is adopted. I have to have some kind of assurances that the ordinance won't be lifted as quickly as we agendized a moratorium, and then my community is back in the same place where we potentially have data centers. I'm not able to get support on sustainability measures. They're out in my neck of the woods, so it's out of sight, out of mind, and my community is stuck dealing with these things without any support on that. So those are really my frustrations. It's not so much that I'm like, yeah, let's do a bunch of data centers. It's just that I am realistic. I've had to sit through some really hard votes for my community. I had to watch a PUD, the first plan use development in my ward, get overturned by this body in favor of being mostly industrial land in an area that has the only forest in the boundaries of City of Reno. A large portion of that is going to be removed for a power utility corridor. So I've had too many hard losses to be comfortable without getting anything in writing, basically.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I love actually that Councilwoman Ebert is bringing this up. This goes back to ward-only voting. I think that I get on my tangent on this one, but I think it's horrific. And this is why I think that that is so problematic whenever you're feeling isolated over in your ward. When if the entire council represented the entire city, I think you would have definitely different outcomes.
Well, I mean,
right?
I support the rest of
anyway,
the city. I support the
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, I want to acknowledge. No, I want to acknowledge what you're feeling.
I represent the entire city of Reno. I'm concerned about that, and I just wish that the same respect would be paid to my ward. I had probably 100 people show up to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Board
Councilwoman, thank you.
in regard to that vote, and
thank you.
It was passed anyways.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we're going to come back. So, actually, no, wait. We're in discussion. We'll be okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Okay, I just want to acknowledge that I think this is where I get frustration. I think that the entire council should represent the entire city. You guys can, guess what? You guys don't get to vote on the entire city. Why should we? If you don't get to. That makes no sense to me. That's where I'm coming from, so that council members don't feel isolated out on their own representation. Everyone collectively is doing it together. Everyone is moving Reno together and forward. That's what I'm talking about. That's where I hear that from council members. I never heard that before until we had ward-only voting. So for me, it's really, really hard. I still believe we're a small enough community that we should be, you guys should get to vote for all of us, but we get to vote for all of your projects and the things in that you want to see. I just think it's wrong. So anyway, okay. Getting off my high horse, sorry. Councilwoman Dewar.
All right. Well, just to comment on what you said, I think what you're saying is that ward-only voting has led to parochialism. In other words, if someone in another ward can't vote for you, you tend to focus on the issues that are in your ward, and you perhaps dismiss or don't pay enough attention to the issues that are in other wards where people aren't voting for you.
Yeah, and I've seen it happen in your ward.
Absolutely, but I try not to talk about it too much because it would hurt my heart too much. Let me just get to data centers for a minute. I want to thank the people in the room, but the people who have left the room, the people that came at 10, the people who have stayed on with us all day. This is tremendous fortitude, and you clearly care about our community. It's loud and clear. I came in here thinking that a reasonable moratorium was as stated in the staff report to the end of the year. And I thought that would give us enough time to at least address, let's call it 80% of the issues. That's what I was thinking. However, during this meeting, I think I took 35 pages of notes. My hand is killing me. That's why I'm holding this cold can. I also came up with almost 30 new issues that we really didn't discuss. And they range from everything from third-party neutral studies. I mean, I could go on and on. How do we mitigate the heat, to demand for independent accounting and auditing, to charging them to come here rather than giving them a tax break. Fuel storage. The list, I literally have 30 issues that I think need to be addressed, all the way down to the comment the sweep folks made about disclosures, I'm not even sure what they mean, right? I have to do more research there. And concern about the quality of the regulations being rushed. So I'm not going to read these 30 things, right? But I want to send them to our staff so that they know what I heard, and we'll see if they heard the same thing. I want to talk about a ban for a minute. So a ban, it sounds shocking, right, to ban something. But it would be of interest to know that the city of Reno has actually already banned some things. Okay, and I'm going to remind you of some things we banned. We banned puppy mill-driven stores. So you cannot buy a puppy in the city of Reno at a store. You cannot. And by de facto, the one that was existing in Sparks went out of business, so you cannot buy one there either. Okay? We banned billboards. Okay? Billboards are still around town, but you cannot build a new one. That one went through a ballot initiative that a huge amount of people in Reno supported. It took about 20 years to get it through the rulemaking process. I'm out of time, but what I want to just end with is that I really think it would help if we talk about scale. The mayor spoke about data centers have been here for 20 plus years, and we haven't heard any objections to the existing ones. That's because, in my opinion, they are small, they are not hyperscale, they are not huge users of energy and water. And I really do think it would help our dialogue to distinguish between the different types of data centers and make rules appropriate to those things. And I know that might be hard, and it could be artificial to draw a line, this is small, this is medium size, this is hyperscale. But I really think even if all we do is define what hyperscale is and we tune our regulations to those things, I think we have done a world of good there. So I remain, and finally, I guess, and I'm definitely over time, I just want to say, sometimes these things are bigger than elected bodies. And sometimes it does take the people, as the case of the billboards, when they feel like they're not being heard, to take matters into their own hand through a process that we have that's been in existence for a long time. It is a people-driven ballot process, and that may be an outcome. So I'm going to be working as hard as I can on these regulations with our staff. And the final thing I guess I want to say is I hear everyone about the concern about ending a moratorium and not having a regulation. And I don't know how to address it. I don't know how to best address it. So I want to make sure that if we lift the moratorium, we have in place, I said this earlier in my first comments, not just addressing water and power, but these many, many interlayered issues that I think our community deserves for us to address. So thank you. Okay.
I am looking for green lights. I'm going to send Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. I want to level set how I make a decision. And it's how I've made a decision since I was on Planning Commission, since I was on BFAC. I've heard a lot of information here. I collect all of the data that I can, and then I come up with a decision based on what is best for this community. In this process, I've talked to DRI. I just met with them last week. I've talked with the Urban Land Institute. I've talked with PUC. I've talked with the Nevada Energy people. I've talked with industry people. I've talked with my neighbor, Bree. We probably disagree on some things, and that's okay. But we're always going to have a conversation, and I will always be available to you. Every single person that called me or texted me after my last vote, I called back or texted. Some of them I didn't get an answer. I work with my colleagues. I've been sending stuff to Councilwoman Eber. I've been sending stuff to my other colleagues from both sides. There's a lot of information out there. I am trying to make a fact-based decision. I took the information from industry and what they wanted. I took the information from the Sierra Club and what they wanted. I took the information from the local guidelines on urban development. I looked at Sierra Club. Like I said, I also met with DRI and went through their recent report. When I looked at all these things, and I sat with Bree in my office, we came up and I showed her we're not that far apart. There are things that we agree on and there are things that we disagree on. And we can get to a place where we can coexist. I am all in favor of water usage that is responsible, and energy that does not put any strain on the ratepayer. And when I talked to Nevada Energy, they just released their docket with the PUC, and it says Nevada Energy's position is the company's plan to support data center development in Nevada, but only with the prudent guardrails that protect reliability and ensure the costs caused by large load additions are borne by those loads, not the ratepayers. So I will support every single regulation that is brought to us to protect our resources, and I will be consistent in my decision to not support a moratorium. And you can always count that I will give you where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Councilman, go ahead. Hey, wait. Not okay. We're not doing that. You guys, I've asked you, please, please. And you guys, well, you know, when I look to you, you guys are some of the biggest champions we have in this city of all things that are good, all things that are green, all things that are kind, all things that are peaceful, and all things that are with humanity. So even if someone disagrees with you, please still have humanity and be kind to each other. We live here with each other. You know, it's really important. So I want to make sure that we're moving on, but we're being respectful of each other. Okay? And I always say that I know we can all agree that certain things taste good, like beer and pizza. So we're all going to agree on something. I know it, right? And water. No. Okay, water. We can all agree, right? Right? Okay, good. Good, perfect. All right. Okay, getting back to that. Go ahead, Councilman. It's been a long day, but I appreciate everyone. You're doing a good job. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, a lot of stuff has already been said. The public comments that we've heard, not just today, but over the last, few months that we've been discussing this issue, have brought a lot of things out. That's why I think for me, I'm a little conflicted on whether we need to extend past the December 31st deadline, because there are a lot of stakeholders that are involved in this conversation, whether we're talking on a micro level or more on a macro and state level. And so I think there's enough interest at this point for us to maybe fast track is not the right word for us to call it, but to expedite things and make sure that we're doing it in a way that we're addressing a lot of the issues that have already been brought up, whether it is through all of the public comment that has been brought up, bringing in the experts and holding town halls or having stakeholder conversations to continue that conversation and move the needle forward. But I would like to see the city continue to make policy that is sound and protects our people, protects our environment, protects the future of life in Northern Nevada, and that we include everybody who's here in the conversation and has continued to show up for the last, what has been 8 hours that we've been here, just today. That we've been talking about this item plus, and then all the time that you all have spent just preparing those 3 minutes that you get to speak to us during the time. So I just want to really show appreciation for each and every one of you showing up, whether it is online or in person, to share your passion and remembering that we are all part of this community and that we will continue to move forward together, and that this policy that we're working on as a region, as a body, will ensure that we make that our life in Northern Nevada continues to thrive and that we enjoy the river and continue that where we can. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, I promised Ms. Knox that I would stop using the word fast track. So what I'm going to say is I am in support of us staying focused on the process that we engaged in our last meeting when we met about this, in the regional process, which will ultimately lead to the responsible and whole regulation of this land use. I want to tell all of you guys, this is a really silly example to share with you, but I was in the same boat as you are when smart meters were forced on the community by NB Energy.
I'm one of the houses that doesn't have a smart meter on my house because I didn't want that additional, just radioactivity coming through the house. Because I didn't understand then what those smart meters were gonna do to my health, to the community, to our utility bills. So I want you to know that I have the same heart as you, and I'm very proud of you and excited that you guys are out here using your voices. I am not one that is going to support a permanent ban on something that we don't have the evidence to be able to say confidently. I'm not saying that all of the research and all of the things that have happened across the country that we've shared and we're studying right now isn't enough. I'm saying let us go through the process. That's all I'm asking you. Let us continue through this process. I will support the language of the moratorium as it is stated to get through the end of the year. And I will also support with my council if we come across information that requires us to extend the moratorium because we haven't finished the process, I will support you in those efforts as well. But if we extend this is just my opinion, if we extend this into infinity, which I'm sure would be fabulous for everybody in this audience, it takes the focus away and then the work never gets acted upon. And I think that the community deserves the confidence, they deserve the clarity, and they deserve the consistency from this council that we're going to hear from you and that we're going to do the work on the community's behalf. So if you can go through this process with us, I would be really, really grateful so that as a community, regionally and not only in the city of Reno, we can say we did the right work, we know what we voted on, and whether or not the outcome is a moratorium or it's really robust regulation or a ban, whatever we decide, we will be able to be confident and look all of the stakeholders in the face in this community and say that we did this together.
Okay, thank you so much. I see green light on.
Okay, I didn't know if
Go
you were
ahead.
gonna- Thank you for bringing up the fast track portion of it. I think we all kind of need to agree on what that means for us. And I know when I met with staff, I told them that I didn't necessarily mean that they needed to speed up any kind of processes. I just intended that for us to keep it on our radar, that it wasn't something that we just kicked the can down the road on. That was my intent on saying fast tracking it. I certainly don't want to be sloppy about anything, but I also don't want this to be something we put on a shelf and forget about for, a couple years or something. So that was my intent when I asked to fast track it, that we give it the attention it deserves now. And I know that I've shared a lot of different things I'd like to see added to the code potentially to help with things like heat mitigation and noise pollution and air quality and water concerns. But staff's gonna have to figure out how to put that into a code. Like, these are things that I want to have happen, but I don't know that I will be able to get all of it approved by council. So I'm really hoping that we can all work together on this. And again, I really can't stress enough how much I want to make sure we get something in the code. And I would really appreciate it if we could tie something together that says a moratorium, has to stay in place until we get the code updated or something to that effect, because there's a real concern in my ward specifically that this will just kind of fall out of favor at some point, and we'll still just have data centers coming in and they won't be required to do anything. So I don't know if I'm answering questions or bringing up more questions, but that's really where I'm coming from on this. And I'm also willing to talk with anybody, meet with anyone. I think we all want, in this room, we all want to come to a good place, but I definitely don't want to rush it. So, thank you.
Yeah. What I just wanted to say is just very briefly that I met with our staff since our last meeting, and there were some key principles I put down. This isn't about the substance. This is very similar to what I'm hearing from my colleagues. I said, what I want is a good, thorough regulation versus moving too quickly in the fast-track realm. I'm very clear on that. The other thing is that I mentioned it takes a village to do something like this. Is a big thing. This is bigger than puppy mills, okay? This is bigger than billboards. This is big. And what I asked for was additional staffing, that I felt that we need legal at the table at every step of the way, and that we need a strong executive support for the process. I also said we need something with teeth. I mean, that is an underpinning I've heard all day long, right? And if people go off in a different direction than what they got permitted for, I mean, that's a problem. They made a promise or commitment and they did something else. That's a bait and switch. And we got to call it out for what it is. And we do have to have thorough support from third party support on this process. And we need to have an audit process. And then finally, I mentioned this. There is a lot of money involved here on the data center side. And I heard that one group is paying $1.5 billion a month, 15 billion a year to rent one data center, okay? When we're dealing with those kind of numbers, then we need to be very careful in what we're doing and very strong and not getting pushback that an audit or a requirement to use energy, bring energy or use water is too expensive. These are the most income generating things that I know of for companies at this point. And so I guess just a caution to council, often when we're developing regulations, we go, oh, well, that might be too expensive. I don't think almost anything will be too expensive to provide the community the assurance that they need in light of the tremendous amount of money that is passing hands related to these data centers. Again, they are paying $15 billion a year to rent one data center, okay? We've got to be able to come up with a reasonable regulatory package and do it. So I want to remind people, I had this conversation with our staff, but I wanted to daylight it here. So thank you.
Hold on 1 second, unless.
Madam Mayor, I have an idea to make a motion, but I also don't want to truncate anyone's opportunity to speak. And so I can either venture the motion, and if it gets a second, then we can have discussion, or perhaps everyone is ready to vote.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things that I support Ms. Doerr's comment about starting to discuss scale. I think that my original comments when we met about this in 2025, I believe, what I know about data centers and industry is that they aren't the AI generative huge scale data centers. So if we can start talking about the smaller scale, medium scale, hyperscale, putting them in their appropriate lanes, that would be really helpful. The second thing I wanted to say is I support Ms. Ebert's co-location suggestion. I think that was a lot of foresight on your part, Ms. Ebert, about the effluent and the location and also just the utility corridors. The utility corridor to a data center co-located campus. I didn't think about how many of those different corridors there may be, and I just want to thank you for bringing that up today. And then the other thing I wanted to just support Mr. Reese, if you are getting ready to make a motion, I would also support some type of language that if it was the end of the year or when reasonable or appropriate or complete regulations are realized by this body. So I don't know how to say it or what that means, but I support that kind of tailoring of that language.
Also, not an Amber Alert.
Canceled. Yay. That's good. Good news.
If there's a way to include all types of housing as well. I know that there was a data center in my ward that is in close proximity to a mobile home park, which wasn't treated as residential due to the zoning it was in. So I want to make sure we're treating residential as residential regardless of the zoning. So that's really important. What?
I think Ms. Knox has written it down.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Reese, I have a question. Were you going to make a motion on a text amendment and then make a motion on the moratorium, or were you planning on combining them?
Well, I suppose it's a question for Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman. So B1 was about like additions to the list of text amendment related things. I thought Ms. Knox was just taking down notes. And so that would be related to direction that staff is going to make. Because what I see as the motion is it's moving to provide the following feedback regarding data center text amendment. That was the motion in the packet, but we've already given that feedback. So I don't know what I would be motioning.
Excuse me, I believe, sorry, I'm going to jump in here. Councilman Maurice, I believe what we need from the body is direction to proceed or not proceed with the first reading. So you want us to go forth, if the body wants us to go forth and actually create language to bring back to the body for approval, we would need that motion and a vote.
Right, so B1 has to do with feedback regarding the data center text amendment.
Correct.
Right, and that is all of the information that we've been giving about many things, including the one about whether or not mobile home parks should be included, right? So I don't know how to put that whole thing into a motion, but you're asking that we direct staff. Okay, how about this? I move to direct staff to take the feedback given today during this meeting and proceed with the data center text amendment with all due speed.
Second.
So I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion?
One question.
Go right ahead.
You know, a lot of members of the public brought up concern that somehow they weren't slotted in on your process or your timeline. They don't know when they're slotted in. They think that you have said that the conversations are going to happen at Truckee Meadows Regional Planning. They're not going to happen here. You're not going to hold special workshops. And so I want to make sure that we've allowed time for public input. And often it's best if there's iterative input. Like they just don't come once and they say the thing, and the next time they see the fully blown everything, and now they're arguing for or against. You know, I think they need several slotted openings.
Yeah, so if I may, one of the pieces that would be really helpful is kind of that formal recommendation piece on that process. Does that process look like what you would like, or would you like to amend that? I know it's tied to the moratorium discussion as well, but that is one of the pieces.
Let me just say, I mean, overall, it seems logical, but whether we land in December with a adoption, I don't know. I can't speak to the actual months, but the general process looks good, as long as I would recommend that you change it to add specific public input milestones. I don't know if that's with staff. I don't know if that's with the council again. I don't know how many 8-hour public comment periods we can handle, but I'm just trying to be practical here. All I'm interested is making sure that there's at least 2 opportunities prior to final adoption, because that's a third opportunity, that the public feels that they've had a reasonable opportunity to be heard. You have written down and we have recorded everything that's been said today. They don't have to re-say that. That's been said at the previous 2 meetings. So, but at some point with regional planning, and you've made the distinction, regional planning is global issues. Detailed issues affecting Reno development are here. So just address it, if you would.
Okay, so kind of, again, that engagement process with regional is occurring, and that is that bigger picture piece. If we're looking at this timeline and I bring these draft regulations to council, that's going to be kind of the first blush at what some red line amendments would be. If council would like me to go back out to the public and have very specific feedback on those draft regulations, I would like to hear that now. This is going to be a very, very tight time frame if we try to do that piece with it.
And I'm going to just help Lauren. It's not going to be possible to do that normal amount of public comment with these timelines. So if you want that, then, because remember, this came because the body said you wanted something expedited. So that was a proposal. So if you would like something that includes your request, Councilmember Dewar, then the body needs to push out that timeline.
What you're saying is like, maybe we would need to add 2 months to this process, like a month 1, month 2,
Yes.
to have specific,
At least given the holidays.
right?
So
So I don't know. I'm just daylighting this issue that I heard over and over, and I'm letting the council know that this timeline does not allow for the kind of public input that maybe people are thinking about, so.
And Mr. Shipman, if I could get some assistance, please. So I have a different motion that I intend to make on C1. If my motion on C1 is accepted, it will alter these timelines in B1. And so I want to make sure that people understand. I have not overlooked it. It's just the way you've set it up for us to vote on it. We are required to vote on each one individually. I think we can get there if we can just get through the process.
It's fine. I'm daylighting the issue and making sure we get it
It's
addressed.
been daylighted.
Okay.
Been done daylighted.
Done
Okay,
daylighted.
so I've made my motion.
And you had a second
and a
from
second.
Kathleen.
I'm sorry, there's a lot in between there. Can somebody repeat what the motion was?
Okay,
I'm so sorry. It's been a long day, I know.
It's my motion was to move forward with the text amendment following, including the feedback regarding the items identified today during our council meeting with all due speed.
So wait, is this see, now we're all going to get confused here. Is this both then?
No, he's going to do a
No,
separate
just as
one
the,
for,
I just want to make sure we're separating them out. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, on item C1, I move to adopt the moratorium resolution with 2 modifications. First, the city council shall not terminate or rescind the moratorium prior to the adoption of such regulations unless it first makes specific findings supported by substantial evidence in the record that the existing regulations adequately address the impacts of data center development and that termination of the moratorium will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And second, that it be extended to August 31st of 2027.
That's, wait, I thought you said just a couple months.
I said a couple months. You
Oh.
said different.
Okay.
Again, my motion is those 2 items.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilmember Reese. Do I have a second? I second it. Can I second it? I don't know
That
who
gets
said
you
that,
through the
but that's right.
legislature.
But it gets you through the legislature.
It gets you through the
And also, I
legislature.
want to be
Okay.
clear,
And enough time to
We
do.
have a discussion once there's a second. If
Yeah,
it doesn't get a
I'll-
second, we won't have a motion.
I will
Yeah.
make a second for purposes
so,
of discussion.
Thank
yeah,
you.
so I have a motion, I have a second. Now we come back for discussion.
For discussion, Madam Mayor. My concern is that we have a legislative cycle that may alter or change. We are also asking a tremendous amount of our staff to follow that timeline, which was presented in item B1. Again, my point is not to permanently ban. I don't know where I will land on that. But the point being is that we both have a staff issue. We have some process issue for the public to be engaged in it through regional planning, to have it come back here. Ms. Knox, I know that you have taken an absolute yo person's task on this topic, right? But I want to make sure you understand I'm not putting the blame or burden on you to come up with it more quickly than is practicable. That timeline that you gave in B1, I think, is all out of whack. And so I've done 2 things and tried to be artful with the motion. The first is I've said that no moratorium can be lifted in the absence of regulations, which answers the concern of the community who feels distrustful or believes somehow that this is political in nature, right? And second is to say there are just some outside realities. We're at June 1 now.
Yeah.
Our staff our council will be on break for 5 weeks during its summer break while staff is working on this. And then we've got to come back and you got school, a bunch of holidays, Christmas, and then you get into New Year's and it's the legislature and they go off and do their thing and we're doing things there too. And then we've got to come back with whatever they've done and put those into codes, which means you can't just say June whatever 6 when sine die happens, but that you're actually making it. I just think we will need more time than we are allowing ourselves. Government is very bad at moving quickly, and when we do move quickly, we do it very poorly.
We do.
And so that's, if someone thinks that a shorter time frame is necessary, and I am certainly game, Ms. Knox, if you came back on the perfect timeline and you said in September, we have done it. We have the best rules and regulations that ever were written in any community in the world, and here they are, and we're able to have it happen. That means that the moratorium could be lifted on that basis. But I don't want to artificially constrain the staff or the regional process. It feels like anything less than that would be ignoring the fact that the legislature has to act. And, you know, we're the first city in the state of Nevada to do it. I think we have to be not afraid to fail, right? We have to be leading in that space, even when others will not. And at the end of the day, that's my hope and why I've made the motion in the way I am. I'm not saying that if someone disagrees and says, oh, I would prefer June 1, that I wouldn't support it, but that's my reasoning behind the motion.
Okay.
Sure. So I said at the very front end of this meeting that what I was worried about was that the moratorium would be lifted and we didn't have regulation, and you've taken care of that in your motion.
Yes.
But the second thing I said is that there is a danger, and I said the danger is that basically, I'll put it this way, we get trumped by the legislature. Legislature says we're reserving rulemaking for data centers to the legislature, okay? And we haven't ever come together on our regulation to even participate in the conversation at the legislature. We're not there testifying because we haven't adopted a ordinance. We're not saying what we think because the sky's the limit, we don't know. And so are we even at the table at the legislature? So this is one of my concerns.
Which is sad. We usually are not. I hate to
That is
say it.
sad to me too, or scary to me too.
Well, it's just scary to me, and I think a compromise could be in the middle to where we allow sufficient time for public input and staff work and all of that. Maybe it's March 31, which is, you know, maybe that's a date. I just want to make sure that we stay focused to Brandy's point on this issue, and we don't let time go by and say, well, the legislature's going to take care of it for us. I am very uncomfortable with that, and I also feel that it will depower us in terms of being at the table. If you're not at the, you know, the famous phrase, you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And then I'm also concerned that whatever the legislature does, because its reality does not get approved by the governor. And then we're sitting here at June 1. The governor, I think, has 10 days past June to sign, and maybe doesn't sign. And then we have 6 weeks or something. I don't know. I'm trying to balance all this through and gameplay this, if you will, and try to figure out what is happening and what's our best path. And I can't say in this moment I know, but.
Well, can we ask our staff what they think
Yeah,
is the best timeline, Ms. Knox or Ms. Foos, or whoever wants to have the answer?
Sure. I mean, if we're going to be kind of the most conservative approach and take into account this legislative session, the timeline that you provided, I think, would make the most sense. It gives time after the legislative session is over, and for us to be able to go to the drawing board and say, okay, this is it, matches that, let's, excuse me, let's roll with it. So that would be the most conservative approach. I think we're not going to just, if the time frame is August, for example, August of 2027, we're not just going to say, okay, I don't need to do anything on it. I'm still going full force into this thing. We have to be. The regional process is occurring right now as well. We're in that. We have to be in that. After that point in time, our partners, Sparks, Washoe County, will be at the table, most likely with them going through it. So there's not really going to be a stop in this kind of work, even if that time frame is extended. More time will be more helpful in terms of getting these crafted thoroughly and correctly. I do have the concern about kind of the legislative session and if we're not at a place, but I do think because we will be working on it, we will be able to be at the table and
Could we be having milestones during this process so that you're coming back to council and, you know, every 2 months, let's say, if it's over a year, we need to be hearing about this, not with all-day meetings, but we need to be hearing where the progress is, what's happening, is there a holdup? You know, we need to stay in the loop.
Yeah, we can
See,
build
like what
in.
we have to date, so we don't wait till the end and then say, actually, we'd like to change this, and
Right.
this. Can we
Maybe
do
bring
that?
issues as they come. work through the issues and say, today we're going to talk about water, and here's what we've come up with. Does council agree with this?
Scheduled updates or something, we can definitely work into that timeline.
Okay, so we still have the
Motion.
August.
Yeah, at this
August,
time.
okay. Yeah, I would. Okay, so I have a motion and a second, and we were doing
Does the updates
discussion.
need to be included in any motion to have?
No.
Okay.
No.
We're drafting a moratorium resolution, so it
Yeah.
wouldn't be in that.
I just want to
And
make sure
I
we
like,
don't miss anything.
bottom line is, I like the timeline. I would really like extended, I guess,
Even longer.
indefinite moratorium. And so I hope this council, whenever you, Naomi and I won't be here,
Right.
but you guys will get the opportunity to do that. And I just think in my experience, there's 14 years here, you have to do it slowly and methodically. And so I appreciate you extending the time. I think that that is very helpful. But I hope that that's something that this council will consider. I want that to always be an option because it's very common for one of the council members to want to have that option or on the other side. So, which we did, but we didn't have a full indefinite moratorium. And I'm talking about AI data centers.
Right.
And we've had many conversations, Councilwoman Dewar and Councilman Reese. So I'm just saying that I hope when it comes to that time, that is something that is at least on the table so that, and there'll be a lot more study and we will know a lot more, but I think we're going to do things in a way that makes it important for the public to know. It's important when they show up, we listen to them, we see them, and we're going to act. So that's important. So thank you.
And we could terminate it earlier if we got done earlier, right? And we could do a partial, like where you come in with all the regulations, and it's March, April, and then we could say, we're still going to wait for the legislature, we'll come back, okay.
And the good thing is, all of you guys are going to watch. So if you feel like it's a good thing,
and hopefully participate,
then you're going to come. If you feel like it's a bad thing, you're going to come as well. So I think that that's important. And the Citizens Advisory Board, that's going to be really important. So I think we're going to get the level of feedback that we're looking for. So it's going to make a difference. So, okay, I have a motion.
Madam Mayor, sorry. I
Yes,
just had one
go
thing.
ahead.
I need to get on the record. I don't think that yielding to the ledge is going to give us results that are going to be impactful to the code that we are trying to create. And so I think that hanging this date and the expectations farther out because the ledge is going to do something one way or another is us abdicating our leadership here. We should keep working. We should expect results. We should put the end of the year on this, change the date then if we don't get the results done. But why are we betting against ourselves already?
I agree
This
with that.
doesn't make
I have a
sense.
hard time with going that far out because we need to think of what's best for Reno and the state. There's a lot of different things that happen in the state, a lot of different areas. We're very different than Vegas. I don't know what the state's going to come up with, but I do know what we want to come up with, in this room for Reno. I think we should try and shoot for that. And like Councilmember Anderson said, we can always extend out if necessary. I know it makes it a tighter time frame, but I do think it's important that we're kind of deciding our fate on this,
Okay, we have a motion.
The end of the
Let's
year?
just try to move forward. We've
Well, I
been here a
have-
long time. I think everyone wants to, we already have a motion on the table. So
I have one more point for
Okay,
discussion,
go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. Look, I haven't said we're going to abdicate anything to the legislature, so it is a strange thing to say that that's an abdication of leadership. What I have said is that in this moment, we have an obligation to make sure that the process is the most robust one that we can. If Ms. Knox and her team, because they go to regional, and you and I sit on regional, Ms. Anderson, together, and they come up with the holy grail of codes and different kinds of things that will be guardrails, they will come back and we will have that obligation to lift it short of the legislature. What I'm suggesting is that the legislature, I'm not sure they're coming to have any leadership on this issue. What I've seen is a lot of conversations around the tax abatements that they have foisted on our community against our judgment. But my point is that it's Ms. Knox and her team who I think are going to be limited in the ability to move this thing as quickly as practicable. We want for them to do that. I hope that we'll have those conversations. The fall seems a good time, but I just know that in planning universe and in government universe, it will take time.
Ms. Knox, can I ask you something? First of all, I don't know you well, but I'm impressed. You've just got a really good demeanor about you. Good energy. Can I also ask you, is this the only item that you'll be working on at the City of Reno?
I would say no. There's
That's
plenty
right.
to do. I would
Yeah.
say this one, though, is obviously a top priority for everyone, for the council.
But is it
for
the only
public.
one you'll be working on? No.
And no, I would say no.
No.
There's plenty of stuff.
Matter of fact, a lot of our team, they work their tails off. Oftentimes when I'm leaving late at night, you guys are leaving late at night. I see it all the time. And, you know, I also want to be very thoughtful of how much time you have. And again, doing it right, not fast. But I just wanted to make sure, because I think you guys have a lot on your plate. Everyone here that works here. So, thank you. Okay. So, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote because I'm seeing the clerk look confused. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Councilmember Taylor?
No.
Dorr?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ebert?
Yes.
Reese?
Yes.
Anderson?
I originally voted no, but I'm going to vote yes in support of the process. The deadline, I think, is a concern, but that's my vote.
Sheeby?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are moving along. All right, go home. Go home. Go home, you guys. Go home. Go home. All right, unless you're going to go celebrate, go home and be with your families. Go be with your families. We have a few more things to get through, but thank you for coming. Good night. Okay, next.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item D1. David 1. Council comments.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Well, we just needed.
I don't understand.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item D1, which is City Council comments.
I have a comment.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I've talked to the mayor, but I wanted to inform the rest of the council that, and our manager, that I'm sending you, I didn't want to send it in the middle of this meeting, so I'm sending you tomorrow a request for an agenda item. And I'm not sure if I should go. The agenda item is that I've continued to have tremendous traffic problems on McCarran with street racing, with motorcycles. I'd like, if
Hey, you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, can you? Will you shut those doors?
So I'm continuing to
Okay,
have
go ahead.
problems on McCarran, and in particular, I'm talking about West McCarran, South McCarran, basically from Mayberry over to Virginia.
It's so bad. It's so
Well,
bad.
every weekend I have people sending me videos. It's like 3 weeks in a row, all night long, probably to 1 in the morning, starting at about 8. So what I'd like to request, and I don't know if you can make this happen at the June 10th meeting, but if not, then the very next meeting after the break, which would be to, again, have a workshop with NHP or the state police, our police, and who am I forgetting? The regional policing, to talk about the issue, what else they can do in terms of sweeps, SWATs.
Yeah, we'll look at it, and I'll see if we can get it on the 10th, if not July 22nd. And in the meantime, we'll set some enforcement up.
Right, it would be fantastic.
That would be amazing, because every summer,
It started in May, and now
Yeah,
here
we
we
did
are.
a downtown street racing enforcement team last weekend, so I know that they're moving around the city.
Okay.
But thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Okay, thank you.
and then Jackie, would you just ask when they come to present or do something, what is the strictest, I mean, we don't make a law here, but what's the strictest ordinance we can put in? Like something super aggressive. You know,
Well, we did get new laws at the legislature,
Yeah,
not this session, but previously, that have impounding of vehicles, as I recall. That's pretty darn strict. Also, penalties against individuals who are watching was a new thing. So they put in several things.
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
Madam-
Well, it's
oh.
summer, it's gonna get worse.
right.
So let's get on it, because I don't want anyone to lose their lives. You know, last summer was horrible. It was horrible. Okay.
Madam
Go
Mayor,
ahead.
I, like Ms. Dewar, I would like to see if we can't find an opportunity for a future public or a future agenda item. I want to know what we can do with existing permit holders, whether it's a code enforcement related thing, if it's building, construction, permitting. I'm concerned about some of the issues raised today about the Keystone Data Center, for example.
Are you asking what can we do with existing CUP holders? There's 6 in the city of Reno, and you're asking what of our enforcement and?
Yes, I'm trying to
Got
figure
it.
out what are the things that we can do, what tools do we have, because I'm getting a lot of conversation from constituents about it, and I don't know entirely how to answer it.
A legal analysis, and we'll.
And I think you're getting a meeting, correct? With,
Yeah, I've asked for a meeting with one of the CUP holders, yes.
okay. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you.
Vice
Just-
Mayor, go ahead.
Just very quickly, tomorrow, the Reno Housing Authority is hosting another community meeting to talk about the Reno Avenue project, tax credit application, estimated timelines, next steps. So if anybody's interested, at 5:30 at the 440 Reno Avenue location, the Reno Housing Authority is hosting another community forum to talk about that project.
And I was planning to be there. It's in Ward 2. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Good, how's it going? Is it good?
yeah, it's
good.
good.
Okay, fantastic. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, Madam Clerk?
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item.
I have one more thing.
Okay, go
Just
ahead.
To let the council members know that their decision to authorize our attorneys to file an appeal if necessary to protect our wildlife preserve was very effective within several days. The city got an agreement with the Nevada Department of Agriculture to modify and promise to not build a fence in writing. There are a couple of conditions on there, but kudos to us. We used our power appropriately, and we got a good result without going to court. Yeah.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on closing public comment, item E1.
Also, wait, just to chime in real quick too, kind of on the topic of Councilmember Dewar, talking about the horse fence, I did see the aftermath of a collision with a horse and a Jeep SUV on Saturday on East Lake Boulevard, and it was really, yeah, and my daughter saw the animal. The whole front was caved in really, and the rest of the herd had moved up the hill. There was a ton of horses up there, mamas, babies, everybody. But it really is so important that we keep our roadways safe and keep the horses, off of them. So thank you for that.
Just to follow up, so it was already supposed to happen, but it rained that night. They're putting in the horse guard across Geiger Grade. I don't know what day they picked. It was supposed to be last week, but it rained, so that's going to get addressed too. So we're making huge progress here. So Thanks.
Okay, we're on closing public comment. Our first public commenter today is speaker on behalf of those being attacked, followed by Lily Barron via Zoom.
I was just going to make a comment that earlier my decision was to comment on an event that happened in this room during the previous agenda item, but I think we're past that. I just kind of wanted to reiterate, I know everybody's excited, and I personally appreciate where we have landed today. I am honestly pleasantly surprised. I just want to, again, people are cheering, people are stoked right now. But we are going to watch this very closely. I think I can speak on behalf of many of my friends. We're going to pay very, very close attention and until we land on a ban.
Okay, thank you. I'm confused. Was Lily, I thought she was speaking. No?
That was our first public commenter.
Oh, okay.
We have a second public commenter.
Okay, got it.
So we have Lily Barron via Zoom.
Perfect. Got it.
I'm so sorry, my phone died the second you called my name before.
It's all good.
Thank you everybody for taking such a long time. I just I was reflecting at the river actually while listening to this very long meeting all day, and I'm very happy to not be on council for that reason. But watching people fish with their parents and listening to the amount of passion that people have, I think it's really important to highlight that all of these folks, most of these folks are younger than you, and they're worried about their futures, and they're worried about having children, and they're worried that their children aren't going to be able to enjoy the water, and for those reasons, they don't owe you decorum. Decorum is how we got Donald Trump, who does the exact opposite of that. He set a precedent for the way that people speak, especially in public forum, and it's not okay to force people to speak to you in a certain way when they're quite literally worried about their livelihoods and the futures of their children and their animals and the water and their land. That you got elected, and it's a hard job, and you're going to have to listen to people that are angry sometimes. And so we need to not tone police people when they're fighting for their lives. And I just to highlight a couple of things, we also banned sitting and lying down. We're fighting for our lives. We're fighting for other people's lives. A nice and pleasant tone is kind of out the window sometimes. And when we're talking about water and the fish species and the reluctance to listen to Native leadership, I think that those tones are perfectly appropriate. And I do want to reference just my colleague Manny Becerra talking about what Obama said, don't get mad vote, but what Obama did was, drone weddings with technology like that comes out of data centers. So let's just be so for real about how worried these people are about having safe water to drink and clean air to breathe. And thanks to everyone for having a really
Lily.
discussion today. Have a great night.
Lily.
Yes.
Can you still hear me? It's Councilmember Reese. I just want to find an opportunity to chat with you about it. I don't think we were trying to do any tone policing. The concern was that we have a rule in chambers that you have to address the council as a whole, as opposed to any singular member. It's just that rule, not anything about tone. People can be angry and scared and all those things, but I'd love to chat with you when you get a chance.
Well, to piggyback on that too, I don't think name calling is appropriate at all either.
I think name calling is the least of anyone's worries. Happy Pride, and they would break out for Marsha P. Johnson, I suppose.
I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear the end of that. Okay, we are done with public comment. It is over.
We have two more.
Not public comment, but that public comment.
Yeah, we have Nathan Savitz and Linda Cross.
Okay. Yes, I am so impressed with you.
Nathan, you're up.
Thank you.
Nathan,
I
go
just
ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to the city council
to every single one of you, no matter of whether you're in opposition or in favor of. Kathleen Taylor, I'm sorry that you were spoken to that way. That's very unfortunate. I'm sorry to say I don't like you, but just because I don't like you and I don't like your policy, that doesn't mean that anybody gets to treat you that way. So I'm sorry that you were treated that way. Also, I wanted to be an advocate for possibly repurposing the data centers in case we wanted to invite publishing companies, because we have a very artistic community, as I'm sure that you guys have seen. Also, other things that we could probably look at for investment in this community is better public transportation, because I'm noticing that a lot of your wards are growing. So thank you again for your time. Thank you to everyone. Have a good night.
Is this your first time here?
This is my first time here.
All right, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Okay.
Linda Cross, followed by Mickey Del Rosario.
Oh, somebody else jumped in on you. Okay, Linda Cross. I just wanted to make you aware, and possibly so that the police department can get involved too. South McCarran I'd say from Kitski all the way up the hill, but I can hear the cars racing and they're going. I mean, I have had speed limit's 45. I've done 50 also in that area, but these cars are going 60 and 65 and 70, and my house is almost all the way up to Ridge View. And when I'm in bed at night, I can hear, and then not only that, the same problem between South McCarran on Lakeside up to Windy Hill is horrendous. Somebody's gonna get hurt really bad. And so I just thought I'd let you know, I don't sleep that good anyhow.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cross. We're going to get some enforcement out there.
Yeah, okay, anyhow, and again, thank you. I appreciate your vote today, too. And these things hurt like hell. If you wonder why I sit here like that. Yeah, so I can hear you better, because sometimes, especially when people are standing here and facing, and if they don't put these down like this when they're short, which I didn't do either, then they have a problem. So, yeah. Listen, if I gave you all my public comment, we'd be here till Christmas, so I'd be another year older. Thank you.
Mickey Del Rosario via Zoom, followed by Kelly Jesh via Zoom.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Oh, wow. I'm so glad I made it. I was here since like 9:30 a.m. I went to work. I just got off work, saw that there's still public comment, and I definitely want to give my 2 cents. My name is Mickey Del Rosario. I'm a proud Nevadian, born and raised in the state. I spent my entire life experiencing the incredible beauty and opportunities that Nevada has to offer. From skiing and snowboarding in the Sierra Mountains to floating the Truckee River on summer afternoons to enjoying Lake Tahoe in our backyard. I've developed a deep love and appreciation for the place I call home. I was raised and taught to be grateful for the opportunities this country provides and to contribute positively to the community. Reno has always embodied those values. It is a place where people look out for one another, where neighbors become friends, and where we take pride in preserving the natural resources that make Northern Nevada special. Throughout my education from our local schools and to the University of Nevada, Reno, I learned about the responsibility we all share in protecting this land. We have to work hard as a community to keep our air clean, our water safe, Lake Tahoe blue. We have taught our children the importance of conservation, environmental stewardship, and thinking beyond ourselves to protect our future generations. That's why I am deeply disappointed by the way this proposed data center development has moved forward. It's not simply about storing data. It's about the future of our community, and it's about our water, our energy, our air quality, our neighborhoods, and our ability to maintain the quality of life that's made Reno such a special place to live. Data centers require enormous amounts of electricity and can consume significant amounts of water. We live in a high desert that's already facing challenges related to drought, water availability, and rising temperatures. Reno has been identified as one of the fastest warming cities in the country. At a time when residents are being asked to conserve resources and prepare for a hotter future, Is it reasonable to ask whether adding massive new industrial energy demands is truly the best interest for our community? We deserve clearer answers and long-term impacts on our water supply, our electric grid, our environment, and the costs that may ultimately be passed down to our residents. Closed-loop cooling systems may reduce water consumption, but they do not eliminate concerns about. Sorry. Then I call. Sorry. Hello, am I there?
Yes, we can
Yes,
still
we
hear
can
you.
still hear you.
Sorry. They do not eliminate concerns about energy use, infrastructure, strain and environment and impacts. I want to add something that's been missing from this conversation entirely. The rights and voices of Native Indigenous tribes who have stewardship to this land long before Reno was ever a city. The Truckee River, Pyramid Lake, and the waters that sustain are sacred to Pyramid Lake and the Paiute tribe. I want to be clear, this is not anti-business position. Most of us understand the economic growth is important. We welcome innovation, we welcome investment, we welcome business that want to be part of Nevada's future, but growth must be responsible, sustainable, and centered on the people who live here, not
Thank
solely
you.
on maximizing corporate profits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final public commenter today is Kelly Jesh via Zoom.
Good afternoon. I have already presented, but I want to thank the council for their attention. I loved the eye contact. I loved that you seem to be really paying attention to the input to all of us. I also want to mention that as an ally, this is the beginning of Pride Month, and I hope that that gets mentioned. The second thing is that I also am a proud member of the Sierra Club, and I forgot to mention that, but it is deep in my intention that the Sierra Club be heard. And lastly, thank you for what you will do in the future to promote our water, our wildlife, and our quality of life in Nevada. Thank you, members, for spending all day, because I have also, in listening and attending and voting for the people. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional live public comment. For the record, we did receive 177 comments after 4 p.m. on Friday, May 29th. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are also a part of the record. With that, we're on item F, a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. We'll look for a motion. We got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.